Bonjour. Bonjour à tous. Merci de venir à la première session du matin du dimanche, après cette belle soirée d'hier. Bienvenue à cette session qui est consacrée aux nouveaux défis de la santé dans un monde en bouleversement. Plusieurs de nos intervenants sont anglophones et je vais peut-être passer à l'anglais. Andy, Juliette, and Margaret online. This is a meeting where people can switch from French to English as they wish. There is simultaneous translation. To introduce the session, let me say that this is the 5th time, if I'm not wrong, that we're having a global health session at the World Policy Conference. The health sessions were introduced at the time of the COVID pandemic, and not surprisingly so, of course, because COVID has shown us that without the collective effort of the international community, there's no way we could have done anything to fight COVID. Remember, no one is safe unless everyone is safe. And yesterday, in our session on financing development, what came out was that the first 10 years of this century, and certainly the last decades of the 20th century, was a time when health was somehow transcending politics. There was a feeling that the world could come together, could unite on a shared concern, on a set of shared principles of solidarity. But this is no more the case. We are in a geopolitically fragmented landscape, and therefore this demands that we sort of look or apply a geopolitical lens for understanding health challenges and for designing our responses. The health challenges today are huge. There are many. We have, with Antoine Flao, we have selected 5 for this particular session, among which the challenge of the impact of environmental changes on health, among which the demographic shifts. I see Margaret on the screen. Margaret, you should know that yesterday, at this conference, there was a session on the future of Europe, and we've been shown curves of demographic changes, expected demographic shifts, both in Europe and in China. So everyone has this slide somehow in mind. But there are challenges that we will not be discussing today, including, of course, the remaining pandemic risk. A recent Lancet Commission publication came to the conclusion that there is a 25% risk that within the next 5 years, a new pandemic killing more than 1 million people would take place. So it is a somehow biased selection of topics that we will discuss, and we have a wonderful panel of stars in their respective fields that I'm very pleased to introduce. I'll introduce them as they come to speak, and I would like to start with the impact of environmental changes on health, and ask Professor Andy Haynes to speak. Andy is Professor of Environmental Change and Public Health at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. He's been the director of the school, and he's a leading expert in the field. Andy.
Thanks so much, Michel, for inviting me to this very interesting and important session. What I'm going to try and do in just a few minutes is to give you an overview of the impacts of climate change in particular on human health and what we need to do about it, and conclude by saying whether we are doing enough or not to address this burgeoning challenge. And I do have a few visuals to show, because sometimes it's better to illustrate some of these issues visually. And I think this slide is quite a striking one, because it shows you how temperature has increased over recent decades as a result of the accumulation of greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide, methane, and others. And you can see that dramatic increase. This year is probably going to be one of the hottest, perhaps the hottest on record, because we also have an El Nino, which is a natural phenomenon, but it's superimposed on top of climate change. And as you can see from the left side of the slide, the planet's heating up at different rates, depending on where you are. And the European region is the most rapidly heating region in the world, heating at about twice the global average. So climate change is impacting on health everywhere, but it varies depending on where you are, what kind of impacts you have. And the other issue that's really becoming more and more salient is the potential for climate tipping points. So tipping points are non-linear changes in the climate system, which are thought to be irreversible, and some of them are illustrated on this map. You can see, for example, how the Amazon rainforest is dying back, the potential for collapse of ice sheets, the potential for the collapse or the shutdown of the Atlantic meridional overturning circulation. This is the circulation that brings water from the North America to Europe, actually heats Europe. And so we could see the paradox that Europe gets colder while the rest of the world gets hotter. And the most recent data suggests there's about a 25% potential probability of a shutdown of the AMOC, as it's called, even with a fairly low emission trajectory. So these are serious challenges, and these will amplify the impacts of climate change on health. I don't have time to go into detail, but very briefly, the greenhouse gas emissions, of course, are concentrated in the high income and increasingly emerging economies. There are global but unequal impacts. Everywhere in the world is impacted on, but the magnitude, the size of the impacts varies depending on where you are in the planet. In general, of course, low-income populations having a bigger impact than high-income populations. You can see how the increase at the top of the visual, you can see how the increasing levels of carbon dioxide and the short-lived climate pollutants are causing these changes in climate. And through a range of local and national demographic, socioeconomic, other environmental changes, these are influencing the magnitude, the size of the risks. And then you can see the exposure pathways in the middle of the infographic and the outcomes at the bottom. And as I say, I won't go into detail because it would take many hours to do so, but just to say that there's a range of outcomes from the most direct, increasing heat deaths, for example, deaths and injuries on mental health impacts from floods, for example, and also air quality from wildfires, ranging across from effects on infectious diseases, water quality and quantity, and particularly vector-borne diseases, and social factors. So increasing poverty, because as you heat up the atmosphere, you can't work outside so much, and possibly increased risk of conflict and migration as well. So we can now go beyond generalities, because for many years we've known that climate change is likely to impact human health, but in recent years it's been possible to actually attribute, in a formal sense, the health effects to human-induced climate change. So this is just a recent example from the work of my colleagues at the London School and other collaborators. And you can see that nearly 70% of the 24,000 plus estimated heat deaths in a selection of European cities last summer could be attributed to human-induced climate change. So very unlikely to occur in the absence of human-induced climate change. And also these projections, if you go forward, over 2 million additional temperature-related deaths in these cities by the end of the century. But most of them could be prevented with rapid action. And if we look ahead, what the impacts will be on future generations, this slide just illustrates the magnitude of the increases. And these are how the frequency of climate disasters experienced in a lifetime for a person born in 2020 compared to one born in 1960. And you can see that this generation will experience more than 7 times as many heat waves, many of them extreme heat waves, very, very extreme heat waves, over 3 times as many droughts, crop failures, nearly 3 times as many river floods, and double the number of wildfires. So if you put all those climate disasters together, about 3 times as many. And that presupposes a temperature of about 2.7 degrees, global average, that is, averaged by late century, and it may well be more than that, of course. It's important to understand also that climate change doesn't just affect physical health, it also affects mental health. We see this after wildfires, after floods, after droughts, after many climate extreme events. You see an increase in mental disorders, which can be sustained for even several years after the event. So it causes an increase in risk of common mental disorders. This concept of solastalgia, which is essentially environmental grief, when communities have to move, for example, because they can no longer live and they lose their familiar surroundings. And of course, climate anxiety, which we see very much in children and adolescents. And on the right side, you can see the results of a survey. And if you can see the detailed text, a survey of many countries, very diverse countries, including countries in Europe, in Africa, in Asia, and so on. And overall, about 45% of the respondents said that they had an effect on climate anxiety that was so severe it was affecting their functioning. So not trivial, serious. So very, very briefly, what do we need to do about it? Well, there are two types of actions we can take. One is to adapt to the change that we cannot prevent. And that means, for example, more resilient low-carbon health systems, emergency preparedness, heat early warning systems, flood protection, surveillance of infectious diseases. And the other is to mitigate. And mitigation means, in climate change terms, it means cutting emissions. And that can be done through clean renewable energy, active travel, so less dependence on fossil fuels in the transport sector, healthy and sustainable diets, because we know the food system is responsible for about 25% of emissions, particularly methane, but also is driving biodiversity loss as well, and of course is failing to provide healthy diets for much of the world's population. And of course, many of these actions overlap. So protecting nature can lock in carbon, but also help to cool cities, for example. So building climate resilient and low carbon health systems is crucial. And through WHO, about 100 plus cities now, countries now are committed to building health systems which can withstand better the impacts of climate change, which are low carbon and sustainable. And about 70% of the emissions from the healthcare system come from supply chains. They're called Scope 3 emissions, so pharmaceuticals, medical equipment, and others. So we have to work with the providers of the products that are used by healthcare systems, as well as reorienting and reforming healthcare systems to address the challenges of climate change. So if the healthcare sector was a country, it would be about the fifth largest emitter on the planet. So quite substantial, about 4 to 5% of greenhouse gas emissions. So a lot of work to be done, and still inadequate climate adaptation, and also, of course, as we know, mitigation. We're not cutting emissions quickly enough. And the final slide just shows you that there are big benefits from moving towards a net zero carbon economy. There are costs, of course, but many estimates have shown that the benefits over time outweigh the costs. We and others have estimated the benefits of moving to a much more sustainable economy. We could, for example, reduce the 5 million deaths or so caused by ambient air pollution every year, which increases the risk of heart disease, stroke, lung cancer, and so on. Several million deaths a year are linked to physical inactivity, which are best addressed through our more sustainable transport systems. And recently, the Eat Lancet Commission has suggested about 15 million deaths annually could be prevented by shifting to what they call a planetary health diet, which is a plant-rich diet, much healthier for people and much lower environmental impact. So big potential near-term benefits from moving towards a more sustainable economy, as well as the benefits of reducing the risks of climate change itself. So in conclusion, I'd like to leave you with the thought that there are really increasing threats to human health. We are very poorly prepared to address those threats at the moment. We are not adapting quickly enough. We're not mitigating quickly enough. But the potential is there. So we can still scale up adaptation and mitigation strategies and protect human health from at least some of the worst impacts of climate change, and also reap these near-term benefits. I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andy. Thank you for introducing us to these numbers, to your thoughts, also to the term solastalgia, which I must confess is the first time I hear. Can I just quickly ask you again, for the purpose of us being here at the WPC, How much is health coming to the political forum on climate, to the COP? I understand it's slowly coming in. Could you just comment on this?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I mean, COP, health was sidelined. If you look back, 10, 15 years ago, it was a very small part. It's much more central now. But I would say it's still not centered in the negotiations because there are the different elements of COP. There's the side events, and there are a lot of side events on health, but often they're just talking to the health community. And actually, the point is we need to talk to the broader policy community. It cannot be siloed in the health community. And that is not happening sufficiently. We also know that many of the statements around health are inadequate. They focus just on adaptation and not on mitigation. But we are also seeing in the last few days a kind of, if you like, not exactly a parallel, but another process which is building on COP, also born out of the frustrations of COP, because COP's not moving quickly enough. And that is the Santa Marta Conference, which is really dedicated to the phasing out of fossil fuels, led by the Colombian and the Dutch governments. And so health will play a part in those deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's now move to another key area today, of concern for the future, that is demographic shifts. And it's my special pleasure to give the floor to a wonderful person and a good friend, Dr. Margaret Chan, who is the Dean of the School of Public Health at Tsinghua University, who will speak to us from China. And as you would all know, Margaret has been is the former Director General of the World Health Organization. Margaret.
Thank you, Michel. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I want to first and foremost thank the Policy Conference for the invitation. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to begin with a health threat, one that is more certain than any pandemic that I have dealt with in my career. It is accelerating in every region of the world, and there is no vaccine for it. The condition I'm describing is aging. Of course, every person in this room is already affected. Human beings are living longer than ever before. It is one of the great achievements of the 20th century. It is the product of better governance, economic development, scientific advancement, and public health. When I began my career in medicine some time ago, global life expectancy was just over 60. Today, it is over 73. And in my home city in Hong Kong, it has reached 85, among the highest anywhere on earth. In a single lifetime, we have added decades, and I emphasize decades, to human life. This is remarkable. But there is a paradox. We have been very successful in helping people to live longer. We have not been successful about preparing our society for aging. In 2020, there were about 1 billion people aged 60 and over. By 2050, the number will be more than double to 2.1 billion. 1 in every 5 people on Earth will be aged 60 and over. What makes this especially urgent is the speed at which it is happening. Let me quote an example. France took well over a century for its share of older people to double from 7 to 14%. China will complete the same transition in roughly 25 years. What does that mean? An entire century of demographic change compressed into one generation. At Tsinghua University, where I serve as Dean of the School of Public Health, aging is one of the most pressing topics in our research and our policy discussion with government. China is navigating this transition at a speed and at a scale that has no precedent. But China is not alone. Across East Asia, across Europe, this shift in reshaping the foundation of how societies are organized. Over the past century, the world has invested enormously in extending human life, in vaccines, in antibiotics, in maternal and child health, in climate change, in disease surveillance, and rightly so. This investment has saved millions of lives, but we have invested far less in adapting to longevity or aging societies. Aging is unlike an outbreak. It does not produce the same sense of urgency. It does not make headline. It does not trigger emergency funding. So, what does it do? It gets quietly delegated to the Ministry of Health or to social welfare. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a serious mistake. Let me repeat, this is a serious mistake because the consequences of population aging reach into every domain that leaders in this room deal with. In many countries, the ratio of working age people to retirees is falling very sharply. When younger generation feel the cost of supporting their elders is no longer fair, there is a fracture in the social contract. These are problems of governance, of political economy, of social design. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to share 3 observations. They are drawn from my years in global health and from where I am seeing in China and across Asia. The first one is that we must stop treating aging as a problem and start treating it as a transition that we can shape. Unfortunately, very few countries have begun to design their societies around the reality of longevity. This means rethinking retirement, education, urban planning, and labor markets, not as an incremental adjustment, but as a serious redesign of a world in which many people will spend a quarter of their lives after the age of 60. The second is that spending on health must be understood as an investment, not simply as cost. Every additional year of healthy life is not only a gift to the individual, it is an economic asset. Healthy elderly people work, innovate, care for their families, and contribute to their societies. We see this in Hong Kong, where many people in their 70s are active, engaged, and productive. But achieving this requires shifting resources upstream towards prevention, towards primary health care, towards early management of chronic diseases, rather than waiting until people are frail and dependent. The third is that while this challenge is global, the response must be tailored. the demographic realities of Germany, Nigeria, and Brazil are very different. Even within Asia, the contrasts are sharp. There is no single model, but there is an urgent need for political leaders to learn from one another and to share what works. Ladies and gentlemen, I began by describing aging as a threat with no vaccine. Let me return to that. If there's a vaccine, it is political leadership. It is the willingness to act on challenge that is slow-moving but certain. We have spent decades making it possible for people to live longer. Now, we must make it possible for them to live well. The choice we make in the next decade will determine whether longer lives become a source of strength for our societies or a source of crisis. This is a question for every leader in this room. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Margaret. Thank you for this call, and thank you for your passionate commitment to promoting healthy longevity now. Thank you. Let me now turn to you, Christine, and we'll shift topics and come to artificial intelligence and the challenges, but also the benefits that we may foresee from the interaction of AI and health. Christine Chouara is the head of data science and artificial intelligence at the Swiss Federal Office of Statistics, and a leading specialist. Some of you may have heard her yesterday in Atelier 3 on artificial intelligence. Christine.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for inviting me. So I will try to be brief, and I will try to articulate my contribution into 4 parts. Like the first one, I would like to define with you what artificial intelligence is, because words matter. Then I will try to address risks, and I'll try to conclude on positive notes on the potential and what we can do next. And so words matter because we talk about artificial intelligence a lot, and it's important to agree on what it is. And I will take the policy definition of the OECD. So an AI system is a machine-based system that infers from inputs to generate outputs. So it's something that is very broad. And the output can be many things. So it can be predictions, and Antoine will speak about that. It can be content, like text or images, which is what we very often think about, ChatGPT, etc. It can be recommendations, what you get when you want to rent a movie, or it can be a decision, should I perform surgery or not, for example. And at the core of it, there is really what we think about intelligence. The core paradigm is, are we trying to imitate or are we trying to augment capacity? And so it's like flying, right? When you want to fly, you can try to imitate a bird and have a device with flapping wings, and it doesn't work. Or you can try to understand the principles of aerodynamics, and you have the jet plane, right? And so the core paradigm is to try to augment human capability, and it means that it can have impacts on many, many fields, and it can also use aspects that we not necessarily think about, like computer vision or robotics, that can also have something to do with our aging societies. And there are, in my view, three categories of risks. The first one is the evidence problem. So there was an editorial in Nature Medicine last week about the fact that maybe AI adoption is outpacing the evidence of why we are adopting AI. And I don't want to mention that as a Luddite, by no means. It's a call for proportional evidence. So if we make very strong claims about what AI can do, it's important to have proportional evidence that it will actually achieve what it's claiming it's achieving. And to do that, we need a monitoring of AI systems in clinical settings or in health system settings with a shared responsibility between regulators, health organizations, scientific communities. The second risk, and that was mentioned in the WHO report, the Europe report a couple of months ago, is the human risk of so what we familiarly call brain rot, which is cognitive atrophy, and which is relying so much on AI for decision making that there's an erosion of clinical and critical judgment. And personal story, like I rely so much on apps when I'm driving that I sometimes end up in the garden of someone, literally. And and there's also the risk of poor advice in mental health, or poor advice to people who don't have access to quality care, right? And there's the energy footprint, the climate impact of massive data centers, of brute force. We want to do more. And potentially a widening economic divide. There's the third category of risk, and it's the one of equity and bias, but it would take more than 10 minutes to talk about that. And I'd like to conclude on the potential. There's a huge potential from the clinical to the global level. So at the clinical level, it can be drug discovery, imaging, so it's so powerful in imaging, personalized medicine, with the condition, in my view, that it works if the human in the loop is trained properly to work, to coexist, and be augmented by the AI system. At the population level, there's also a lot, and Antoine, I think, will tell a lot about outbreak detection or disease trends. At the global level, there's also a potential to scale underserved regions, and so the potential is huge. And I'm a practitioner, so I practice artificial intelligence within the public sector, and so for me, it's what is my call to action? How can I help? And I thought a lot about the subtitle of this World Policy Conference, which is about a reasonably open world. So what does it mean as a data science and AI practitioner? What does it mean in health? And so data, for me, is at the core of all we're doing, all the decisions we're making. And it's been mentioned by Andy, it's been mentioned by Margaret, we decide based on data. And my thought process is, how can we be reasonably open about data and health data in particular? So I'd like to mention two initiatives that we are really working on. The first one is to make data open enough for innovation. And there's an initiative at the Federal Statistical Office in Switzerland. It's called the Trusted Data Observatory. How it's Geneva-based with partners, interested partners from the World Bank, the OECD, etc. How can we make data discoverable? Health data, so governments produce a lot of information. We noticed at the beginning of the COVID pandemic that coming up with data was so hard. So how do we facilitate data discovery? We facilitate data discovery by making metadata readily available. So data about the data itself. So for example, you have pictures in your phone. when was it taken, where is it, with which camera, and so on. And sometimes the metadata is even more important than the data itself. And the second thing is, it's important to be reasonably open, so openness can be done through metadata. How about protection? Because we need to protect health data for trust. And we're trying, so with my own team, so we're a team of about 15 people, and we're trying to produce a public good that helps perform analysis on health data without seeing the health data itself. So we work on something that we call eyes-off analytics. So we don't see the data. As a researcher, you don't see the data, but you can work on your algorithms, work on your tools. When you're ready, you submit your algorithms to the data that you cannot see, but you get insights that are correct. And so it means that, a little technicality, we use randomness to protect the privacy of the individuals. And the thing is that we try to answer the scientific questions without caring about anyone in particular, but with caring about everyone as groups of analysis. And so we are completing pilots at national scale with 3 universities in Switzerland, and we hope we can make the system available to other countries and other entities to really unleash all the health data that governments have, and that would be so useful for policy making and academic research. And so just one sentence to conclude. I think we need to build AI systems that sharpen human expertise and that protect also sovereignty and confidentiality, but that serve global equity. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Christine. Fascinating. Can I just stay on the eyes-off initiative? So that would bring together, that would make it possible to bring together data sources from the public and the private sectors. Yes, could you elaborate on this?
Yes, so that's the goal. So the goal is to be able to allow collaboration among partners who do not have trust in each other. Trust because they don't have the legal basis to collaborate. And so it would work ideally, and we are actually developing it for the next year also and trying to scale nationally. We would have, say, data sources from an Office of Public Health, say from another office or the private sector or researchers. And we have ways we can guarantee that when we combine the data and we do not see, neither partner sees the data of the other, nobody sees it because it's an enclave, so it's really something we cannot see. Insights are generated there, and then the results are returned with a guarantee done by randomness, meaning that you don't get the exact precise answer to the 5th digit, but it doesn't matter. You can do it, and we can guarantee mathematically and computationally that the data is never seen. So it's sort of quoting, it's St. Thomas, but in the other direction. How can you trust when you cannot see? So you cannot see the data, but you should see the metadata, the infrastructure, and the data governance. So that's how we want to make reasonably open a concrete reality. Mm-hmm. And we're really working on it. If you're interested, please reach out. And it's a public good, so we are an innovation center. We want to work with you, and we want to help scientists and policymakers do their work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Je vais passer au français pour introduire Antoine Flao, que vous connaissez de nos sessions sur la santé précédentes à la World Policy Conference. Antoine a été très longtemps, jusqu'il y a quelques mois, le directeur de l'Institut de santé globale à la faculté de médecine de l'Université de Genève. Et il vient de revenir maintenant en France, à Paris Cité, l'Université Paris Cité, d'où il venait avant de se rendre en Suisse. Antoine est un grand spécialiste de santé publique et il s'intéresse en ce moment particulièrement à la prévention, qui est un des aspects de la santé, on pourrait dire négligé, à côté de la philosophie de l'intervention thérapeutique, la prophylaxie en santé publique, au-delà des méthodes vaccinales ou de la prophylaxie médicamenteuse, la philosophie même d'appréhender la santé par la prévention est quelque chose qui, de l'avis d'Antoine, de l'avis de nombreux spécialistes, est un domaine absolument sous-représenté dans la conscience de ceux qui prennent les décisions de politique publique, non seulement dans nos pays occidentaux, mais un peu partout dans le monde. Antoine.
Oui, allow me to continue in English.
Ah, okay. I didn't know you were. I didn't. We could have dialogue in English. Okay.
Thank you, Michel.
Please go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Michel.
I didn't know.
And thank you, Thierry de Montbrial, also for allowing us to have this session at the World Policy Conference on health issues. Yes, I would like to rebound on what Margaret just said. When she said we have not been prepared to aging, we have not prepared the world to aging. There are some paradox because, of course, we have succeeded to achieve this doubling of the life expectancy in 1 century, which is a huge success for humanity. And we have invested a lot in healthcare. And we, since maybe after the World War II, in Europe, but not only in Europe, in many parts of the developed world, we have succeeded to cure all people for their disease, whatever the cost, and whatever their conditions, their social conditions. Of course, it's not totally true, but we can say, for instance, in Europe, in Western Europe, that poor and riches can be treated with the most expensive drugs and treatments against all the disease today. So the achievement is quite impressive. But we have totally failed, and the major failure of public policies regards prevention. We are not able today to give the same access to preventions to the rich and the poor people. It is true in all the actionable determinant of prevention. I mean, for instance, diabetes, obesity, even tobacco consumption, smoking tobacco, is prone to a huge social gradient. You have always a major part of the poor people who suffer from obesity, from tobacco consumption, from diabetes. For instance, in France, half of the people living with high blood pressure does not know that they live with a high blood pressure. And those who know that, half of them are not treated properly. And most of those who are not treated properly and who do not know that they suffer from high blood pressures are from the poor, the deprived segment of the population. So it is true for cancer screening. It is true for also vision loss, for hearing loss. It is true for alcohol and drugs. So there is not even one segment of the prevention which is not affected by the social gradients. When you have a tertiary degree, a university degree, you have 5 times less risk to have an Alzheimer's disease than when you have no degrees. So it is true for cancer. It is true for hypertension and cardiovascular disease. So we are currently building a society which I will name a two-tier aging society. There is one part of the society which is experiencing morbidity compression, meaning that, as Margaret said, in Hong Kong, but it is not so far in Europe, we have a life expectancy of 85 years at birth. And the morbidity compression means that you will spend a very small part of these life years with morbidity, with chronic conditions, with dependence. You will benefit with morbidity compression, with prevention which has been adopted from the early age to all your life. You will have a lot of chance to benefit from morbidity compression for healthy life years. Healthy life years are, the number of healthy life years are 8 more at 65 when you are wealthy and well educated than when you are deprived or poorly educated. 8 or 9 years more of healthy life years. Meaning that the other part of the society, those who are the most deprived and less educated, will not benefit mostly from this morbidity compression. They will suffer from morbidity expansion. Because of the healthcare system, they will live longer, but with morbidity, with chronic conditions, which are expensive, which leads to dependency, which cannot afford to work and when retired, which means lower participation of society, which is a double burden for those who are deprived and less educated. So the main risk today is that, and probably we need to invest much more, maybe not in prevention, but maybe to target preventive measures for those who are not, who does not have the access to that, does not have the access to physical activity, to good diet, healthy diet. Healthy diet is always more expensive than junk food and ultra-transformed food. So all these preventive services, all these preventive measures should be mostly and should be prioritized to this segment of the society which may benefit the most today from these preventive measures. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Antoine. Thank you. Let's now, from aging, let's move to youth and turn to the African continent. And it's a pleasure for me to introduce Juliette Touakli, who is a pediatrician by training and currently the Mercy Ship's ambassador. Juliette will address health challenges and responses to health challenges in Africa. Africa has a number of global and of continental specific somehow challenges. But in recent years, and particularly following the COVID pandemic, Africa has taken a number of remarkable initiatives to build continental resilience. The African CDC, I mean, everyone has heard about the African CDC, an African regulatory agency, a plan to become resilient in the development and production of vaccines and essential medicines, with an amazingly remarkable political cohesion. Africa is so diverse, but when it comes to building a continental plan on health, it's been remarkably united. And this is wonderful. And Juliette comes from Ghana, and the president of Ghana, of course, is one of the leading figures in this transformation, and he's taken recently the lead on political discussions about reforming what we call the global health architecture. And the name of that initiative is the Accra Reset. So for all of these reasons, it's great to have you, Juliette. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Michel, and thank you, Thierry, for inviting me back again for this important conference. It's a real pleasure to be here. It always is so informative. Thank you. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, as Michel has explained, we're witnessing a profound transformation in the health landscape of sub-Saharan Africa. And this is one that will define the continent's future through 2050. Yes, life expectancy is rising. And yes, the overall disease burden is improving. But beneath that progress, something fundamental is shifting. The era dominated by communicable, maternal, neonatal, and nutritional diseases is giving way to a new reality. A reality defined by non-communicable diseases. As mentioned earlier, heart disease, strokes, obesity, diabetes, and cancer. These are rising rapidly, driven by urbanization, demographic changes, and evolving lifestyles. And with them comes a critical and often under-recognized consequence: a surge in the demand for safe, timely surgical care. Africa is not standing still, however, in the face of this shift. Across the continent, we are seeing a deliberate rethinking of health policy, practices, and partnerships. Partnerships are being redefined so that external support strengthens national systems rather than replaces them. Countries are beginning to act together through regional blocs such as the African Union, the Africa CDC, and other programs, to negotiate, to align, and to lead. Domestic investment is increasing, and resource mobilization is accelerating. Industrial policies are being protected. In the era of the African continental free trade, there is definitely a leaning towards pooled procurements of products and services, which has been very helpful. And critically, there has been a new emphasis on data, on digital health, on artificial intelligence, and on stronger surveillance systems. We are also beginning to see bold financial innovations. Dr. Jean Kasseya, the Director General of the African CDC, is advancing a landmark initiative, a $1 billion debt for health swap. External debt being converted into domestic investments, i.e. liabilities being transformed into lives saved. And this is not just a financing mechanism. It has become a statement of intent. And that intent is clear. Safe surgery is no longer optional. It has become essential. At the 2026 West African College of Surgeons meeting recently in Accra, President John Mahama put it rather plainly. Investment-ready, policy-relevant health facilities are no longer a luxury. They have become a necessity. This momentum will certainly continue in the months ahead as leaders gather again in Ghana, I believe in November, to focus on surgical, obstetric, and anesthetic safety. Because the reality is stark. Non-communicable diseases are rising fast and they demand surgical solutions. For example, with cancer, surgery is often the most cost-effective way to save the lives of those affected. But at the same time, Africa still accounts for half of all maternal deaths globally. Many of these deaths are preventable with access to safe emergency obstetric care. And increasingly, our women are facing a dual burden: the communicable risks that still pertain and non-communicable diseases, such as I've said, cancer, heart disease, stroke, diabetes, obesity, etc. And this makes one thing absolutely clear: improving surgical, obstetric, and anesthesia care, especially for women, is not just a health priority. It's an economic priority, a social priority, and a developmental priority. Women are central to all of our economies, and also within our communities, and to our health systems. If women cannot access safe care, our systems simply won't succeed. Yet, major challenges do remain. Too many facilities lack the appropriate workforce, the appropriate infrastructure, and appropriate resources. And there are still too many patients who live beyond the critical 2-hour access window for essential surgical care. Regional hospitals are beginning to try to work to redress the situation, but it is slow going. For too long, surgery has been seen secondary, almost, and that perception is beginning to change, but it must continue to change quickly. We saw a turning point last year in Kigali at the Pan-African Surgical Health Forum, where 40 African governments came together and agreed on a shared plan forward, a continent-wide surgical policy and stronger national systems that will include expansion of the workforce capacity and a unified voice. This has become African leadership at scale. At the same time, partners such as mine, Mercy Ships, have helped catalyze certain actions through the 2022 Dakar Declaration and a bold roadmap for the future. Today, more than half of Africa's health ministers have endorsed this vision. We are also seeing innovation where it matters the most, which is on the ground. Public-private partnerships are delivering practical solutions, such as solar-powered oxygen systems to rural and urban hospitals, bringing the reliability required for safe surgical care. New biomedical technologies addressing septic shock and postpartum hemorrhage, two of the most important killers of our women, and expanded surgical programs are beginning to reach previously underserved communities. And importantly, a shift towards local leadership, local investment, and local ownership. This is happening at a time when external supports have been changing, in many cases being reduced. But rather than slowing progress, it has begun to drive a new kind of resilience, seen as an opportunity to close the gap for the over 5 billion still without access to safe, affordable surgery, and to firmly establish surgical care as a cornerstone of universal health coverage. Ultimately, this is more than just treating disease. It is about prevention. It's also about resilience. It's about building systems that can withstand the challenges of tomorrow. All across Africa, we're seeing a decisive shift from fragmentation to coordination, from dependency to ownership, from limitation to possibility. And this is not just a moment of change. It is a moment of transformation. And if sustained, it will redefine the future of health on our African continent. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Juliette. I'm looking at the clock. I see we have time for maybe 2 questions. can I turn to the audience? Yes. Oh, I see several hands raised. Madame here to the left, or yes, please. Can I ask you to introduce yourself?
Yes, good morning. I'm Carrie Helferty Hardy. The question I have is particularly addressed to Mr. Haynes, but to the entire panel, and that's that the intersection of health, not only with climate change, but also with food security and with national security. In other words, how does health fit into the larger global context? And if you could address some of those intersections, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take another question, Monsieur.
Thank you. Well, my question is quite related to yours, but it's maybe directed to also the, Professor Flahaut. You said that prevention is needed to prevent crisis, and as we all know, prevention also costs money. But in the meantime, there has never been that much funds invested in armies than today. So how do we articulate the global health need for prevention with all the other areas of investment that our today's world needs?
Thank you. Andy?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, this is a really fundamental question at the moment. I fully agree. At the moment, as you know, there's a great deal of focus on security, but it's often seen in a very narrow militaristic sense of security. And military security is only, in my view, only one dimension of security. And I think, as your question implied, there are many other drivers of insecurity, particularly the environment, the global environmental changes. I only spoke about climate change, but of course there are 9 planetary boundaries, if you agree with the work of Johan Rockstrom and others, which I do. And we see the food system is driving the transgression of multiple planetary boundaries. So not just climate, biodiversity, nitrogen and phosphorus loading, chemicals, and so on. So the food system is profoundly dysfunctional. It's also failing to provide a healthy, nutritious diet for the world population. We see a couple of billion people suffering from overweight and obesity, and still hundreds of millions suffering from undernutrition. So you're absolutely right. The food system, to my mind, has been neglected as a cause of insecurity of the human population. And we need to redefine security and look at what really the fundamental issues are. And military conflict is only one of them. And I would argue that the military threat is only a fairly small part of the overall challenge to human security. And it's these big global environmental changes that are really going to have a big, potentially anyway, a big global impact. So I think we need to do a great deal of work in reframing security, using human health and the health of our planet as the primary definition of security. And for that reason, we and others have been working on this concept of planetary health, which really makes it clear that human health is inseparable from the health of natural systems, the natural systems on which our whole civilization ultimately depends. So I think we need a reframing of security. We need to think clearly what the underlying drivers of our insecurity are, and many of them we've already touched upon this morning. And we need to then start to focus resources on the real drivers of insecurity, not just to adapt to them, but also to mitigate them, to actually tackle the driving forces of insecurity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andy. Antoine, we have just 1 minute left, maybe, but please try and answer the question.
Yes, probably Margaret Chan could comment also, because China has considered health as an investment for a while. Having a society in good shape, in good health, is an investment, is good for the economy. And so investing in health and investing in prevention, avoiding morbidity expansion, morbidity when you are retired, allow you to work after retirement, allow you to have activities which contribute to the gross national product of the country. So considering health as an investment, of course, many European countries have known that from the end of the World War II by providing universal health coverage. And Japanese probably also have foster preventive physical activity, preventive measures also, which are considered as an economic investment.
Margaret, would you like to add a very quick word?
Yes, indeed. Prevention is invented not only by China, okay? China is gung-ho about preventing. Human health is the priority in this government. So we would like to work with partners, with anybody who is helping my school. Well, mind you, my school is very small by China's standard. We have a small school and we are only about 6 years old. And Anton, and of all people, knows the school very well. And thank you for serving as the International Advisory Board. And we need your help, your inspiration, and your, how should I say, working together. Health is paramount.
Thank you,
Case
Margaret.
closed.
Thank you. So with this, we come to the conclusion of this session. I hope that this session has helped everyone realize the how challenging health may be in very different aspects as we went from one issue to another, but also how much health is interfaced with policy, and how much at the end policy, politics, geopolitics interact with health. So thank you all. Thank you for your attention. Thank you to our speakers.
Nabil, bonjour.
Bonjour.
Our friends from the WPC know that you are a very, I should not say old friend of us. I should not say because, of course, you are not an old friend, you are a friend of long standing. And the first thing I want to do is to congratulate you for your election as the next Secretary General of the Arab League. But today, in your current capacity, you are not yet the Secretary General of the Arab League. That will take place on the 1st of July, which means that you are still a free man. So in our discussion this morning, I suggest that you are a very free discussion, as we could have had if you had not been elected in that very important job. And my first question, actually, they should know that you do not know what my first question is. It's a total surprise. So my first question is simple. We are through now the second Iran war. The first one was last year, the 12 days war. And the first one was relatively clear in its objectives, and it lasted 12 days, and the objectives seem to have been reached last year. But the relevance, so to speak, of this second war is not as clear. So my first question is, do you think that the Americans, that is President Trump, have made a mistake in undertaking this second war?
First of all, Thierry, thank you for inviting me back again. It's always a pleasure to be here, and thank you for being a better diplomat than I am in your introduction. I've gone through the first phase of the election. The second one will happen very soon, but the actual taking charge is 1st of July. And you're right, I've always spoken on my own behalf, and I will continue to do that, but I have a less formal position now anyway. You, as usual, ask a great question, but as usual, let me be a bit provocative. I'm not sure the second phase is over. So we said the first war is over. I'm not sure the second one is over yet. Just what happened 2 days ago with the Americans announcing that they're sending a delegation, then the Iranians saying, we'll send a delegation, but they won't meet the Americans. And then the Americans not going. Well, how are we going to get out of this predicament? Will we see violence start again, or will we see negotiations start again? I think it serves both sides to engage in intensive diplomatic, because the military will not solve this. Military force will not solve this. To answer your question, do I think Trump was mistaken or not? Short answer is yes. More precise answer is I don't know, because I don't know what the objective was for the second phase. Irrespective, the world and the Middle East is going through a very traumatic, chaotic phase. Yesterday, you were the host of the Serbian ambassador, Serbian president, and he talked about war against Serbia decades ago. Ukraine was mentioned as well. In a continent where people were saying that there will be no more wars. My region, Middle East, I used to joke lightly, and I regret it, when I was foreign minister, that my nightmares were better than my days. Because nightmares are over when you wake up, and ministers don't sleep very long, so you wake up quickly. And I would wake up, and I'd have a failed state on my western border in Libya, problems happening in Sudan, a lack of a peace process and violence between Palestinians and Israelis, a civil war in Syria. Yemen was just about starting. My colleague today, the Egyptian foreign minister, has a worse situation. The region is in complete chaos because the world is also in disorder. And the reason behind both of this is we're moving from the premise that we should have relations based on the force of law to the premise that our relations should be based on the law of force. And law of force is no longer clearly defined, whether we want to define force or power. Traditionally, people have looked at it in terms of military hard assets. There was a comment just before us that power is much more than that, and I completely agree with that. The reality is, power is your influence. Can you influence events? And how much alone, how much with others? Domestically or regionally? I don't think anybody today has conclusive power. So I see a world order that's going to be more chaotic, and I see a regional dimension that regrettably is going to have much more turmoil. But we need to go back to diplomacy. That's the only way out of this predicament.
Well, thank you very much. You are actually internationally known first as a very good diplomat, but also as a thinker. That is, you are one of the few people on this planet who really think international relations globally and with a real method. You just spoke of a new order that will be more chaotic. But if you allow me, it's a contradiction in words. Because if it is chaotic, it is not an order. So the question is, because you use that term, what kind of order could you imagine as emerging in a finite time span? Because, or to reformulate my question, are we, even with good diplomats, with prominent diplomats, are we bound to live the next generation, next 20 years in a totally chaotic Middle East?
Well, again, it's an issue of perspective.
Yeah.
If you look at it from the world from a developing country, from the south, there is an order where the more powerful had the sway of events. It did not provide us with peace and security. So for us, the order was actually even chaotic when there was a previous order. But let me answer your question directly. I actually believe that even as markets globalize, conflicts are regionalizing in most cases. And I actually believe that conflict resolution needs to be much more region-specific than it has been in the past. The Middle East, Arab and non-Arab, needs to establish its own security system based on a set of principles, what is acceptable, what is not acceptable, based on a set of security arrangements to respond to crisis, and based on a futuristic outlook for what is coming. Now, regrettably, we will continue to have political strife in the Middle East for some time, for problems of bad governance, for problems of imbalances of power, but there will also be new problems. And I would just throw two of them out at you very quickly: water and food security. Middle East is suffering from the highest rate of water shortages than anywhere else in the world. And if you have a crisis, or if you want a configuration where economic growth is low, the ability of Middle East countries to pay for water is even going to be much more difficult. But let me throw out a formula for you, and I'm going to take advantage of Thierry here for a second. Like you, I'm a mathematician by education. Let me throw numbers at you. Any country that wants to have a sense of security has to be able to determine their security needs 40% based on their own capacity, 30 to 40%. Let me be careful here. Any small or medium-sized country, superpowers, I'll leave aside for a second. So if to make my own decisions on a national basis, I have to have the capacity to fulfill about 40% of my needs locally. We live in the world. So then I need to factor in my regional context for about 30%. And our regional context is troublesome. We also live in the larger world, and the world engages in the Middle East. So the third component is the 30%, international law, balanced relations, multilateralism, security, Security Council, and so on. That all has to factor in. I actually believe that over time, as each and every one of us rebalances themselves, you will have a better security system, a better order in the Middle East and beyond the Middle East. But presently, the huge imbalances has created a situation of increased aggressiveness, increased ambitions, when in previous times we were always looking at the end of the Cold War as the beginning of a much better era. Well, the reality is the end of the Cold War has led to more disorder because we didn't establish the right context for the post-Cold War. The same applies in our region. I want Arab countries to have a stronger political deterrent, which means policy, economics, and military, and also have a stronger resilience capacity. That will make them better partners within their region, able to influence the regional parties. Otherwise, yes, you're going to have a cycle of violence.
Well, thank you very much. Extremely clear and interesting. The day before yesterday, as you know, we had Anwar Gargash for a similar discussion, but he was online, of course. And he said that from the viewpoint of security, we should distinguish in the Arab world between the Middle East proper, that is in the Gulf countries, which are primarily concerned with Iran as a big power. You know, whoever is in charge, whatever the regime can be, and the Levant, the Near East, which is more focused and concerned by the Israeli-Palestinian issue, which has been forgotten until very recently again. My question is, would you agree that this could be a good starting point for analyzing the situation from the viewpoint of the Arab world? And if that distinction is relevant, what are the consequences into thinking on the future security order?
I think connectivity and technology has been instrumental in clarifying to all of us that compartmentalizing problems is only for a certain period of time. They ultimately spill over into each other. That's my first point. So I'm not a big fan of saying this part versus this part. there will ultimately be a spillover. And one specific example, in the negotiations now between the Americans and the Iranians, direct or indirect, one of the elements is Hezbollah. Now, this is a Lebanese force on Lebanese territory that is in conflict with Israel. So the idea that you can separate this from this is not my piece of cake, really. But I don't think that was, I did not have the pleasure of following Dr. Girgesh, but I don't think that was what he meant. We need to be able to deal with all of our problems at the same time. The adversaries, the main problem in the Palestine-Israel situation is the rights of one party are not being respected, and therefore there's a security concern for the other party. The problem in Iran, again, is a conflict about rights, but they're about different parties. So if we were to argue that let's solve the Palestinian problem and ignore the Iranian problem, you will end up with having tensions. If you decide that let's solve the Iranian problem but ignore the Palestinian problem. And as we are focusing on the Iran war today, there are at least 100 Palestinians being killed every day in the West Bank of the River Jordan. So for me, the Arab world starts in Mauritania. It goes all the way North Africa, all the way to the Levant, down to the Gulf. They have a lot of things in common, concerns in common, but they will have different priorities at different points in time, of course. But I want to solve the problems with Iran, and what Iran did against the Arab Gulf states is condemnable by any standard and unacceptable. Violation of territory by force is unacceptable. And let me just quickly jump in here. I spoke in Moscow a year ago, and I said in Moscow that irrespective of your debate with the West about Ukraine, for me, violation of territory, it's inadmissibility of violation of territory by force. So I cannot accept what you did in Ukraine, irrespective of what you think the justification was between you and the Americans. And so again, in essence, for me, we need to do both. You cannot condone what Iran did because of the Palestine-Israel situation, and you cannot condone what Israel has done and is doing because of the tensions with Iran.
So I would like to try to keep a few minutes for questions from the audience, but can we focus for a minute or two or three on Iran? No, Iran is Persia. It is a very big nation state, and it will remain a very big nation state. So at some point there will be a new regime of some sort, and Iran will or could become great again. So the Magda version of Iran. So the Arab the world, the Arab Middle East will be, as it ever was, surrounded by giants, so to say, regional giants, non-Arab giants such as, well, Iran potentially, again, and Turkey, of course. So that will, at some point, recreate a balance of power problem of a very classical nature. Do you think that these kind of considerations already affect the politics of the Gulf countries in particular? I'm thinking, of course, of the small Gulf states, but I'm thinking particularly of Saudi Arabia and potentially Egypt, of course, which is everywhere.
I've always felt that the Arab Middle East, I'm Arab, so let me speak on that behalf, needs to be more proactive in defining its own future rather than reacting to plans from others. I've always felt that we needed to look deal with our immediate problems. All politicians have to deal with today's problems, but also look forward at what's coming next. So, yes, I expect that Iran will be in the region for generations to come. And there will be periods of time where they're strong, periods of time where they may be weak. We need to deal with, and they will react positively and negatively in both cases. We have to be prepared for that situation. Anyway, part of it is, I use the term political influence, because for me, power is its influence. How do you project that? And that may be by creating a Arab incentive for Iran. It may be by creating an Arab deterrent for Iran, or both at the same time. I don't want to be reacting to an Iranian Middle East proposal only, or an Israeli one, or a Turkish one for that matter. But I can't ignore any of them. So let's be proactive. Let's put our thoughts on the table and build ourselves at the same time. It is not possible to depend on even your best friends for your security most of the time, because they will have their own priorities. And again, it's not possible to expect them to react to crisis at your real-time needs if there are other crises. So, yes, Arabs need to be individually and collectively stronger, and they need to be future-oriented.
So a corollary to that unusual question, with that, if we think ahead in the next 20, 30 years, and I think we have to do that for a number of reasons, does it make sense to think that the main Arab countries of the region could become real allies with Israel? This, by the way, was, it seems to me, behind Dr. Gargash's remarks the other day, because of the Abraham Accords, the future of the Abraham Accords, etc., etc. But an allies in the sense, allies not in with formal alliances, not this sort of thing, but in terms of balance of power thinking in the global region. Does it make sense?
Well, again, let me speak from my own perspective. My country was the first country to sign a peace agreement with Israel. Yeah. So we want peace. If there's a peace agreement, if there is a Palestinian-Israeli peace, that will help a lot of other Arab countries also engage. That should be the objective. The objective should not be war, should not be conflict. So in essence, if we were to have a peaceful Middle East, you should see more cooperation between Arabs and Israelis, irrespective of their relations with Iran. But secondly, I would not want, and I would not expect the Israelis want, to condition my relations with Israel on what I do with Iran, or vice versa. And let's not forget, we both come from nations with a long history. Iran under the Shah was closer to Israel than to the Arabs. So let's be realistic. I want to have good, positive relations with Iran, good, positive relations with Israel. I'm not going to make one contingent on the other. What's contingent is right and wrong. But I don't want to be an ally against somebody else. I want to be an ally that serves my interest, serves Arab interest, and speaks truth to power.
Thank you very much, Nabil. So we have about 5 minutes left, and we would be pleased to take 2 or 3 questions. So who would like to intervene? Yes, Faraj Yassin.
I'm delighted to welcome Nabil Fahmy here. My last interaction with him actually involved Iran. he participated in a workshop we arranged in Iraq to discuss the issue of a nuclear weapons of mass destruction free zone in the Middle East. And interestingly, there is an old initiative that was proposed on this topic generations ago, indeed by your father, if I recall, that was proposed by Iran and Egypt. So let's revive it. This is part of Iraq's official policy. I used to be Iraq's ambassador to France, by the way. My question has nothing to do with politics. And I'm asking this question because I'm in France. And France is known for its stellar diplomacy, part of which is its attachment to francophonie. So wherever you go, French diplomats promote the French language in great style, to great effect. Can the Arab League do something like that for the Arabic language? I'm asking this because usually the Arabic language is being promoted by religious schools. And I think the Arabic language deserves a broader recognition. Thank you.
Thank you. Already, if I'm not mistaken, Saudi Arabia had an initiative on this respect a few years ago. But one of the things that I've been playing around with in preparing, for lack of a better term, my action plan later on in the year, is the culture aspect. So you will see more of that, Farid. Thank you.
Other question? Yes. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Allow me as well to extend my personal congratulations on your role. I do not envy you at all under these circumstances. My question has to do not predominantly with the current conflict. We have seen fragmentation in political and diplomatic levels among the Arab League, predominantly in Somalia, Sudan, in Libya, and last but not least, Yemen. If you do agree that there is actual fragmentation, how do you assess it? How deep does it go? And furthermore, we are all looking to the Arab League for guidance. How would you try to promote common denominators in order to alleviate that effect?
Great question. It's one that I've asked myself repeatedly, but let me try to share with you where I've reached so far. My first point is it's called the League of Arab States. So if it succeeds, it will have succeeded because the Arab states are succeeding more. If it fails, it will have failed because the Arab states bear part of the responsibility. But as someone who expects to have more of a responsibility in this regard soon, I also intend to take the initiative in several regards in trying to push, pull, help, encourage Arab countries to deal with their issues. Deal with the problems and deal with the opportunities at the same time. Basically on three different trends. We cannot ignore the conflicts that exist today. So first trend is deal with the challenges. One of them is conflicts, the other is what Farid was mentioning just now. Arab political identity needs to be reinvigorated. Part of that is dealing with the challenge. Second thing is, a point I made earlier, how do we continue to develop ourselves moving forward so we continue to be relevant to the landscape back home in the Arab world and around the world, moving forward, not trying to catch up, but being relevant and being part of the building process. And one element here is 65% of the population of the Arab world is below 30 years of age. They want to look into the future. So we need to focus on this element. How is the continuous development process ingrained in this? Part of that means developing your own institutions. So as we try to digitalize each of our nation states, the Arab League has to see how it modernizes its own apparatus. That's part of the problem. And my third element is for any of the first two to gain traction, Arabs have to see a return on the effort nationally. It can't simply be theory. It has to be, okay, I'm doing between these two countries, and they're both gaining. So I intend to push and promote more bilateral cooperation and more advantages by Arabs to help them work together. On these three tracks, all of that will take time. So, and I'm happy to be held accountable for what I'm going to do, but at the end of the day, I will be a catalyst to try to help Arab countries do what I believe they want to do, and I'm going to build by building on their common agreement, as small as it may be, but believing that their common future is much more beneficial to them than a diversified or less influential future in their own region. Thank you.
Well, thank you very, very much, Nabil. The next two sessions actually are entirely devoted to the Middle East questions. And to conclude, let me formulate our very best wishes for the next few years as one of the great leaders of the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this session on the Middle East. I'm honored and delighted to chair this session, and I would like to thank Thierry, Songnim, and the whole team of the WPC. So we only have actually 1 hour, 59 minutes and 22 seconds to cover a lot of ground. So I won't waste time with a lengthy introduction. Let me just remind you a few facts. Israel and the US started a war on Iran on the 28th of February. Key leaders, including Ayatollah Khamenei, were killed on the first day. They were eliminated, but the regime did not collapse. They were replaced, the main leaders, and through a mix of decentralization and asymmetric tactics, the Iranian Revolutionary Guards and the armed forces managed to be resilient. Iranian leadership opted for a strategy of horizontal escalation, targeting neighboring Gulf countries. It was not only US military assets that were targeted, but also civilian infrastructures. You probably all listened to what Dr. Gargash said on the first day. He said that the strikes coming from Iran's missiles and drones targeted mostly civilian infrastructures. He said 89% of the strikes targeted civilian infrastructures. Iran also decided to enforce a blockade on the Hormuz Strait, later followed by the US. The situation in the Middle East has already had global repercussions, notably in the energy sector, and the longer the war lasts, the more severe the economic consequences will be. And on the first day, we also listened to Patrick Pouyanné, the CEO of Total Energy, who said that if it lasts 2 or 3 months, then we'll enter into an era of scarcity. You probably noticed that then President Macron reacted to this comment, saying that it was probably too alarming and that people should not panic, but still it was said on the first day of the World Policy Conference. And as the fertilizer industry is also impacted, there may even be dire consequences on food security. So you probably all know this military saying that during wars, the first casualty is often the plan. So here the plan was shock and awe, and the result was shock and choke. So just let me provide you with a few figures to illustrate the intensity of the war since from the beginning to the ceasefire on the 8th of April. The US forces conducted 10,000 missions over Iran. 13,000 targets were struck. And the Israeli forces conducted 8,000 missions in Iran, dropping approximately 18,000 bombs. So that's huge. And these figures actually do not include operations in Lebanon. Iran, on its side, fired thousands of missiles and drones towards Israel and the Arab countries. The UAE recorded the highest number of attacks with more than 500 ballistic missiles and 2,300 drones. And as Dr. Gargash mentioned on the first day, the interception rate was approximately 96%. So I won't add any more numbers, that's already too much. I will just introduce quickly the speakers. We'll start with Dorothee Schmidt, my colleague at Ifri. She's the head of the Turkey Middle East program, and she will provide us with a very broad overview of the region. Then we will turn to Itamar Rabinovich, who's a professor emeritus at Tel Aviv University, vice chairman of the INSS, that's the Institute for National Security Studies. He served as ambassador of Israel to the US, and he's also a renowned expert of Syria. He was chief negotiator for Syria. He has a forthcoming book entitled Syria in Revolution, the Civil War and the Fall of the Assads that he co-authored with Carmit Valenci. Then we'll turn to Renaud Girard, who's a senior reporter and international columnist at Le Figaro. And over the past years, he interviewed most of the main actors of this conflict, including Mohammed Khalibaf and Benjamin Netanyahu. And we'll finish with Memdu Karakulukcu, who's the chairman of Croton Consulting, founding vice chair and president of the Global Relations Forum, and who served as the founding managing director of the Istanbul Technique University. So you all understood, I hope I pronounced correctly your name, Memdu, that he's from Turkey. But let's start with Dorothee. So Dorothee, you have approximately 7 minutes. You'll each have 7 minutes, and I'll try to save time for questions because what I've heard from the hallway is that some of you were frustrated because you consider that we don't have enough time for questions, so I'll try to save time for that. Dorothee, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Marc. I'm going to seize the opportunity that we're in Chantilly to speak French, but we can pursue with the debate in English. Merci Marc d'avoir donné les chiffres, très important à rappeler. On est encore dans une séquence militaire et on est dans une séquence de brouillard informationnel aussi, je pense, qui fait qu'on a beaucoup de mal à comprendre quels sont les indicateurs importants. Et je veux insister sur le fait que pour nous, analystes, scénariser cette crise, lui donner un sens, lui raconter une interprétation qui permette de tenir compte de l'ensemble des développements est extrêmement compliqué. Une fois que j'ai dit ça, je vais naturellement simplifier énormément cette situation. Je veux commencer par deux nouvelles qui hier m'ont semblé, sont les nouvelles qui m'ont semblé les plus importantes sur cette région, dans ce que je suis en tout cas, ce qui m'intéresse. On a évidemment, vous l'avez tous vu, l'annulation, qui n'en est pas une, des discussions à Islamabad avec les envoyés américains qui ne sont pas allés au Pakistan, mais néanmoins Donald Trump qui dit que ça ne signifie pas la reprise de la guerre. Donc la poursuite d'une sorte de confusion dans cette discussion diplomatique commencée, mais qui a du mal à avancer. Et l'autre nouvelle très intéressante qui n'a pas forcément fait la une, ce sont les élections dans les municipalités palestiniennes, à Deir-el-Balah à Gaza et en Cisjordanie. Bon, on pourra en donner l'interprétation qu'on souhaite, mais pour moi, qui à l'Ifri essaie d'expliquer que finalement le Moyen-Orient, c'est aussi un lieu où les sociétés aspirent à vivre normalement et qu'on peut très bien les voir comme des sociétés qui ont une grande fatigue de la guerre, c'est très important de voir que des processus politiques reprennent. Ce sont les premières élections depuis 2006 dans les territoires palestiniens. Les médias vous diront que ce sont les premières élections depuis le 7 octobre 2023. L'important, c'est que ce sont les premières élections depuis 2006 pour moi. Et l'autre vision du Moyen-Orient, c'est évidemment un Moyen-Orient qui est condamné à la guerre, à cette fatalité de la guerre. Et les 3 points de mon intervention sont de dire qu'effectivement, comme l'a dit Patrick Pouyanné hier, je crois que c'est la vision là, qui résume le mieux la situation, on a ouvert une boîte de Pandore, mais on ne sait pas comment la refermer. Ensuite, d'essayer de comprendre comment les alignements diplomatiques se calent sur des visions de sécurité à long terme et quelles sont les visions concurrentes. Et puis, un petit point sur le jour d'après, qui sera traité précisément dans la table ronde suivante, sur la reconstruction, qui est un sujet dont nous étions emparés à l'Ifri et qui va certainement rester pour un certain nombre d'années. Alors, cette boîte de Pandore, bon, je vous rappelle qu'il n'y a que l'espérance qui soit restée au fond de la boîte de Pandore. Donc, on revient sur ce discours très fataliste sur le Moyen-Orient. On a un orientalisme positif sur le Moyen-Orient au XIXe siècle qui s'est transformé en une vision d'apocalypse, finalement, au XXe siècle, avec une région qui est, comme je le dis souvent et comme Marc me le répète souvent, une région qui est en voie de devenir une région faillie, à partir d'une collection d'États faillis, ce qu'a rappelé aussi Nabil Fahmy en disant, voyez le voisinage de l'Égypte, vous voyez ce que c'est aujourd'hui. Et j'ai le sentiment qu'on est arrivé aujourd'hui à cette espèce de moment de vérité qui est l'acmé du conflit, qui est l'affrontement entre Israël et l'Iran, qui est celui qu'on attendait depuis des décennies, qui se construisait dans les discours, qui est la fin d'un très long processus. Mais le paradoxe de cet affrontement, c'est qu'en fait, il a élargi le champ. Et ça, on l'a tous compris, effectivement, en termes de nombre de pays impliqués, de pays qui souffrent des retombées militaires, d'abord. Je rappelle qu'il y a eu des missiles tirés par l'Iran jusqu'à Chypre, mais aussi, évidemment, en termes de retombées économiques, le nombre d'activités impactées est très important et l'économie mondiale est suspendue aux événements du détroit d'Ormuz. Et finalement, on a une asymétrie qui ne permet pas aujourd'hui de définir une nouvelle hiérarchie de puissance, vraiment. On a cette énorme démonstration de puissance américaine, tu as cité les chiffres, Marc, mais on a l'Iran qui dit, comme les États-Unis, qu'il a gagné la guerre pour le moment, parce que c'est lui qui est en train de remodeler le Moyen-Orient. Et un Iran qui est en train de reconstituer sa stratégie de dissuasion, qui avant reposait donc sur ce flou sur le programme nucléaire militaire, sur cette capacité balistique et sur ses proxys. Et aujourd'hui, on a une dissuasion qui va reposer sur cette affirmation des gardiens de la Révolution il y a 2 jours, qui est que le contrôle du détroit d'Ormuz est la stratégie définitive de l'Iran. Et l'usage des drones, qui a effectivement transformé la menace, qui a matérialisé une menace sur les pays de la ligne de front, les pays arabes du Golfe, une menace qui est devenue une menace existentielle parce qu'on peut frapper des des infrastructures civiles indispensables, notamment les usines de dessalement. Si on en vient à la question de l'alignement et des visions de sécurité, ce qui m'a beaucoup frappé depuis plusieurs semaines, c'est la façon dont un Donald Trump qui s'est lancé dans cette offensive seul a ensuite essayé d'amener à ses côtés ses alliés, je parle des alliés européens, mais aussi de pays asiatiques qui ont été sollicités pour rejoindre une coalition américaine quand la question du détroit d'Ormuz s'est cristallisée. Et que là, on a eu un début de dissociation du camp occidental, mais avec une recomposition autour de ce pôle franco-britannique qui a réussi à parler beaucoup plus largement qu'aux Européens et qui a donc rallié dans ces visioconférences où 49 pays ont participé à la dernière organisée à Paris, des pays de l'Asie-Pacifique aussi. Et je trouve que c'est très significatif sur cette insistance sur le fait que la France n'est pas belligérant, qu'il s'agit des pays qui ne sont pas belligérants, d'une volonté ne peut pas participer directement au conflit. Mais plus le blocage du détroit d'Ormuz dure, plus la guerre durera, et elle n'est que suspendue. Donald Trump a dit qu'elle ne reprend pas, mais elle n'est que suspendue. Plus ce non-alignement sera difficile à tenir, probablement. Et ça vaut aussi du côté iranien, où on s'est rendu compte que, effectivement, le régime iranien n'a pas d'amis. Personne n'est venu à la rescousse de ce régime. Mais, néanmoins, dans le décor de fond, on s'interroge tous sur, effectivement, l'attitude de la Russie, de la Chine, qui ont probablement aidé indirectement l'Iran. Ceci suggère de réfléchir à plus long terme sur les visions de sécurité. Je vois 3 visions de sécurité qui sont en partie concurrentes, ou peut-être que la troisième est une vision dialectique qui va réconcilier les deux autres. La première, c'est la vision israélienne, qui est quand même très autocentrée, qui consiste à essayer de retrouver la confiance perdue, de sanctuariser à nouveau le territoire israélien en organisant des zones tampons. Et on peut se demander si aujourd'hui le Golfe n'est pas condamné à devenir une zone tampon entre Israël et l'Iran, ce qui est évidemment une grande préoccupation économique. Une vision iranienne qui consiste à donc avoir une dissuasion très forte, mais surtout, à mon avis, à revenir dans le jeu économiquement. Et je crois que pour l'avenir, une des possibilités pour résoudre cette crise sera de faire quelques concessions économiques à l'Iran, tout en reconstituant bien sûr une dissuasion arabe. Et ça, c'est la vision arabe de sécurité dont Nabil Fahmy a peut-être posé quelques bases au moins de réflexion. Et mon dernier point pour conclure, c'est sur la reconstruction. Vous avez vu que, peut-être entendu, que Donald Trump, quand il annonçait les premiers pourparlers à Islamabad, a dit « l'Iran peut commencer sa reconstruction ». Reconstruction qui est devenue un slogan à l'échelle de toute la région. Et aujourd'hui, on a finalement une vision de la reconstruction qui correspond aussi à une idée de remodelage politique. C'est la nouvelle façon de parler du changement de régime au Moyen-Orient, peut-être. Alors, on a d'un côté un projet de promoteur, qui est le projet de la famille Trump, qui est aussi un projet politique indirect. Le déblaiement correspond à cette idée de tabula rasa qu'on avait déjà en 2003 au moment de l'intervention en Irak. Je crois que donc il faut, de ce point de vue-là, pour réfléchir vraiment intelligemment, entre guillemets, à la reconstruction, bien comprendre qu'il faudra intégrer en réalité tous les facteurs sociaux de la reconstruction, y compris des aspects de justice transitionnelle. De ce point de vue-là, il faudra regarder du côté de la Syrie, qui est le seul pays peut-être qui est un peu épargné dans la région par la dynamique de catastrophe actuelle. En conclusion, la grande inconnue, c'est évidemment le rôle futur des États-Unis, mais c'est aussi l'équilibre avec la Chine. Et je voudrais qu'on n'oublie pas que dans la façon dont Donald Trump a travaillé avec les pays du Golfe, dans la suite des accords d'Abraham, on avait aussi l'idée d'amener des financements du Golfe, notamment pour développer la tech américaine, et qu'il fallait amener le Golfe dans la bataille de l'intelligence artificielle du côté des Américains. La crise de confiance avec les États-Unis aujourd'hui ne va-t-elle pas rebattre les cartes en faveur de la Chine?
Merci Dorothée. You used 2 more minutes than the 7 that were allocated to you, but we'll try to stick to 7 to 8 minutes with Itamar. So Itamar, perhaps you want to react to what Dorothée said. She mentioned 3 visions of security, and she started with Israel, saying that it's a self-centered vision. She mentioned buffer zones. She mentioned potentially the Gulf as a buffer zone between Iran and Israel. So broadly speaking, I mean, what's the view from Tel Aviv? And Do you think that what Israel has done over not only the past 2 months, but let's say the past 3 years, will bring security to Israel in the long run? And what is the risk of bringing strategic solitude to your country? Itamar, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Originally, you mentioned that you might want to ask me whether Netanyahu has abandoned the traditional policy of deterrence and adopted a more offensive policy. The short answer is yes. Among other things, deterrence didn't work. There was no deterrence vis-à-vis Hamas, and there was no deterrence vis-à-vis Hezbollah, who on October 8th, after the October 7 attack, decided to join Hamas in a limited way by launching a war of attrition against northern Israel. So Israeli policy since then is very much a policy characterized by trauma of the debacle of October 7, 2023, and offensiveness. Also, you can say Netanyahu's policy because Netanyahu came to dominate Israeli politics and Israeli policy making in a major way. This is not the Netanyahu of 2009 when he came back to power with a very strong security cabinet, with people like Ehud Barak and Dan Meridor, who sometimes denied him freedom of action on security matters. He now pretty much on these issues is his own boss. I should mention also that Prime Minister Netanyahu is facing criminal charges and is also facing an election next October. According to all polls, he is likely to lose that election on the assumption that it takes place on time. Also, as long as the current government is in power with very strong and vocal extreme right-wing elements in the government, diplomacy is pushed back and offensiveness comes to the front. Now, given the, unimpressive, probably what will be an unimpressive outcome of the American-Israeli war with Iran, because of the 4 aims of the war, maybe 2 will be met and 2 would probably be neglected by Trump. So the question will have to be asked, was it worth it all at the end of the day? Secondly, what are we facing now? Probably at the end of the war, Iran will remain there, weakened, but still a determined enemy with very strong reserves of missiles and drones kept for another round, would remain a threat. As long as the regime is in power in Iran, Hezbollah will remain probably militarily stronger than the Lebanese government, and Lebanon partly would be still occupied, in fact, by a foreign country, namely Iran, through Hezbollah. The issue of Gaza has been now sidelined by the war in Iran, but when the war is over, we'll come back to face a reality that the issue of Gaza has yet to be settled. And there is an open issue with regard to Syria that I would like to conclude with my own remarks with a bit later. So what can Israel do now? It has to be ready for potentially another round with Iran, maybe with Iranian initiative. Secondly, with regard to Lebanon, I'm delighted by the fact that we have a negotiation with the government of Lebanon, but the question remains open: would the Lebanese government have the power to enforce its policy and decisions on Hezbollah? Hamas will probably remain in control of most of Gaza, and in Syria there is a new regime that wants to play a role. It needs to consolidate at home, but it obviously is interested in playing a role. So what does it leave Israel with? So With regard to Lebanon, continue to negotiate with the government. With regard to the Gulf, very interesting comments by Dr. Gargash, which clearly indicated that at least the Emirates are interested in more collaboration with Israel facing Iran, which leaves space for very interesting diplomacy. I would add Turkey, that right now the relationship between Erdogan and Netanyahu is very negative. It doesn't have to remain that way, and that's an arena for very potentially very active diplomacy. Now, with regard to Syria, so the new regime headed by Ashara indicated very clearly that they don't want to create problems with Israel. They want Israel to go back to the lines of 1974 separation of forces agreement and are ready not to join the Abraham Accords, but to have sort of a security agreement. So I would say in terms of active diplomacy, it's very much in Israel's interest to have Syria join the Lebanese government and Israel. All three countries in the Levant are all interested. They are all anti-Iranian and all anti-Hezbollah and interested in stability. Israel would have to make concessions in Syria, say not real concessions, to go back to the lines of 74. The current government is not likely to do it. Such active diplomacy would have to wait for the potential change of government in October. Let's recall that Naftali Bennett, who is now the leading candidate to replace Netanyahu, when he was prime minister with the Lapid-Bennett government, they made a very productive agreement with Lebanon on the division of the economic waters in the Mediterranean. It took criticism, but did it. So there is a potential to going back to a national security policy that reduces the element of offensiveness and enhances the element of diplomacy. It would probably take a change of government in Israel in October to do that. And we are ahead of a very unstable, dangerous situation in the region, given the outcome of the war with Iran and the many lively security and diplomatic challenges all over the region.
Thank you, Itamar. Now I turn to Renaud Girard. And I switch to French because I know that Renaud va parler le français. Alors, on a eu une présentation régionale assez large, ensuite on a Israël, on aura la Turquie après, et il y avait quelques acteurs importants dont il fallait quand même qu'on parle. L'Iran directement, les Européens et les Américains. Alors c'est une gageure, mais ce que Renaud va essayer de faire en 7-8 minutes, et pas beaucoup plus, attention Renaud, c'est de nous dire ce que veulent et ce que peuvent aujourd'hui, fin avril 2026, ces trois acteurs que sont les Européens, les Américains et les Iraniens. Renaud.
Et c'est vrai que je vais parler français, ça me donne l'occasion d'ailleurs de remercier Thierry et Songnim de la parfaite organisation, de nous avoir réservé un temps magnifique dans un lieu magique, avec une gastronomie française magique, et ce qui nous rappelle qu'en fait, la France, notre pays, est le plus beau pays du monde. Merci de ce rappel important géopolitique. Alors, effectivement, Marc m'a demandé de dire que veulent et peuvent faire les Américains, les Iraniens et les Européens. Alors, je vais commencer par les Américains. Alors, il y a ce qu'ils voulaient faire et ce qu'ils veulent maintenant. Alors, ce qu'ils voulaient faire, c'est qu'ils ont cru, Trump a cru à l'exposé de Netanyahou et de Barnea le 11 février dans le bureau de la Maison-Blanche en disant que le régime allait s'effondrer très facilement. Et donc, il pensait avoir une occasion unique de trois choses, les Américains: d'effondrement du régime, ce qui permettait quand même de prendre une revanche sur l'échec, la crise des otages de 1980. Deuxièmement, d'une résolution de toutes les menaces que faisait peser l'Iran sur le Moyen-Orient, les proxys, menaces nucléaires, etc.
Et troisième objectif qu'ils pensaient faire, après un effondrement du régime et ramener peut-être le fils du Shah au pouvoir en Iran, eh bien, le contrôle du pétrole iranien après la réussite du contrôle du pétrole du Venezuela, et donc un moyen de pression très important sur leur principal compétiteur systémique, qui est évidemment la Chine. Et alors, ils ont fait une grave erreur, qu'ils ne sont pas seuls à faire dans l'histoire, c'est celle aussi de Poutine avec Kiev, c'est d'avoir sous-estimé leur ennemi. Et donc là, aujourd'hui, ils sont prêts à signer pour bien moins. Mais il leur faut quand même quelque chose, il faut à Trump quelque chose qui lui sauve la face, c'est très important en diplomatie, et quelque chose qui lui sauve la face, c'est-à-dire des concessions iraniennes qui aillent un tout petit peu au-delà, ou qu'on puisse prétendre qu'elles vont un peu plus au-delà du JCPOA du 14 juillet 2015, l'accord nucléaire, vous en souvenez, que Trump avait unilatéralement dénoncé en 2018, une fois au pouvoir. Alors, on sait aussi ce qu'ils ne veulent pas, les Américains. Ils ne veulent pas de ce qu'ils appellent des boots on the ground. Ils pourront prendre peut-être une petite île en gage, etc., mais ils ne veulent pas d'un changement de régime, comme ils ont fait en Irak ou en Afghanistan, en mettant des soldats sur place. Alors, ils ont une autre contrainte, les Américains, dans ce jeu. Ils ont un moyen assez fort, qui est le blocus. Donc, on est revenu à la politique du bâton et de la carotte de Theodore Roosevelt. C'est le seul président que cite Trump dans son discours inaugural. C'est-à-dire, le bâton, c'est le blocus, et la carotte, c'est la négociation, et c'est l'éventuel dégel des avoirs iraniens, première phase de 20 milliards de dollars, des avoirs iraniens détenus aux États-Unis. Et le problème qu'il a, la contrainte qu'il a, c'est qu'il va en Chine le 14 mai et le 15 mai, Trump. Il ne peut pas reporter ce voyage, il l'a déjà reporté une fois. Et il aimerait bien quand même arriver là-bas avec un deal ou quelque chose, en tout cas sur le détroit d'Ormuz. S'il n'y arrive pas, il va sans doute demander l'aide des Chinois. Les Chinois sont prêts à essayer d'aider. Et peut-être que si les Pakistanais n'ont pas suffisamment de force pour ramener les Américains et les Iraniens à la négociation, peut-être que les Chinois auront cette force-là, et sûrement ils seront prêts à prêter main forte à la négociation. Alors, évidemment qu'il peut continuer son bras de fer, c'est-à-dire le blocus, pour essayer d'étouffer l'économie iranienne, notamment les exportations de pétrole, mais aussi les importations de nourriture par l'Iran, qui passe par le détroit d'Ormuz. Mais combien de temps ça va prendre? Et surtout, quel coût cela aura sur l'économie mondiale et sur l'économie, évidemment, par ricochet, sur l'économie américaine. Et donc, ce qui est très important, c'est qu'ils ne peuvent pas aller jusqu'au bout, puisque c'est-à-dire au vrai changement de régime qu'ils avaient promis, parce qu'ils ne veulent pas d'une invasion terrestre dont rêvent évidemment les plus fanatiques des gardiens de la Révolution. Ce qui m'amène à ma deuxième partie, ce que veulent et peuvent faire les Iraniens. Alors à nouveau, qu'est-ce qu'ils voulaient les Iraniens? Les Iraniens, ils voulaient l'hégémonie au Moyen-Orient, la Perse de Darius le Grand, ça c'est le côté nationaliste des Iraniens. Il y a aussi l'étendard religieux, c'est-à-dire que les chiites puissent diriger de manière révolutionnaire l'Oumma des musulmans. C'était le rêve de Khomeini, ça a marché un moment, mais évidemment aujourd'hui, après la guerre civile chiite sunnite en Irak, évidemment, ce n'est plus du tout à l'ordre du jour, parce que pour les sunnites, les chiites sont d'horribles infidèles, et même des pires que ça, que des infidèles, des hérétiques. Et donc, pour assurer l'hégémonie au Moyen-Orient, les Iraniens avaient deux moyens. L'un, c'était le nucléaire, c'est-à-dire s'équiper de bombes atomiques comme à l'image d'Israël, à l'image des Américains dans le Golfe Persique, à l'image de leurs voisins pakistanais. Le désir du nucléaire iranien, il est venu quand? Ou l'idée du nucléaire, c'est quand ils ont été attaqués en 1980, agressés par l'Irak. L'Irak aidé par la France et par les États-Unis d'Amérique, sans que le Conseil de sécurité de l'ONU ne prenne même la peine de constater l'agression. Voilà. Et le deuxième moyen, c'était l'axe chiite. Cet axe chiite n'existe plus, ni à Damas, ni à Beyrouth. Il est très faible à Sanaa. Et donc, à défaut d'une domination économique, l'Iran voulait une domination politique au Moyen-Orient. Eh bien, aujourd'hui, ils ont en fait perdu à la fois leur domination politique et en matière d'économie. Ils étaient du temps du Shah devant la Turquie. Aujourd'hui, le PIB de l'Iran, c'est la Turquie divisée par 4. Alors, maintenant qu'ils n'en peuvent plus effectivement atteindre ces deux objectifs, le nucléaire et l'axe chiite, leur but, ce qu'ils veulent et peuvent faire, c'est survivre en tant que république islamique. C'est donc l'important, c'est la survie du régime. Ils voudraient avoir le détroit d'Ormuz, garder le détroit d'Ormuz, avoir conquis en fait, grâce à cette guerre, le détroit d'Ormuz. Les Américains et même les Européens, peut-être en supplétif, ne leur permettront pas ça. Moi, j'exclus totalement que le détroit d'Ormuz reste aux mains des Israéliens. Les Iraniens, le problème des Iraniens sont divisés. Il n'y a plus d'arbitre en Iran, puisque Mojtaba est malade, est faible, il est difficile à joindre, on ne le joint pas par téléphone, il faut envoyer des courriers pour des raisons de sécurité, etc. Il n'y a pas d'arbitrage et il y a deux camps en Iran. Il y a Kalibaf, qui est le pragmatique, avec Arakchi, qui sont pour négocier. Kalibaf a fait un discours il y a 6 jours pour le dire, même au peuple iranien. Il faut être réaliste, les Américains sont plus forts que nous. Mais il y a les gardiens de la révolution dure, dirigés par le chef, Lavadi, qui ne veulent pas entendre parler de ça, qui ne veulent pas entendre parler de concessions sur le nucléaire. Donc ils ont une voie extrêmement étroite, les Iraniens. Leur bien, ça serait de redevenir une puissance commerciale. C'est la seule voie qui est possible, parce que personne ne les autorisera à reconquérir une hégémonie politique, mais le débat n'est toujours pas tranché en Iran. Les Européens, ça va être très court, ça va être extrêmement rapide, parce qu'ils comptent très peu, ils veulent la paix, ils veulent la libération du détroit. Ils n'ont pas accompagné les Américains parce qu'ils ne croient pas aux opérations de changement de régime en terre d'islam. Ils ont été vaccinés par la Libye, par l'Irak et par l'Afghanistan. Ils n'ont même pas réussi, ces Européens, à sauver le JCPOA, c'est-à-dire l'accord du 14 juillet 2015 qu'ils avaient initié par Catherine Ashton, etc. Ils n'ont même pas réussi à le sauver, alors qu'ils y croyaient. Donc, ils comptent très peu. Ce ne sont pas eux qui feront la paix. Et ma conclusion, c'est qu'en fait, aujourd'hui, on voit que pour la première fois dans l'histoire de l'humanité, les Européens ont moins d'influence sur les affaires du Moyen-Orient que les Chinois.
Merci beaucoup, Renaud. Alors, le premier rôle d'un modérateur, c'est d'être le maître des horloges, mais je sais qu'avec Renaud, c'est quasiment mission impossible. Donc, mais c'était la mission a été accomplie avec les Iraniens, les Américains et les Européens qui ont été balayés en un peu plus de 8 minutes. Memdou, now we'll speak about Turkey. So, Turkey was mentioned by Itamar, saying that the relations with Israel are really very, very low currently. But Turkey is also involved in the region, in Syria, has had complicated relations with Iran too. So, can you explain how this whole crisis, the whole war, is seen from Ankara and Istanbul, please?
I will do my best. Thank you. Well, thank you for inviting me. And again, I will reiterate your point that it was an exquisite night. So it's good to be hosted by WPC in France, in your home. So thank you very much for that. Now, the last time I was on this stage talking about the Middle East, I think it was about 3 years ago, and I think I tried to sort of summarize the spirit of the foreign policy of Turkey and the region in general. What I had in mind at the time was hyper-pragmatism, almost opportunistic pragmatism. Now, today, this morning, I was thinking, what is the term I can use? And it's more responsible regionalism, more moderated pragmatism with a regional focus. So we've shifted from this open-ended hyper-pragmatism to a focused regional pragmatism. This is a major shift. I'll talk about this. And why did that happen? What changed? And this is not only for Turkey, by the way. I think this applies to probably Saudi as well, possibly Egypt. What changed is the US. 3 years ago, what we had, US was supplying order globally, but was sort of retrenching from the region. So for countries like Turkey and for other powers in the region, this is great. This is a great combination. So the uncertainty around the world is controlled by a big power, but in the region it leaves room for maneuver for local players, and that's what we had. Hence, there was this extensive pragmatism and activism. But after President Trump, we are in a world where the US is not supplying stability and order to the world. US is actually adding to the unpredictability of the world. So we suddenly find ourselves in an ambience of uncertainty all around us. And the reaction, I think it's an instinctive reaction, and it's a reasoned reaction from countries like mine. We feel the urge to build stability around us to the extent it is within our power. Because it's sort of, you have to offset this huge uncertainty being generated with what you can do regionally. So I feel there's a shift there. And I think that has huge repercussions. Now with that, I think actually Thierry just asked Nabil Fehmi about this, like what is the order we are imagining after the US? I think what probably will happen is powers like Turkey will feel the need to build these local orders. So we'll have a geometry of local orders. I don't know how they will interrelate, but that seems to be the push. That seems to be the instinct coming from our Minister of Foreign Affairs and from, I think, the President. Now, and I think that also speaks to the definition of a middle power. Yesterday, somebody provided a definition, and within the definition, the word constructive was there. So it wasn't like a neutral term of middle power. A middle power can be constructive or destructive or disruptive, but a middle power, by definition, has to be constructive. Because to be a power, you have to deliver. You have to deliver order. You have to deliver influence, and that requires being constructive. So I think the sort of, in some way, Turkey and Saudi Arabia, and I think Egypt, are sort of rising to the occasion, and there's the urge to become middle powers involves building these islands of stability around them. That's the urge. Whether we can deliver or not, that's a different matter. Now, what does it mean? Because the question, I think we had this prior discussion, is Turkey, because in this era of hyperactivism, we had rivalries. UAE, Saudi, they had other plans. They had IMAC going through the Middle East, and it was designed such that it ends in Israel, and I think intentionally Turkey was left out of it. And then we had the development corridor going through Iraq. Israel was left out of it. So there was this sort of rivalry going on. I don't think we are there now. I think now these can be complementary. I feel because of the shift in foreign policy paradigm, I can see Saudi Arabia and Turkey, that axis, that rapprochement is very critical. So I see there is no reason for Saudi to exclude Turkey, and I think there is not much reason for Turkey to exclude anyone. So all these projects, they can all serve the stability of the region, which I think is the order we all need. So in that sense, I'm, as some people expect that, given that things are happening in the Middle East, Turkey will steal the show, will create these new structures. I don't think that's what's happening. I mean, obviously there will be commercial interests. Yes, there is statecraft. Yes, there is economic statecraft. I don't think that's the defining strategic urge and impulse. I think the strategic urge and impulse is to have some stability, some prosperity in Iraq. That's important. That's why the development road is critical. And I think Turkey will do its best to build that. Similarly, again, on these lines, the other big project everybody is sort of talking about is the middle corridor. It's not really the Middle East, but now we're talking about China-Europe. And in that path, obviously, you can either go through the northern route, the Russian route, or you can go through the south through Iran. And then there's this middle path that goes from Kazakhstan and then to through the Caspian Sea, Azerbaijan, either Georgia, Turkey, or Armenia, Turkey. Now that has become viable after this Zengezur arrangement, which is, it's a great contribution of President Trump and all the parties. So that middle corridor, I think we should not be thinking about that middle corridor as a way to sort of oust Russia and Iran, but more as a positive structure where it is resilience for Europe and for Turkey when sanctions don't allow Iran and Russia to sort of transport certain goods, like high-value, low-volume goods like pharma or electronics. At least we'll have a backup. But the volume compared to the whole thing is so small. This is not a replacement. This is not about substituting. This is not about antagonizing Russia or Iran. This is about building an alternative, an optionality for Turkey and Europe. And that, again, goes to the spirit of being a constructive actor. And similarly, most of it, more than 50% of the trade on that route will come from Central Asia and Caucasus nations. So it's about, again, bringing all these nations linked to Europe, linked to the world, again, a regional stability project. So basically, overall, my point is, Turkey, because of the pressures it feels, of all the uncertainty, the instability that is emanating mostly from the changing stance of the United States, has shifted its foreign policy. Instinctively, I think now it's more in tune with the old Republican foreign policy. We're going to the original sort of settings of foreign policy, I think, and I think that's welcome. And it has all kinds of repercussions. We can talk about that. And to give just one last, I think, preview for our next session next year or 2 years from now, I think the next time we'll be talking about not US not willing to provide order, but US not being able to provide order, US not being able to protect its allies. That will be a very different world. That will be a very different foreign policy discussion, but that's the preview. I will stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Memdou. So we have 9 minutes left before opening the floor to the audience. I'd like to ask one question to Itamar. You spoke a bit less than the others, but I was struck by one sentence. When you spoke about the election in October, you said, on the assumption that the election takes place on time. What do you mean by that, and what does it tell about Israel that someone like you wonders if the election will actually take place?
Netanyahu was very close to Orban and tried to help him in the election, intervened on his behalf. If he asks himself, what is the lesson I learned from the elections in Hungary, it's better not to have the election. So the opposition, which is massive in Israel, suspects that at some point, the election must take place before late October this year. A date has yet to be set. And the suspicion or the fear on the part of a large part of the public is that close to that date, maybe another military operation will take place in Gaza or elsewhere, and then the election would have to be postponed because of a national emergency. So that definitely, that fear is floating in the atmosphere, the political atmosphere in Israel.
But that would be the first time in the history of the country, right? So what would be the reaction of the Supreme Court?
Yes, but you know, we need to go. You have to remember the agenda of this government was to transform the whole political system, make it more of an illiberal democracy. There was a massive protest, and hundreds of thousands of people came to the streets, and they blocked that initiative. I suspect that if a move of that nature takes place, the protest would be renewed on a very massive scale and could be blocked. But it's, say, in the political vocabulary of the country right now.
Okay, thank you. Let's open to the audience. Monsieur Cabestan, Danichek ensuite, sont les deux premières questions.
Merci de me donner la parole. Donc mon intérêt, vraiment, mon centre d'intérêt, c'est la Chine. Vous avez évoqué la Chine deux reprises. Tout à fait d'accord avec l'approche, enfin ce qu'a évoqué Deborin et Renaud sur le rôle de la Chine. Et ma question, en fait, elle porte quel est l'intérêt de la Chine dans un règlement de la question actuelle qui est brûlante. La Chine se veut comme une puissance de stabilité. Et on voit bien qu'elle a développé des relations aussi, autant avec l'Iran qu'avec l'Arabie saoudite, qu'elle a des intérêts dans le Golfe maintenant qui sont très importants, qu'elle a aussi une relation avec Israël qui est restée très pragmatique. Dans quelle mesure, si elle intervient, et on voit qu'elle veut jouer un rôle de médiateur, d'ailleurs le Pakistan, et elle pousse pour enfoncer un coin et jouer un rôle plus important. Alors, quel est son intérêt dans le règlement de cette affaire, et notamment sur le nucléaire et sur les missiles? Je voudrais avoir votre avis là-dessus. Est-ce que, parce qu'elle a été un des signataires de l'accord de 2015, donc elle a intérêt pour qu'on en revienne à cet accord, peut-être. Et est-ce qu'elle a un intérêt qu'on aille plus loin, notamment en termes de missiles, pour que l'Iran soit plus raisonnable en termes de missiles à longue portée, parce que c'est aussi l'intérêt de la Chine que l'Arabie saoudite et les pays du Golfe soient moins menacés par les missiles iraniens que c'est le cas aujourd'hui. Donc j'essaie de voir si sur ces deux dossiers, la Chine peut pousser et aider d'une certaine manière Trump à sauver la face. Voilà ma question.
Merci, oui. On va tout de suite prendre la question de Daniel Scheck, puis dans un temps suivant, on prendra celle d'Hervé Mariton.
Yes, thank you. When you go to a negotiation, it's always a helpful starting point that both sides are actually interested in having a success. And I would argue that over the past 3 years or year and a half with negotiations around Gaza, now with Iran and with Lebanon, that premise doesn't exist for the simple reason that I don't believe that Netanyahu really wants an agreement here or there. He didn't want an agreement with Hamas on Gaza, and it was only President Trump banging on the table that brought that conflict to what you might call an end. It's doubtful if it's really an end. And although he's not part of the negotiation with Iran, it's absolutely clear that Netanyahu wouldn't want an agreement with Iran. And I would claim that in Lebanon too, I don't think that the Israeli side is motivated. So my question, mainly to Itamar, but anyone can answer, is the only solution Donald Trump again banging on the table, or maybe just letting the clock run out and until the election? And to what extent has this legendary closeness between Netanyahu and Trump transformed itself into a loss of sovereignty for Israel and for Netanyahu himself?
Thank you. Let's go directly actually to Hervé Mariton and then we'll wrap up.
Merci. Le président Macron a évoqué hier le concept de coalition des indépendants. En effet, différents alliés historiques des États-Unis n'ont pas réagi, ne se sont pas alignés sur la position américaine dans la gestion du conflit actuel en Iran. Mais est-ce que dans le temps d'après, ce non-alignement dans la situation présente vous paraît un précurseur de quelque chose de plus organisé ultérieurement?
Merci. Who wants to shoot first? Renaud, maybe? But we only have 3 minutes left. So, Renaud, don't take the whole 3 minutes for you.
Je ne vais pas prendre les 3 minutes. Sur la Chine, je pense que la Chine est un pays qui a toujours accordé énormément d'intérêt, beaucoup de sérieux à la charte des Nations Unies, aux traités internationaux. Bon, la Chine n'accepte évidemment pas le droit d'ingérence, les trucs qu'on a essayé de rajouter à la charte, mais qui en fait n'existent pas, quoi, ne sont pas vraiment dans le droit international. Et donc, je pense que la Chine prend très au sérieux le TNP de 1968. La Chine ne veut pas de prolifération nucléaire. Bon, elle a un ami dans la vie, pas deux. La Chine, elle a le Pakistan. Donc, elle a aidé le Pakistan à avoir la bombe nucléaire, mais après, elle n'a pas du tout participé à la prolifération. Je pense que la Chine est un grand ami de l'Iran, mais devient aussi un grand ami de l'Arabie saoudite. Elle importe énormément de pétrole d'Arabie saoudite, donc elle veut évidemment la paix. C'est pour ça qu'elle a été très raisonnable et qu'elle n'a pas beaucoup armé l'Iran pour résister aux États-Unis d'Amérique. On voit qu'en fait, l'axe Pékin-Téhéran n'est pas si fort que cela. Je pense que la Chine a une obsession, c'est qu'elle a 100 milliards de dollars d'excédent commercial par mois. Je dis bien par mois. Elle veut les conserver. Donc elle fait un commerce extraordinaire, toujours avec les États-Unis. C'est un peu baissé, mais ça a été remplacé par le commerce avec l'Europe. Donc elle est vraiment dans une position de domination commerciale. Elle veut conserver ça. Ça va être un des enjeux de la rencontre avec Trump le 14-15 mars, mais avec évidemment le deal, ça sera les Chinois demanderont un peu plus de technologie à l'Amérique et l'Amérique demandera des terres rares aux Chinois. Ça va être les Chinois sont une puissance d'équilibre. Les Chinois sont respectés dans l'ensemble des pays du Moyen-Orient et je pense qu'ils vont énormément contribuer si les négociations ne reprennent pas immédiatement à Islamabad. Je pense qu'ils peuvent totalement devenir un faiseur de paix, comme d'ailleurs ils l'ont proposé il y a quelques semaines.
Merci Renaud, et c'est sans doute pas puissance d'équilibre au même sens que celui d'Emmanuel Macron hier matin. Itamar.
Yeah. I'd like to respond to Ambassador Sheikh's question. The relationship between Netanyahu and Trump is a very interesting story. It was a very close relationship. Netanyahu is very smart, found out how to push the right buttons with this complex personality. But I think it's been changed. There is a sense that this was not such a successful joint enterprise. And particularly the criticism in the United States that, quote unquote, Netanyahu dragged Trump to this war. Trump was very much offended by the fact that he would be dragged, and he took his distance. For instance, he said, I've instructed Netanyahu or Israel not to bomb in Lebanon. I've instructed. So he wants to take a distance and make everybody should realize who is boss and who is the junior partner in this partnership. Finally, Trump initially, as the author of the book, The Art of the Deal, he wanted the ultimate deal, which is the Israeli-Palestinian deal, which would also be a safe route to a Nobel Prize. At the time, I think he thought about this. I think right now, after what happened in the war with Iran, his appetite for active Middle Eastern policy is going to decline.
Thank you. So our time is actually up, but I want to spare 1 minute each. Dorothée and Memdou, perhaps on the question asked by Hervé Mariton. Dorothée?
Oui, juste un point sur la Chine. Je partage parfaitement les conclusions de Renaud. Très important de comprendre qu'économiquement, le Golfe, c'est un gros morceau pour la Chine. Il y a une bonne partie du pétrole qu'ils utilisent qui vient du Golfe. L'Iran est théoriquement sur les routes de la soie, mais les Chinois n'ont rien investi du tout en Iran. Et donc pour eux, l'important, c'est de garder une forme de de capacité à socialiser la région de manière positive. Simplement, en ce moment, ils ont un très fort gain d'image diplomatique du fait du ratage américain. C'est-à-dire qu'effectivement, ils apparaissent aussi comme une diplomatie plus sage. Et ça joue dans la relation sino-américaine. On attend tous de voir si la rencontre entre Trump et Xi Jinping va effectivement avoir lieu. Et sur l'histoire des alignements, sur cette question des alignements, je crois que ce que je vois de la politique française, c'est évidemment cette quête de la réhabilitation du multilatéralisme, qui est une constante d'Emmanuel Macron, qui a joué au Moyen-Orient à la fois sur l'initiative, sur la reconnaissance de l'État palestinien, où là, on se cale dans l'ancien ordre multilatéral. L'idée était vraiment de remettre l'ONU au premier plan. Et là, maintenant, de nouvelles formes d'ordre multilatéraux, une sorte de non-alignement, mais c'est un non-alignement avec des anciens alignés, avec des occidentaux. Et c'est peut-être une préfiguration du monde futur, mais là, on est vraiment dans un moment d'opportunité ponctuelle, dans un temps très long qui, évidemment, est en train de voir tout ce système transatlantique se détricoter, cette puissance chinoise monter, comme on est arrivé à la même conclusion, c'est absolument pas concerté. Et donc, ce nouvel ordre multilatéral, il est en formation. On peut avoir des moments de préscience là-dessus, mais on n'a pas la main pour le structurer davantage à ce stade. Du fait aussi des divisions intra-européennes qui sont très fortes sur le Moyen-Orient.
Merci Dorothée. Je vois qu'Anne-Claire Legendre, que je salue, vient d'arriver. Il faut donc lui mettre un micro, ce qui nous laisse 1 minute, et 1 minute pour Memdou. Last but not least, Memdou.
I'll keep it very short. About the Chinese problem or the Chinese approach, I think they're playing for the optimal timing. They're very good at that. It's a matter of sort of minimum cost, maximum prestige, and I think if they wait enough, they'll find that moment. And about this non-alignment question, I think we're not there yet for the structural shift. We haven't hit the Suez moment yet. But as Varoufakis was saying, we may have hit the Gallipoli, Dardanelles moment, so we still have time until we hit that, I think. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of this session. Please give a round of applause to all the speakers. Merci beaucoup.
Good morning. We've spent much of this conference so far discussing geopolitical fragmentation. This session is going to ask a more difficult question. What does order look like after the breakdown, after the dust settles in the Middle East? Not an ideal order, but a workable order. Because the region we're discussing is structurally exhausted, is it not? I mean, security is contested, to say the least. Economies are damaged. The social fabric is strained in many ways, many places. Many are wondering whether a coherent security, economic, political architecture can be rebuilt at all, or are we heading towards something like managed fragmentation with periodic stability? To discuss these issues, we've assembled a really stellar group of speakers, distinguished speakers. I'm going to begin over there. Abdulaziz Othman Saga is founder and chairman of the Gulf Research Center, a leading voice on Gulf security and regional strategy. Jihad Azur is a director at the IMF covering the Middle East, and he's also a former finance minister of Lebanon, which is very valuable today, with deep experience in economic reform and crisis management. Hubert Vadrine is familiar to many here, I'm sure, as a former French foreign minister and longtime advocate of strategic realism in international affairs. Kim Goon is a member of the Korean National Assembly and former ambassador for international security affairs with extensive experience in nuclear diplomacy and strategic negotiations. And last but not least, Anne-Claire Legendre is president of the Institut de Montbrial. My French is non-existent, I'm sorry. Former senior advisor on the Middle East at the Élysée, as many of you know again, with strong background in diplomacy and cultural engagement. So to start us off, I'm going to ask each of you the same two-part question before we move on to a moderated exchange. And here's the question. From your perspective, what has fundamentally changed in the regional order, and what is most often misunderstood externally? Let's start with Abdulaziz Othman Saga.
Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you, Thierry, for bringing us all here together. It's beautiful to see many good friends, and I've been very much committed to the WPC since long time. But anyhow, with regard to your question, I think there is 2 points. I was lecturing in one of the university on the regional and international challenges. And my challenge number 1 was the unpredictability of the US policy. So I think if I start with that one, that has the major impact in the region. We were never consulted when the JCPOA was signed in 2015. We were never consulted when the 2 weeks war started. We were never consulted when this war started. But yet, we have to pay the consequences and the price of that one. And that's have shown us the total chaos that we are in it today, that every morning we have to wait when the president wake up and then send his tweet to the rest of the world, and then we figure out what is his plan today. Is he going to send his envoy? He's not going to send the envoy. Is the other ministers going to meet? The other minister is not going to meet. And that's have changed the complete architecture of the regional security. Traditionally, we used to have our own capability plus foreigner forces exist in the region based on our request, whether it's a French, British, American, whoever is there. Now it's changing. Now Iran became in the equation. We understand that Iran is part of our security architecture should be, and we understand that you cannot design a new security architecture in the region without the US being involved in it. So they are part and parcels of all the conflict in the region. But yet, we want to do it with consultation, with coordination. If they are negotiating now a deal with Iran, they should take into account what do we have in mind. We want the freedom of the Strait of Hormuz. We want the maritime security, regional security, the interventionist policy that has been implemented by Iran in using all the militia forces on that region. We want to have the compensation. So we do have our set of requirements. They should not just go and discuss the long-range missile, the 2,000 kilo that represent a threat to Israel, and don't negotiate the 300 kilo missiles range that represent a major threat to us in the region. So we would like to see that our agenda and our demand have been taken in account in any agreement that the U.S. would like to reach with Iran. And at the same time, we appreciate the international effort, but we want them to move faster and not to wait until the deal is done.
Thank you. Jihad Azur.
Thank you very much. Great pleasure to be here. If you allow me, in honor of the country that is hosting us, I would try to speak in French. Qu'est-ce qui a changé? Beaucoup de choses. Et on ne sait pas encore quel est l'impact de ce changement. À la veille de cette guerre, la région Moyen-Orient s'apprêtait à avoir une croissance et une prospérité qui s'annonçaient, et en particulier les pays du Golfe s'apprêtaient à accélérer leur transformation économique vers, je dirais, l'horizon d'une diversification axée sur la technologie et axée sur l'internationalisation. Et la guerre a eu lieu, et donc il y a eu beaucoup de choses qui ont changé. La première chose qui a changé, c'est que c'est la première guerre au cours des 5 dernières décennies qui a autant d'impact économique. Il y a presque 6 mois, on avait eu une guerre avant qui avait très peu d'impact sur la situation économique. Celle-là, elle est différente. Elle est différente parce que, elle a amené à la clôture d'une artère centrale économique qui est le détroit d'Ormuz, chose qui n'a jamais eu lieu et qui a révélé un certain nombre de dépendances et de faiblesses. Dépendance de l'Asie sur l'énergie de la région, et aussi une dépendance d'un certain nombre de secteurs sur aussi un certain nombre de produits essentiels. Ça, c'est la première dépendance qui va aussi déterminer l'attitude, si cette crise perdure, des pays d'Asie. Deuxième changement, l'impact que cette guerre peut avoir sur des géographies très éloignées. Un agriculteur en Australie, ou en Nouvelle-Zélande ou en Afrique est affecté par cette guerre autant que quelqu'un qui vit dans la région. Troisièmement, la grande asymétrie, c'est-à-dire on peut être dans la même zone de combat et être affecté de façon différente. Oman et Koweït. Oman, parce qu'il a la capacité d'exporter, a un impact économique faible. Le Koweït ou l'Irak a un impact économique très fort. Donc une très grande disparité dans l'impact. La prime à la résilience, l'Arabie saoudite a développé un certain nombre d'infrastructures qui lui ont permis maintenant d'exporter à peu près 60% ou 70% de leur production, avec l'augmentation du prix du pétrole. Donc sur l'énergie, c'est un peu équivalent. Donc une très grande asymétrie et des ondes de réverbération qui vont être senties de plus en plus. Premièrement, sur la région, un certain nombre de pays vont sentir l'impact à travers 3 canaux. Le premier, c'est le prix du pétrole, surtout pour des pays qui ont des factures pétrolières et aussi des subventions très élevées, avec des niveaux d'endettement élevés. Deuxièmement, sur les pays fragiles, un problème alimentaire qui peut devenir un problème très grave, et aussi sur des pays qui dépendent des transferts. 5% de PIB pour un pays comme l'Égypte, la Jordanie, le Liban ou le Pakistan, c'est de l'argent qui est transféré des pays du Golfe. Donc, une très grande asymétrie dans l'impact, et l'impact qui dépasse les frontières. Qu'est-ce que ceci veut dire aussi au niveau, qu'est-ce qui va se passer après? La deuxième incertitude, c'est l'incertitude elle-même. C'est-à-dire qu'on ne sait pas quels sont les objectifs. C'est clair que les 2 grands belligérants veulent des victoires, mais pas un succès. Donc, pour l'instant, il faut qu'on passe de la première étape où tout le monde veut tout gagner jusqu'à une étape où il y a un accord qui permet une sortie. Deuxième élément, quel est l'avenir de la sécurité économique? Abdelaziz l'a très bien évoqué. Les pays du Golfe qu'on a vus la semaine dernière à Washington sont clairs. Nous, on n'est pas prêt à exporter s'il n'y a pas une liberté totale des canaux maritimes. On n'est pas prêt à exporter. Ceci veut dire que pour eux, ça va leur coûter financièrement, mais pour le monde, ça va avoir un impact important. Et c'est là la deuxième question qui maintenant se pose, la question temps. Jusqu'à maintenant, c'est une crise politique très forte, Phase 1, intensité militaire très élevée. Phase 2, intensité, je dirais, en termes de contrôle par la fermeture du détroit. Mais avec le temps, on aura ce qu'on appelle en anglais disruptions, des disruptions. Un certain nombre d'activités économiques ne vont plus avoir la possibilité d'exister, ou c'est plus une question de prix. Comme disait un des ministres du Golfe, ça va être la question de l'availability, la présence. Donc, on est à une phase, à mon avis, après 2 mois du conflit, charnière. Si ce conflit dure, on passe d'un scénario d'un conflit qui a un impact régional important, une dimension internationale conséquente, vers quelque chose où, en fait, va peser sur l'ensemble de l'économie mondiale. Va peser aussi sur les pays d'Asie qui, jusqu'à maintenant, ont été neutres dans leur attitude. Et donc ça, c'est quelque chose aussi sur lequel il faut commencer à réfléchir, comment l'Asie va traiter cette question. Et la visite du président américain le mois prochain en Chine va être très révélatrice de cette discussion. Et surtout que maintenant, avec la clôture totale, la Chine, qui a déjà accumulé des réserves l'année dernière, commence à voir ça peser sur son économie parce que 90% de ce que l'Iran exporte va vers la Chine. Donc, on est dans un cadre actuellement qui est très fluide et je conclus avec 2 points. Un, les marchés financiers semblent ne pas refléter la gravité de la situation. La question qui se pose, à partir de quand les marchés financiers vont refléter ceci et vont peser politiquement? Parce qu'on est à 6 mois d'une élection importante aux États-Unis. Certains disent que le président a déjà discounté le résultat des élections, mais c'est un élément important. Le deuxième élément aussi important, c'est que plus le temps passe, plus la transmission d'une crise de l'offre va être une crise de demande, c'est-à-dire les prix vont augmenter et on a un risque de stagflation qui va peser sur l'économie mondiale. Pesant sur l'économie mondiale va peser aussi sur les décisions politiques mondiales. Ça va être très difficile de pouvoir continuer à avoir cette dichotomie d'une crise militaire très très forte et d'un non-ajustement économique important. Donc, on est sur un fil de rasoir très très fine qui, pour répondre à votre question, va déterminer comment on va sortir. Et ça, c'est mon dernier point. On va sortir, il y aura des transformations fondamentales sur les questions de sécurité, mais aussi sécurité économique, sur les questions de résilience et sur les questions de géoéconomie. La géoéconomie est devenue au centre de ce qu'on va vivre à l'avenir.
Thank you very much. Hubert Vadrin. Yes.
Alors, d'abord, c'est paradoxal de réfléchir à l'architecture sans architecte. Il n'y a pas d'architecte dans la situation actuelle. Il n'y a que des démolisseurs. Il y a des bulldozers. Je ne parle pas de nous, qui avons de bonnes intentions, ni des Européens. Mais je parle de Trump, de Netanyahou et des Iraniens. Première remarque. Deuxièmement, je crois que, quelle que soit l'issue de la guerre en Iran, l'ensemble des décideurs dans le monde se disent qu'il faut prendre des précautions nouvelles pour, pour vivre en même temps que Trump. Alors, il y a les partisans de Trump qui continuent, mais même ceux-là, les partisans, ils vont devoir prendre des précautions, parce qu'il y a un coût politique particulier pour travailler et coopérer avec Trump. Les opposants à Trump, disons Chine, Russie, ils regardent s'ils peuvent en profiter ou pas. Là où c'est très compliqué, c'est pour les pays qui dépendaient des États-Unis pour leur sécurité. Là, il y a un vertige historique qui concerne les Européens et beaucoup de pays d'Asie. Et ces éléments s'appliquent, mais comment dire, en désordre à la question du Moyen-Orient. Moi, je dirais que l'élément clé dans l'issue de la guerre actuelle, c'est est-ce qu'il reste après une menace iranienne ou pas? À un moment donné, Trump va être obligé de l'arrêter, pour des raisons économiques, pour des raisons internes, pour des raisons de mid-term ou de manque de munitions, etc. Quand il va arrêter, il dira qu'il a gagné, évidemment. Donc il va inventer la situation. Mais est-ce que du point de vue des monarchies du Golfe, qui avait créé une sorte de monde idéal, un peu abstrait, en dehors des questions de sécurité mondiale. Est-ce qu'il y a encore une raison d'être proche d'Israël? S'il n'y avait pas eu la menace iranienne depuis plusieurs décennies, il n'y a pas d'accord d'Abraham. Il n'y a aucune raison, c'est illogique en fait. Donc il y a un accord d'Abraham complètement bizarre, qui a très bien marché parce qu'il y avait la menace iranienne. S'il n'y a plus de menace iranienne parce que le régime est vraiment affaibli ou remplacé par le chaos, on va avoir le début d'une reconfiguration dans toute la région, avec des pays qui disent en même temps on ne peut pas complètement faire confiance aux États-Unis. Alors Trump, il est là, en principe, jusqu'en début 2029. Et après Trump, on ne sait pas du tout à quoi ressembleraient les successeurs de Trump. Et quand les démocrates reviendront, ce n'est pas les démocrates d'avant. Donc il y a une sorte d'incertitude. Pour moi, l'élément clé, c'est est-ce qu'il reste menace ou pas, du point de vue des autres, dans le régime iranien. Alors il reste évidemment la possibilité de prendre en otage Hormuz, sauf si on a inventé, sauf s'ils ont inventé un mode de gestion d'Hormuz. Est-ce que c'est suffisant pour maintenir la coalition des 50 dernières années ou pas? Pour moi, c'est déterminant. J'ajoute un autre élément qu'il faut prendre en compte pour essayer de deviner la suite, c'est le début de distanciation des États-Unis par rapport à Israël. Ça, c'est fondamental. Parce que rappelez-vous que la politique de Netanyahou, qui est en opposition à la politique de Rabin, Peres, Olmert, Ehud Barak et Sharon à la fin, ça consistait à tout jouer sur le Parti républicain, systématiquement, et à détruire toute critique au nom de l'antisémitisme. Ça avait assez bien marché pendant longtemps. Mais compte tenu des événements des 2 dernières années que tout le monde connaît, il y a un début de distanciation dans l'opinion américaine qui est sans précédent et qui a nécessairement d'immenses conséquences. On ne sait pas encore lesquelles. Même chez les démocrates, il y a une majorité de gens qui ont une mauvaise image d'Israël. Même chez les républicains, légèrement. Et même chez les juifs américains, il y a une différence dans les générations. La génération ancienne et dans la jeune génération. C'est très inquiétant pour Netanyahou, parce qu'il avait joué énormément toute sa stratégie là-dessus. Donc tout ça est lié. Et quand les voisins, les Émirats, enfin tous les Émirats, l'Arabie, etc., les autres pays, on se demandait quel type de relation ils maintiennent malgré tout avec un régime iranien encore là, affaibli, mais quand même encore là. L'élément de savoir si il faut garder la coalition avec Israël ou pas va dépendre aussi, c'est de la triangulation, va dépendre aussi de l'évolution des États-Unis par rapport à ça. Bon, l'élément clé dans mon petit propos donc rapide là, c'est est-ce que après la fin de la guerre actuelle en Iran, est-ce qu'il y aura une menace iranienne ou pas? Est-ce qu'il y aura encore la perception, par exemple, la perception d'une menace iranienne ou pas? Dans les deux cas, on part dans des directions un peu différentes.
Thank you very much. Kim Goon.
I'd like to thank World Policy Conference to having me here as a panelist. 37 years ago, when I entered the foreign service, my seniors taught me about the United States of America. And they taught me that United States of USA is a hammer covered with cotton. So in normal times, you don't feel that it is a hammer, but only after you are hit, you realize that it's a hammer. So what happened is that the United States, in the name of burden sharing, tried to shifting some burdens to its allies in Europe, in Asia. And naturally, because this is a change, we are hesitant to accept it. But that is happening right now. And so, like for instance, Korea and Japan, we are facing rising China and burden shifting US. So the only way we can survive this or overcome the situation is that Korea and Japan must coordinate more, because one country cannot do it alone. So what happened is that my current president Lee Jae-myung, he was kind of helped by the anti-Japanese feeling in Korea when he was the opposition leader. And Japanese Prime Minister Takahashi Sanai was defined as the most right-wing politician in Japanese history, like Lady Abe. But when they become leaders of Korea and Japan, unexpectedly, they are the closest leaders between them two. They play drum together and show to, and that's the necessity, because we need to fill the gap. We need to step up, because China is rising, and U.S. tries to shift the burden. And the recent incident in the Middle East, in Iranian situation, tells us that it is not only between Japan and Korea, but like IP4, Australia and New Zealand, and European countries also, and our Gulf states, to coordinate more, to fill the gap where the US tries to shift the burden. So recently, France and the United Kingdom had the international summit on the Strait of Hormuz, and Korea, Japan, all the IP4 countries participated, and 51 states, as far as I know. So now the process started, that the normal powers is now stepping up to fill the void of international security structures. So, but the problem of those efforts are those movements lack epistemological groundwork, because in order for countries to move along, there must be groundwork beforehand. And what is the epistemological base for it? So I think we now need to start laying the groundwork for this, for the normal states, normal powers to step up where the US is going to delegate. So I think World Policy Conference is a very, very important venue to lay the groundwork that the normal powers can make the security architecture of the future. Thank you.
Thank you. So that offers a convenient transition to our final speaker, Claire Legendre.
Thank you, Thierry, and thank you, Thierry, for gathering us today. I'm going to speak in French, as I am French. Qu'est-ce qui a changé dans la région? Tout le monde est revenu déjà très largement dessus, mais on voit bien que la totalité, finalement, des paramètres de ce qui était l'architecture de sécurité plus ou moins stable qui existait auparavant ont explosé, avec une série de tabous qui ont sauté, la conflictualité directe entre Iran et Israël sur leur sol directement, l'implication directe dans un conflit des États-Unis avec l'Iran, le fait que l'Iran frappe directement ses voisins des pays du Golfe, et le fait qu'Israël également en ait frappé un dans les derniers mois. Donc on voit bien que ces paramètres ont totalement changé. Si on regarde le panorama des différentes situations nationales, l'Iran va-t-il rester une menace pour l'avenir? Ce qui est certain, c'est que l'Iran a fait face dans ces 2 dernières années à une menace existentielle à laquelle il n'avait cessé de se préparer, notamment par le biais de la poursuite d'un programme nucléaire. Ce qu'on constate aujourd'hui, c'est que malgré cette menace existentielle, qui l'a amené à un niveau d'affaiblissement historique, qui est aussi le cas pour son réseau de proxy, il semble qu'il ait aujourd'hui finalement répondu à cette menace existentielle en maintenant son régime et en trouvant de nouveaux leviers avec la fermeture du détroit d'Ormuz. Donc il est difficile d'imaginer que quand bien même la négociation qui est engagée par les États-Unis aujourd'hui aboutirait, l'Iran, en tant que menace, disparaîtrait pour les États de la région, notamment au plan balistique, puisqu'on a vu que après les attaques précédentes contre l'Iran, il a démontré une capacité extrêmement rapide à redévelopper son arsenal balistique qui constitue aujourd'hui, avec les drones, la principale menace contre les voisins de la région. Autre acteur qui fait partie des démolisseurs également, Israël, comme l'indiquait Hubert Védrine, qui a développé au cours de cette dernière année une nouvelle doctrine, une doctrine de guerre préventive qui vise évidemment à assurer sa sécurité après le traumatisme central qu'a été le 7 octobre, mais qui entend assurer cette sécurité au détriment de la souveraineté de tous les États de la région. Et donc qui constitue également, pour un certain nombre d'entre eux, une vraie menace à la stabilité. On parlait, et dans les sessions précédentes, certains ont évoqué une fragmentation plus grande d'un certain nombre d'États. Fragmentation, certes, mais on a vu aussi émerger des nouveaux projets, je dirais, nationaux étatiques, tels que la Syrie. Et le Liban, avant le dernier épisode, était aussi en voie de reconstruction de sa souveraineté. Donc on voit bien qu'on a à la fois une menace iranienne qui, à mon sens, ne va pas disparaître, un Israël extrêmement assertif, des États qui sont dans un processus aujourd'hui de reconstruction, de nation building, fragilisés par la situation actuelle et évidemment particulièrement au Liban qui était dans ce processus-là, mais qui se retrouve à nouveau pris dans une conflictualité. Un conflit à Gaza qui n'a pas disparu et qui reviendra dès lors que l'attention se reportera dessus. Et tout cela sur une crise de confiance sans précédent avec les États-Unis. Crise de confiance sans précédent avec les États-Unis qui va avoir des conséquences sur la manière dont les principaux acteurs qui ont fait reposer leur sécurité sur les États-Unis vont réagir pour l'avenir. Évidemment, les États du Golfe, mais également Israël. Et donc, quand on regarde l'avenir, il y a de la part des États du Golfe une volonté de diversification de leur partenariat qui s'est déjà très clairement marquée dans les conversations que l'Arabie Saoudite, le Qatar, les Émirats ont pu avoir avec l'Inde, le Pakistan. Vous mentionnez la Chine, c'est évidemment un autre partenaire évidemment essentiel, mais on peut aussi se poser la question, comme le faisait Hubert Védrine, du futur soutien à l'État d'Israël post-midterms et aussi pour l'avenir de plus long terme. Donc dans quelle situation cela nous place? C'est évidemment très difficile de répondre pour la suite des négociations qui sont, nous l'espérons, qui vont reprendre, nous l'espérons, entre les États-Unis et l'Iran. Mais en tout état de cause, ce qui manque aujourd'hui, comme l'a indiqué Hubert Védrine, c'est un architecte. Il manque un architecte, pourtant dans un moment où la dépendance à la nécessaire stabilité de la région par toute une série de régions, que ce soit l'Asie, le Golfe ou l'Europe, est absolument critique. Et donc, ce qu'on voit émerger, et ce que je crois le président Macron a essayé de faire avec Keir Starmer, c'est comment, dans un moment où la totalité de nos économies sont affectées, la sécurité de la plupart d'entre nous est affectée par cette crise, on peut reconstruire un forum de négociation, cette coalition des indépendants à laquelle il appelait, qui ne fasse pas partie de la conflictualité immédiate dans la région, mais qui soit en mesure d'identifier quels sont ses intérêts, évidemment économiques. Le détroit d'Ormuz est au premier chef l'intérêt le plus urgent pour toutes nos économies, mais également l'intérêt sécuritaire. Et je crois qu'il y a aujourd'hui, dans l'appel que faisait Abdelaziz Saguer à ce besoin de coordination, ce besoin de prédictabilité pour tous les acteurs régionaux, finalement une grande convergence d'intérêts avec l'Union européenne. Nous sommes un allié fiable, nous l'avons prouvé, nous avons respecté nos accords avec tous les pays de la région, nous avons montré qu'il y avait une disponibilité de notre part à contribuer, y compris militairement, dans un second temps, à la liberté de circulation dans le détroit d'Ormuz. Nous avons par ailleurs cette expertise de 20 ans de négociations avec l'Iran, où nous avons marqué la plus grande fermeté et robustesse sur ce qui était du programme nucléaire, du programme balistique et des proxys. Il faut que nous puissions travailler ensemble à construire ce cadre d'une architecture de sécurité collective pour l'avenir.
Thank you very much. So we're already into the security architecture question very, very deeply, and the United States has been mentioned by all of you, and its role and where it's going and what its current condition means for the region. Abdulaziz Othman Saga, on this question of security, there is a long-standing assumption that regional security there was going to be guaranteed to some degree by the United States, that the United States would act as a stabilizing power. That no longer appears to be the case. I would ask you, do you think that model of the United States serving as that guarantor is completely bankrupt at this point, that you can't bank on it anymore, or is it simply weakened?
Well, I think the region, they were looking for such arrangement of guarantee with the US. Unfortunately, all the US military presence in the region, it's not there to protect the region, but maybe to protect themselves and to help Israel protection. And this is what we have realized. From the Iranian threat perception, US become number one, Israel is number two. The US partner, and I will not call it alliances, because the only alliances for the US in the region is Israel. We are a partner in the region there. And when the Israeli even changed, because in our threat perception, we used to believe Iran is number one, and Israel was never in our agenda. But after the Israeli attack to Qatar, then it became the big question after Netanyahu, when he said, nobody protected, we can do anything we want at any time to anybody. Saying that have raised the level of the Israeli threat to us in the region and have raised the question. This is why when Qatar have received the executive order from President Trump, that is not a security guarantor. That's sort of an executive order, and within the 1 year President Trump was in the administration, he did cancel more than 230 executive orders. So that executive order is only valid during the time when the president is there and according to his wish at the time he feels and in his assessment. We do not have a sort of guarantee. Yes, we have military presence, whether land bases in Kuwait or in Bahrain, the 5th Fleet, or in Udeid, the Air Force One, or even in Oman, sometimes submarine and so on. But we do not have that sort of guarantee. But let me just take one step back and say, look at what are the different scenarios today in Iran? Continuation of the same regime, continuation the same regime with some modification of behavior, or changing the regime. Talking about the Iranian threat, during the Shah time until the Iranian Revolution took place in 1979, he used to say, I'm the policeman of the Gulf. He used to give himself the top priority of being in charge. Now we have an Iranian revolution regime, Islamic revolution regime, saying, I am in charge, I am the biggest country here in the region, I can determine my hegemony there in the region, and this is why they have adopted the policy of interventionist policy, supporting militia, supporting a violent non-state actor, not dealing with the state as a state, but going through that one. For us, by the way, also, on the agreement that will be reached with the Iranian, we and the Iranian have a same requirement. We do not believe in a ceasefire. We want to have the guarantee that this will not be repeated. For the Iranian, there are 3 key issues for them. Continuation of the regime, guarantee that this will not be repeated neither by the Israeli or the American, and the release of their amount and sanction there. For us, we need the same guarantee that this will not be repeated again, neither by the Iranian or anybody else there in the region. To reach that such a security architecture, we need to look at who will be running the show in Iran and what sort of government is there. What belief do they have? Is it nationalistic or more of a extreme religious, fanatic belief there? All of that make the big question of when parties meet together, what sort of an architecture that we have and what sort of international. From our point of view, we're going to go through the three levels. One, enhancing our domestic military and security capability, defining the real threat to us in the region, building a stronger regional collaboration between us to be able to have a stronger defensive system there for us. And the third is the international collaboration. We did not want it to join the forces, by the way, for obvious reason. The legality of this war. Second, if we are part of it, then we are under the US-Israeli CENTCOM, and we have no control in that one, although we are in the CENTCOM room, but we are on the third seat, we are not in the commanding seat. And third, if we become on the offensive position, then we justify for the Iranian all what they wanted to do to attack all the critical facility there. And fourth, what can we add to more 800 jet fighters that exist there? So in reality, our decision was not to join this on the offensive position, but be on the defensive position. This is the first time 6+1 country being attacked at the same time, simultaneously by the Iranian. And this explained to us that all the weapon industry, all the defense industry they built, they did not build it only for the Israeli, but they built it for us. Having 50,000 drones that can reach Riyadh and can reach the countries there, I think that tells something. And having all the short-range missiles. You see, the problem in the American side, they always believe on the Safwan 1991 total Iraqi surrender, no-fly zone on the two sides, and then try to implement the same methodology there. They might be thinking of a no-fly zone above the mountain of the state of Hormuz, all the way from Kuwait to there, and also the west side of Iran on the Kurdish area. But that's not going to solve. We still want to have a strong central government in Iran, not a dictatorship, not a government that will kill the innocent people, but to have a fragmented Iran, it will have a major impact in the whole region.
There are huge question marks over the region right now. And I mean, Gulf Arab states are dealing with an impossible situation to some degree. I mean, one of the big questions that has been raised here today already by Nabil Fahmy, the incoming head of the Arab League earlier, was about the need for the Gulf Arab states to come together to try to do more for their own security. And I think this is going to be a super interesting conversation moving forward that unfortunately we can't fully address today, or we won't get to some of the other key parts of this. So I want to move the discussion along a little bit, still staying on the topic of security architecture before we move on to other things with Hubert Védrine talking about Europe. We heard the suggestion already that Europe, could be a partner to some degree for the region. Do you see Europe as being what role could Europe play here when we're talking about the security architecture? Is it not structurally limited in its capacity to act as a security force?
Je ne pense pas avoir dit ça tout à l'heure, enfin bon. Puisque l'Europe n'est pas encore un acteur en dépit.
No, I was referring to
c'est moi qui ai dit ça.
Ah, c'est vous. Mais non, je ne critique pas, mais,
non, mais je vous en prie.
C'est un objectif. C'est évident qu'il se passe quelque chose en Europe, pour la première fois depuis 1949, où les Européens se disent qu'ils vont peut-être être obligés, même si c'est terrible, de devenir progressivement autonomes, peut-être une puissance. La plupart d'entre eux ne veulent pas, ça leur fait peur, ça coûte cher, les électeurs veulent autre chose. Enfin bon, pour la première fois depuis 1949, l'interrogation sur la transformation de l'Europe en une puissance n'est pas complètement irréaliste. Si les Européens avaient voulu faire une puissance, ils auraient été gaullistes, en fait. Au lieu d'embêter le général de Gaulle sans arrêt, ils auraient compris que sa position était géniale. Être dans l'Alliance et fabriquer un pôle européen. Bon, on n'en est pas là. C'est un objectif. Mais aujourd'hui, si on reprend nos vrais sujets, est-ce qu'il va y avoir, ce dont a parlé Claire Legendre, il y a deux sujets principaux, la gestion d'Ormuz et la gestion éventuellement de la menace iranienne résiduelle. La question nucléaire, la question des missiles, etc. Ce n'est pas les mêmes configurations. Il n'y a aucun cas où ça concerne l'Europe seule. Éventuellement les Européens, l'Europe bien sûr, mais dès qu'on parle du détroit, on parle de toute l'Asie, on le sait très bien. Et la question de l'affaire nucléaire, etc., on revient à l'accord d'autrefois que Trump aurait dû garder en le perfectionnant, en le complétant par un accord sur les missiles. Ce n'est pas tout à fait les mêmes configurations. Et compte tenu de notre sujet, ce n'est pas les mêmes architectes par rapport à ça. Bon, ça dépend beaucoup de l'idée qu'on se fait les uns et les autres, et les dirigeants saoudiens, émiratis, etc., de l'avenir de la relation avec les États-Unis. Si on pense que le Trumpisme est durable, que, indépendamment de la caricature effrayante de Trump lui-même, c'est une évolution de fond. Aucun de ces pays ne va penser qu'il peut compter totalement sur une garantie américaine. Donc il y aura un clivage entre ceux qui vont dire on va essayer de trouver d'autres garanties en les combinant. On n'a pas besoin de maintenir pour le moment l'alliance avec Israël, sauf s'il y a un changement. Si c'est toujours Netanyahou, ça met en suspens la logique des accords d'Abraham. Si c'est quelqu'un d'autre, peut-être. Et moi, je n'exclus pas que certains pays de la région disent, dans ce désordre, cette incertitude, il faut qu'on parle avec l'Iran aussi. Donc il y aura dans les pays de la région des réalistes qui vont dire, on se méfie de l'Iran, il faut des garanties, il faut un nouvel accord, etc., mais on est obligé de parler à minima. Ce que faisaient certains Émirats, mais de façon un peu cachée, en fait. Je dis ça parce qu'on ne peut pas répondre par une réponse simple à votre question compte tenu de la situation actuelle.
Of course, no. There's no simple answer here. That's for sure. What's coming clear? What is clear is that it's the Gulf Arab states, the region in general. The need to help to develop some sort of common group approach to dealing with the security threat is important. Iran is not going away. But Europe is also dealing with its own need to pull together in terms of security. And as we've already heard, Asia is as well. So we're all facing similar challenges here to some degree. On Asia, Kim Goon, Asian economies are directly affected by the disruption of energy routes. You and I were talking about this a little bit yesterday. Do middle powers like South Korea now see a role beyond economics in security or at least maritime stabilization?
Yes, I think that my country must be part of it, but we cannot provide every of it. So it must be a concerted effort. And so the problem is that we must overcome the collective action problem. So if others do it, it's fine for me. But then we must do it anyway. So everybody chips in and making something happen. That is the concept of collective action, and how we can make this possible is our task at hand. And so naturally, I think countries in Asia will chip in. But how to overcome the collective action problem, it's still to be worked out.
Because your economic prosperity depends on what is happening right now, to some degree, in the Middle East. So it does make me wonder whether there's a security contribution that South Korea, Japan, talking Australia perhaps as well, could make in the region, maybe with the Strait of Hormuz. Do you have any ideas specifically how you might contribute?
I think that many people doesn't realize is that how everybody knows that Japan and Korea is dependent on Middle Eastern oil, but not many people understand how much Australia and New Zealand is dependent on Middle Eastern oil, because when Korea imports crude oil from Middle East, then it is refined, and all the chemical products are going to Australia and New Zealand. So those countries are finally dependent upon Middle Eastern oil. So that's what happened.
Jet fuel, for example.
Yes.
Huge percentages.
Yes. Even jet fuel is provided to the Western United States. So they are also dependent on this one. So it's it's everyone's business to secure the free navigation of the Strait of Hormuz. So we are ready to do it, but we cannot do it alone. So,
of course.
Yeah, so we are ready to do it, and so the initiatives like this international summit I think many countries are very much interested. So.
Yeah, I mean, these are huge topics that we're going to be talking about every day, all day, for the coming weeks. Jihad Azur, let's move on to economic reconstruction in the region. This panel was created around the notion of the day after. We had a lot of talks about Gaza the day after, and somehow we're not talking about that anymore. We're distracted by something else. But the day after, when the dust does settle in the Middle East in general, reconstruction. It's not just about rebuilding, it's rebuilding infrastructure, it's about restoring confidence. And I'm wondering where that confidence is going to come from. What are the minimum conditions required for capital to return to the region? You, as a former finance minister of Lebanon, should have some ideas about that.
You're raising a very important question. I think why this conflict is different from the previous ones. You remember in June last year, we had more intense conflict because the nuclear portion of the military might of Iran was attacked. And from a military perspective, it was much more spectacular. This conflict is different for 3 reasons, and this will determine how the reconstruction will come and the issue of confidence. One is one key economic element of strategic value was not tested before, which is to close the Strait of Hormuz. Never happened in the past. Despite all the conflicts that happened in the region, this is the first time that you are closing something that is vital. And this vital for new group of countries. The 1973 oil shock affected the US, and this is where the strategic alliances was built between the region and the US. You give you security, you give us petrodollars. Here, there is a new arrangement that needs to be developed internationally, and one key partner is going to be Asia. The second element that is very important is you could be a non-belligerent and be attacked. This is what happened to the GCC countries, and this is something new. Never happened in the region, even if the region was going through several conflicts. And where were you attacked? You were not attacked on your military bases, you were attacked on your refineries, your oil infrastructure. Qatar, a country that has good relationship with Iran, and the field is shared between Iran and Qatar. The Iranians hit 12 million equivalent barrel of natural gas. Therefore, this is also something that determines what security you need in the future, and therefore where investment is going to go. Do you need to keep your pipelines above or underground? This is huge investment. Do you need to have redundancies? And here, there is one bright spot that happened in the Gulf. Organically, we saw a very strong coordination among Gulf countries on the infrastructure, ports, pipelines, even on the customs. Therefore, there is a base for something to work on in terms of how to build resilience or how to bring confidence back. Second important element I mentioned, which is how you define the relationship with your partners. Third one is how do you defend yourself? This war also demonstrated that the threat is coming from drones, from very light equipment, and therefore you could have all the vessels of the world. It does not protect you. And it was very interesting to see Zelensky in the Gulf developing a bit security relationships. Therefore, the nature of the threat will define also how countries will coalesce to work together. And this is going to be a very important element for also attracting investment and building, for example, infrastructure that to build resilience will be in Korea and not in the Gulf. One of the lessons learned, the Saudi approach for resilience is to have a pipeline that was not used for 40 years and to have reserves outside the Gulf. And therefore, the Saudi had, before the war, more than 7 weeks or 8 weeks of oil outside the Gulf. Therefore, the whole framework, architecture of how you build your security, how you build your economic security, how you build your economic model is going to be at stake. Of course, everybody today is focused on what's happening in Dubai. Dubai is a small tip of the iceberg, you know, what is happening with tourism, etc. But I think we are here, and this is why I wanted to insist in the beginning, at a very turning point. Of course, you could tell me we are at such a high level of uncertainty today, we don't know if the infrastructure that is vital will survive or not. We don't know what type of agreement will be signed and what security will emerge out of it. Because an agreement that does not provide full freedom of movement will also affect the freedom of movement in the other very critical corridor in the Red Sea, and also will affect other arrangements. Therefore, the whole world order is being discussed. And the meeting that happened here in Paris, I think it's I hope it's a new way of dealing with those issues, because going forward, those questions will impose themselves on the leaders of the world. You cannot ignore those, because today, again, as one of the ministers of the GCC was telling me last week, if you have money, you can buy, but in 3 weeks or 3 months, even if you have money, you cannot buy. Therefore, now this conflict is evolving towards something that is of global nature. In the past, you know, what happened in Vegas stayed in Vegas. What happened in the Middle East stayed in the Middle East. This is the first time is what is happening in the Middle East has reverberations way beyond New Zealand, Africa, even Europe is affected by that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You know, we've talked now a little, you know, we can only scratch the surface. We know that. We know everything is dependent on security, the economic part of it too. But there's also a third element here that we haven't really talked about that much, because we're dealing with very high-level issues. But there are people involved in all of this, right? There are people who are affected directly by this. There's the social fabric and soft power element. And this is where I want to bring in Anne-Claire Legendre, because you, Anne-Claire Legendre, you were involved until just very recently in consulting the French government, of course, on the region and dealing with foreign policy in that context. You've now pivoted into a slightly different role with your institute. Talk to us about the social fabric in the parts of the region, deeply strained. And in that context, how can cultural diplomacy and soft power realistically contribute to making the place better?
Let me take some example, because I think, you know, we've, I mean, I've been working the last 20 years on this region. I think it's also been seen now as a region where you have this kind of, you know, constant conflictuality. And so I think working with the civil societies is also very important. So let's take, for instance, Lebanon. Lebanon now is confronted with a huge humanitarian security political challenge. Of course, you know, the ceasefire is kind of holding, but the question is how to restore the sovereignty of the state over the territory. This requires a negotiation with Israel. It requires a lot of support from the international community to the government, you know, both in terms of supporting the Lebanese armed forces, supporting reconstruction. But at the end of the day, it also requires a very complicated political discussion internally in Lebanon. And you know, going back to Taif, if at the end of the day we want to collectively push back against the reconstruction of the network of Iran proxies in the region, we also need to work on the political balances in Syria, in Lebanon, etc. And in Lebanon, we know how delicate and complicated is this question about, you know, the potential claims of the Shia population in Lebanon. So fostering this kind of, you know, discrete conversation at, you know, track 2, track 1.5 level is also very important in order to build for another future. And I think this perception of, you know, this constant conflictuality has also led in the past into a kind of fatalism from part of this situation, as if nothing could really change people. And even these terms of resilience in Lebanon is both, something that defines the Lebanese people, but is very much resented by the Lebanese people because they feel like, are we doomed to a constant internal war? So this also necessitates that we think in terms of narratives, in terms of where people are able to project themselves mentally and in their imagination. And the second, example, which is obvious to everyone in the region who has been working on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, is how can you, restart thinking something when people don't believe at all that, peace is possible or coexistence is possible in any way. And so working with the civil society, working with artists who actually can project themselves in a much different way than politicians and diplomats, but also work on things that were not addressed by the politicians. For instance, memory and history. It seems a little bit, obvious than the fact that, for instance, Lebanon or other countries in the region are also in this cycle of violence is because they haven't been in a position to address what happened during their history in terms of internal violence. So, for instance, the civil war in Lebanon was never addressed politically because it was too difficult to address. But going back into what does history and memory means for the different part of the constituencies and for the different communities is also something that you can address through different means that are not in the toolbox of diplomacy. And we believe this is something that can complement what diplomats and politicians are doing.
I'm really interested in just following up on this for a second with you because of your, again, this transition you just made from, at the Élysée where you were consulting the presidents and now moving into this position. Do you see in this situation where hard power is kind of unraveling, we've got this massive fragmentation, the political fragmentation that you've discussed and the security architecture unraveling in the region. Do you see the soft power 1.5 diplomacy, track 1.5 diplomacy, as you've talked about, there's a flurry of that going on. Does this become, is this still marginal or does this become critical exactly at this time when other spheres are coming undone?
I think it's really important, and I think it's becoming more important because people don't believe in the traditional tools of diplomacy anymore. So the whole system, the international law is being put into question. Does it exist? Does it work? Is it functional? It doesn't seem so to the people. So we need, to reassure them that it's also a long-term objective to make sure that the international law can still remain the base for an international order. But to do so, if you want to reassure them, you need also to be in a position to address their real fear for tomorrow. If we talk about the day after in a, responsible way, the question for them is, what's the security for me, my children tomorrow? So if you don't enter into this kind of dialogue with them, you will not be in a position to do so. And I think it's particularly important because we've seen how throughout these 2 years, disinformation has played such a key role in fostering and increasing the heat of the conflictuality in the region. And so obviously the role of the public opinion supporting conflict, waging war, and being in a way pushed into a position where fear is core and center in the way they define their political choice is something that we need to address.
Thank you.
I have to handle here
very quick point, and then I'm going to bring in the audience. Yeah.
I think this is an important issue. We are, the history told us in the Middle East that any political crisis like this will have impact over generations. The chance today is 2/3 of the population is below 30. And inclusion is the best way for this new generation to build on the knowledge that has been accumulated and come up with a new social contract. Therefore, working on women inclusion as well as also inclusion of the youth in a region where the level of unemployment at the youth level is very high is very important. Only reducing the gap of women participation in the economy by 50% compared to other EMs will bring, over the last 10 years, $1 trillion of economic output. Therefore, I think it's very important now to work hand in hand, especially in a world where technology is going to be playing a very important role, a disruptive role in our life. Therefore, the future of the region would require to do what you have explained, but in a larger scale. Otherwise, we are going to build in the new seeds for the next conflict.
Yep. For sure. So we're going to open the floor. I have one more question I would put to all of you. Hopefully we'll have time for it at the end, but I already see some hands through the dark. If we could kind of bring up the lights and get some microphones that can be handed around, we'll bring in some questions from the audience. I might collect a couple of them together before we respond. So I see two hands over on that side. Yeah, there's a gentleman with a microphone. If you could first go three rows down and hand to the gentleman there in the blue sweater, I think. Or, starting there, we'll come back to you. Okay.
Stan Kozon, Capgemini. I understand we need an architect. That message came across loud and clear. What about the potential role of Xi Jinping?
Xi Jinping, what about the role of Xi Jinping? Okay, we've already heard a bit about Asia and the importance. Let's also, if you could pass that microphone on to, there we go, great.
Gidon Bromberg from Equipeace. Firstly, a big thank you to Anne-Claire and her work and support for civil society in the peace process. My question is, again, on the question of architecture. President von der Leyen just yesterday in Cyprus declared and called on cooperation with Saudi Arabia to lead in infrastructure for IMEC. It was mentioned in the earlier panel, it hasn't been mentioned so far, the economic integration and connectivity that IMEC presents is a rare opportunity for Europe to lead, because Europe is the global example of the success of connectivity. Can we expect more leadership by Saudi Arabia, by Europe? What can we expect from the G7, where France is leading in these coming weeks?
Okay, very excellent question. Let's start with Xi Jinping, China's role in all of this. Anyone care to take that on first? Perhaps Kim Gun with that? I know you're very familiar with China. You spent a lot of time there.
Yes, but the question was kind of difficult to understand. So,
well, I appreciate the brevity of the question. It leaves you a lot of room to explore.
Oh yes, I think China is also very much affected by the Iranian situation, and so they need to constructively engage in resolving this issue. So, but like in the previous panel, one of the experts said that China is going to wait until they can play a very constructive role to get the prestige. So let's wait what is going to happen. But I think like for China, we have like two feelings at the same time. So we hope that China can play a very constructive role in the region, but at the same time, because of the gravity of their growth, of growth of their power, so we have like we would like to constrain, or we would like to be safe when it happens. So those kind of two feelings will go at the same time with the Iranian situation also. So.
Okay, if anyone else wants to comment on that, but I would like to also get to the connectivity, how Europe might contribute to the region we're talking about. And anyway, so who would like to address what? Go ahead.
Our relation in the region with China is a buyer and seller relation. They import from us 4 million barrels a day, but they're not part of our strategic architecture in the region. So I don't think the Chinese are ready to move toward that. Neither the US would like to give them the chance.
Yeah.
You see, that's a key issue. But at the same time, I think the role they should have played, and they can still play, is talking to the Iranian in a convincing language, because their trade relation with us in the Gulf is close to $300 billion. Their trade relation to Iran is 1.5 million barrels, while we still sell them 4 million barrels, and we are the largest buyer from them in the region. I think they still can play that role of pushing the Iranian to come into terms and sit and diffuse the situation. I think France can help today in initiating a Security Council resolution under Chapter 7 on the freedom of the movement of the vessel on the open canal. Otherwise, tomorrow, Indonesia will come up with some idea on the state of Malaga. Gibraltar will come up with some idea. I think we need to avoid that by having a real Security Council resolution under the Chapter 7 saying the freedom of this, because the Sea Law 1982 does not address it under the Chapter 7 there.
Well,
and on the IMEC, I think I will just mention a word. Saudi have endorsed IMEC from day one, and we will be part of that one. The question, is it going to start from Jabal Ali in Dubai there, or is it going to start from Dugum in Oman? That's another issue, and the complicity of the implementation of the line.
Okay, we have 3 hands raised here on the panel already, but I appreciate your reference to the United Nations, since so many are questioning its role right now. Upavitri.
Une remarque très brève sur la Chine. Une remarque très brève sur la Chine. Je pense que la Chine a confiance en elle, qu'elle pense que tout ça c'est bon pour elle en fait. La Chine est gênée momentanément dans la crise, bien sûr, mais ils ont confiance en eux. Ils doivent penser que les intérêts occidentaux sont mal gérés, à la fois par les États-Unis et peut-être l'Europe, qui n'ont aucune raison de s'agiter, de se précipiter pour intervenir dans n'importe quel conflit actuel, et que dans la durée, ça sera bon. Voilà, donc je pense que ça domine toute la stratégie chinoise, indépendamment de son comportement tactique sur le pétrole ou sur le détroit.
Unclear, Jean-André.
No, just on IMEC. IMEC was also supported by France at the start, and by India. And so it's interesting to see, the reconfiguration of the alliances in the region, and to see that those players are actually willing to contribute to, reinforcing resilience, and resilient go through very, costly infrastructures, as mentioned by Jihad Azur. So I think this can be also one piece of the discussion where Asia, Gulf countries, and Europe has clearly a strategic interest in discussing this. And of course, the G7 will be a good occasion to do so. Yeah.
Jihad Azur.
Very quickly, we need an architect, but the most powerful man in the world is a builder.
So what?
A builder. President Trump is a builder. He's not an architect. Therefore, I think we cannot count on him to come up with new architecture, especially at a time where he doesn't believe in that. Therefore, yes, we need, I think at this stage, in fragmented world, we need people who can aggregate, who can bring people together. And this is where, even in all those countries that we were talking about in the Middle East, the value system is still an Occidental liberal value system. And I think there is still a lot to provide. And this is where Europe can use the soft and also this capacity of understanding the complexities to bring value in a world that is being fragmented. On China, those who visit China knows how China is working. Very pragmatic, using the middle corridor in the previous sessions as a way to channel or use multiple channels. But strategically, they were the only country who has built, for example, reserves of oil equivalent to the US. They work the long and the short cycle at the same time. And I think it's important to understand that. What I expect to see more is Asia. That Asia will be also gradually also taking more ownership of the economic role and economic power that Asia can bring to the community, starting from New Zealand to Pakistan, to South Asia.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. I really appreciate this discussion, and I hope we get an opportunity to follow it up at some point. A warm round of applause for our speakers. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, looking to you, I have a good news, which is that you are not all asleep. But I am sure that you will wake up. I personally attach very great importance to the coming session because it is related to issues which are fundamental for the future of Europe and for global governance in a large sense. So it's a very important one, I think, of the most important sessions, actually, in my viewpoint. We have discussed relatively in depth, if I can express myself in this way, the question of the future of the European Union. We have discussed that, well, since the beginning of this conference. And the purpose, the way we organized the sessions was to show that we have to look beyond conventional wisdom and face reality being that the European Union in 10 years from now might be very fundamentally different from what it is today. And this is to some extent, to a large extent, related with what we are going to discuss now. That is the interaction between what we call the Eastern Europe, the new definition of Eastern Europe, South Caucasus, and we have to go as far as Central Asia. And this panel is representative of these three regions. So I will, each of the speakers, I will ask them, I will start with a very general question, which is how they, from their viewpoint, how they see or foresee the future of the European Union, and what do the is that future from their viewpoint important, and in what sense? What are their own interests in that future? And that is, when I ask for their vision, I mean something that might displease themselves, you know, that might be unpleasant for themselves. You know, you can make predictions that you don't like for yourself, but if you are really realistic, you have to make those predictions or to formulate them. But at the same time, to be positive in the sense of making some recommendations, why the interaction between the EU and their respective regions or countries is important, and how we could better work, you know, between the European Union and their respective countries or regions. So that will be my first question to everyone, so I will not have to repeat it, the first question. And then we will touch on more specific subjects depending on the region. So I think it is probably Song Nim who instructed me to take the speakers in a certain order, but I hurry to say that it is not a diplomatic order. In fact, looking at that, I think this is just the alphabetic order, which is, from a diplomatic viewpoint, a good solution, you know, to many problems. So we will start with Lasha Darsalia. By the way, the four speakers are familiar to the WPC. We have interacted with them several times. I think that the one who is here for the first time in person is Dmitro Kuleba, and as you can see, he exists. You know, he really exists. So, Dmitro, thank you very much also for being here. So, Lasha, we start with you.
Thank you.
So you take my first question, and then we will.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Montbrial. I just want to use this opportunity and express my appreciation to World Policy Forum, World Policy Conference, and personally to you inviting us for this important event. I want to welcome distinguished audience, distinguished speakers, and as we have a very short time, I will be very just few thoughts I want to now offer, because if I'll start reading what the department prepared, it will take more time, and that's not really I want to talk about. And it's really important question, what is the future of Europe? It's really about, I don't know, analysis or prediction, but I will say from the perspective of Georgia what we want to be future of Europe, and we want to future of Europe to be as a strategic player worldwide, but especially in our region. And this is very important for us. When breaking up from the Soviet Union, gaining the independence, Georgia made very bold decision, and maybe it was more bold than anyone else in space, but that Georgia wants to be part of European family. Would it be later EU, or would it be NATO? And NATO is also part for us, the understanding of Europe's security architecture. Georgia wanted to be part of that. And partially or mainly even, the result of this was the punishment we received from Russian Federation. 20% of Georgia's territory is occupied by the Russia, and we passed 4 wars with Russia. We passed through ethnic cleansing of our population on these territories, economical embargoes, all these things, and mainly because of this choice of Georgia. And I would say that so for us it is important that we see Europe as strategic player. And also I want to say that it's not really about choice of Europe. Unfortunately, in today's world, it's binary situation. Either Europe will be strategic player or it will not be at all. I understand this is a very bold statement, but unfortunately today's world, today's changing international system goes into this direction when we need big and strong strategic players whose foreign policies are based on values and strong understanding of where they are and how important they are. And I think that's where we are at the moment, I even could say that I personally have feeling sometimes even Europe is afraid of this role and not recognizing its strategic importance, not recognizes the strategic developments we have worldwide. That's so I cannot otherwise explain this attitude to our region when on the one hand everyone talks about how important a strategic South Caucasus, Central Asia is, but at the same time we don't see the strong and bold decisions and steps in this direction, and sometimes even let me call it not going into too depth, sometimes even looking for excuses not to engage as a strategic actor to the strategic partners. And yeah, so that is maybe I just wanted few words to say about this. There is a lot could be elaborated on this, but just saying generally, we see Europe as a strategic player, or at least we want to see Europe as a strategic player, but there have to be more bold steps in this direction and most bold decisions. Only one bold decision I can say was recently made was when Europe finally acknowledged the progress of some countries who are aspiring being members and granted the candidate status to Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine. But you also remember how it was the details. That was again the example when Europe was hesitating to make the bold decisions, partially trying to blame it to the candidate countries itself. I just wanted to say very generally, not going into details, but that's maybe where also.
We unfortunately do not have much time to go too much into the details, but we'll ask now more specific questions, which is that we all know, I think certainly all of us here, that speaking of foreign affairs is never separable from domestic affairs. It's an old subject. And in your case, it's particularly interesting now because you have your public opinion, and you have the, let's say, the external reality. So my first sub-question is it correct to say, as many people are saying, that the majority of citizens of Georgia are in favor of the so-called West, that is a combination of the European Union and NATO? So are they correct in saying that, or is the real situation more subtle?
Yes, and it's very correct, and generally approval or understanding of Georgia's future in Europe, this is kind of something constant. It is maybe plus minus few percent, but it always is the same percent.
Which percentage?
It's we all different polls, but we always speak something between 60 to 80, depending is it about EU, NATO, or which period we are talking about. But definitely this is majority of population, and it does not have the kind of it does not have dependence on the age. Normally in all ages. The thing is that what I would divide is approval of EU idea and the approval of EU bureaucracy. This is maybe, I would say that there is some frustration in some groups, let's say, softly, in Georgia about EU bureaucracy, but thankfully, it never affected the approval of EU idea in Georgia itself.
So now in your government, of which you are a member, you have, of course, to strike a balance between the population aspirations and the reality of the balance of power. How do you, that's almost a personal question, how do you strike a balance in such a way that you have an apparently stable or relatively stable government?
Well, balance is it's not even just finding the balance, but there are key goals of Georgia, and there are existential issues for Georgia, which are two. Georgia's, basically this is security and being part of the Euro-Atlantic area. With other words, territorial integrity of Georgia and being member of EU and NATO. This is something which where is the conventional agreement.
That's the red lines.
Yes, these are important issues. But this is end goal. And then what is debate in Georgia is more tactical, how to achieve these both goals, rather than do we need one or the other, or what are our goals. This is very clear in Georgia, what are our goals, but the debate is going on tactical issues, including how we preserve the peace and before we achieve our final goals, and how we preserve the stability in a very turbulent region, actually. And you know that if you take 1,000 kilometers square around Georgia, all major conflicts these days is happening there. We have Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine, we have Iran, we have Middle East. All this is from Tbilisi. All these places are within the 1,000 kilometer distance.
So that means that as long as the external situation globally has not changed in a significant way, your path is likely to remain relatively stable.
Yes, well, I would say that Georgia's situation is that, and this is what we always are saying to our colleagues, we are in, during this storm, we are in the same boat.
Yeah.
We are in the same storm. Problem is that we are not in the same boat. Our boat is much smaller.
The boat is in a storm.
Our boat is much smaller and with a lot of holes in it. Or you can say otherwise, we are living inside of cage with the wounded bear. My grandfather was hunter. He was saying that wounded bear is much dangerous and more dangerous than the one which is not wounded. And so our strategy is survival, immediate strategy, short-term strategy, maybe even medium-term strategy, and long-term strategy is territorial integrity of Georgia and being part of the European European family.
And I think that we in the so-called West, we have discussed what West means, and so there were interesting discussions in passing in the last 2 days, but in the West I think we should understand, make an effort to understand your situation and to respect it. So thank you very much. Now I move to Vahan Costanian, who I think is coming for the third time, if I am not mistaken.
Second.
Huh?
Second.
Yes, but maybe because there was one missed opportunity, so I prefer to think in terms of third term. So thank you very much for being with us again. And the situation of Armenia, of course, is quite complex too. To call a cat, you have lost the war with Armenia, but with not with yourself. These are the worst, you know. The worst wars are are civil wars. But no, with Azerbaijan. But now I think you have reached also some kind of equilibrium. So the first question will be the same. That is, given that context, how do you answer the general question?
Thank you very much, dear Thierry. This is an absolute privilege to be back to WPC. And I owe your word to have an invitation for third time to come in future. But going back, when we started the panel, I was thinking what was the situation generally in the world 2 years ago and today, and many things changed. Saying this, probably I should mention that probably we are living in conventional times. We're living in unconventional times 2 years ago as well, but today it's even more severe than 2 years ago, which means that conventional wisdom is not always working, or it's a single case where conventional wisdom can work. So now we need really unconventional solutions and steps which are needed to be taken. And from the perspective of Armenia, allow me first to describe what are the developments on Armenia-EU track that we had during the last 2 years. And probably one of the most unconventional benchmarks on Armenia's EU aspirations track is the law which was adopted by the Parliament of Armenia last year in March to law on launching the EU accession process, which is a clear political demonstration where Armenia, the government of Armenia, but also people of Armenia see themselves in future. Saying this, we are not naive to think that in 2028 or 2030 we'll be able to become EU member state, but this is a political declaration which is the direction that we are working for and with this, we set up a new ambitious agenda for reforms to be able to match the European standards. And this reform agenda itself, we believe, is very important exercise for us internally and domestically, which we are going through, starting from visa liberalization dialogue that we have with the European Union, and currently we are the only country in the world with whom EU has VLD negotiations. We are trying to see what are the opportunities of enlarging the portfolio of cooperation with on sectorial different tracks, and in fact the document which was adopted last December between Armenia and EU strategic agenda of Armenia-EU partnership, which sets a good framework and a roadmap for the sectoral and gradual integration for Armenia to the European Union. First time having very important components on security, on economy, which was not the case when we're looking back to CEPA agreement from 2017. So having this said, probably I should mention that EU became a real strategic partner for us. And as our European colleagues like to say, Armenia-EU relations are closer than ever, but for us this is not the limit, and we clearly see the next milestones which are needed to be achieved. And with this regard, also to mention that we're going to have Armenia-EU first summit hosted in Yerevan in May 5th, right after the European Political Community Summit, which we have also privileged to host in Yerevan. So things are moving quite fast. Unfortunately, European bureaucracy is not sometimes catching with the speed of geopolitical developments in the region.
You're a very good diplomat in the way you are stating things.
Yesterday with Lasha, we were speaking about, Lasha made a point on different issues, saying that sometimes we need to hurry slow. But if we are speaking about strategic players, even with hurrying slow, you should make sure that you are not late. And this is probably the biggest challenge today for the European Union, sometimes to hurry slow, but make sure that they or we together are not late. And probably another comment on the European future and the Eastern neighborhood. I guess given the time that we are living in and the agenda that EU has with the different regions, the definition of European neighborhood itself should be also redefined. If a couple of years ago, when the Eastern Partnership, for example, was being born, the South Caucasus was the line where the European neighborhood was ending. Today, definitely, European neighborhood, at least from my perspective, it cannot be strategic without Central Asia as well. And here, the South Caucasus and 3 countries of South Caucasus play a very important and strategic role to connect Central Asia with the European Union. And we see that there are different tendencies of this partnership growing.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's very precise. But of course, in the medium to long term, these connections will almost very probably be organized and come into reality. Meanwhile, we have you have some other problems to solve in your environment. Azerbaijan is still there, and you have agreed to support the TRIP corridor project. And well, looking at you, maybe you will correct my statement, which is supposed to allow Azerbaijan and Nakhchivan to connect. Well, this certainly is a crucial point in the near to middle term. Can you comment a little bit about that, and more generally your relation with Azerbaijan?
Yes, thank you very much. To start, probably supporting TRIP project, probably it's not the precise definition of the agreements made in Washington, because TRIP is a project that Armenia has full ownership first, and second, we are ourselves much interested in opening of the communications in the region. And it's not only connecting the main part of Azerbaijan with Nakhichevan, it's much bigger and strategic project to connect Central Asia to Europe, and understanding also the commitment to have reciprocal benefits. It basically also means that the southern parts of Azerbaijan, of Armenia, can connect to northern part of Armenia using the Nakhijevani rail. And with the unblocking which will take place, we will be able to connect not only east to west, but also Gulf to Black Sea, which is a huge game changer for the whole region. And we are much interested in implementing the project. There are active talks with the American colleagues how we're going to establish the company, Armenian-American joint venture in Armenia. We already started the feasibility study, but also to mention that we already started the opening of communication in the region itself, because after the August 8, we have the precedent, for example, of importing grain from Kazakhstan using Azerbaijani rail and Georgian rail, and this is a very unique example how regional cooperation can work and how creating additional interdependencies in the region can build more stability and peace in the region. Coming to Armenia, Azerbaijan, well, both leaders of two countries numerously mentioned after August 8 that peace is already established between Armenia and Azerbaijan, and the processes that we have now, we like to call it peace institutionalization, taking further steps to build economic ties between our two countries. We started already direct bilateral trade, importing gasoline from Azerbaijan, and hopefully in near future we already identified what we shall be exporting from Armenia to Azerbaijan, but also in the same time working on people-to-people contacts. Civil society representatives are meeting, and what is important, we are meeting not in third countries only, but also in Armenia and in Azerbaijan. We also have a very important format which was established with our Georgian colleagues of trilateral consultations between the ministries of foreign affairs, where me and Lasha are personally involved as well. And here also we see very big perspective of the regional cooperation between our three states, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, but also with the wider neighbors of ours.
Thank you very much. A very short footnote, and please in a few seconds, for a very special, particular question. You know, in France, you used to have a significant Armenian diaspora. So why has it become so silent? I knew two persons who were symbols of that diaspora. That was Charles Aznavour, and in French, you know, and Patrick de Vedjan, who was a good friend of mine. Both of them, unfortunately, have passed away. So, why are they so silent now?
Whom?
No, whom? I don't know whom, because the two, Charles Aznavour is passed away, and Patrick de Vedjan too. But so, who are the leaders of your diaspora in France?
I guess I should not comment about the citizens of France. You know, it wouldn't be politically correct.
You have a diaspora.
I can comment
think
how
about
vocal
it,
Armenia is nowadays on international arena, which so I believe you can agree with.
You will tell me in private. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Vahan, for these very interesting answers. And now I move to Dmitro Kuleba. Again, Dmitro, I'm extremely honored and happy also to have you in person with us. You made your reputation, so to speak, during a very hard period. Foreign Minister of Ukraine during the most difficult, probably, periods of this war. And I understand that now you are teaching, in particular in Paris, Sciences Po, and writing a book that will be published, I think, in a few months from now, on diplomacy at war, which is most interesting subject. But you have a lot of experience that very few people have. We have discussed actually last night the question, which is my first question, about the future of the European Union. And again, because I myself intervened several times since the beginning of this conference, I am personally convinced that if the enlargement of the European Union continues to Ukraine, but almost necessarily and unavoidably to Balkan countries overall, and until an ultimate border that would be ultimate during the next few decades, Belarus, Russia, and Turkey, that will be an extremely different European Union, and the issue of security will be have to be defined in a totally different context. So my first question to Mitro is actually the same as to all of you, but perhaps I would like to ask you, Mitro, to put your answer into this framework of the likely evolution of Europe in this new, very new context.
Well, I think Europe is not set in stone. The European Union, as we know it, is only 20 years old since the last wave of enlargement. 30 years old. No, but the Central Europe, 34. Central Europe exceeded in what, early 2000, so 20. But I'm bad at math, so I have to apologize. And it has been evolving. It started with 2 small communities, then it became a big community, then it decided to become a union, then it decided to expand. There were people who tried to take the European Union above the skies and turn it into a federal project that failed. So Europe has approached a moment when it has to take itself to the next level. And it's not only geography that defines that. I think the European Union is proud of being a safe and rich place, because when we hear people speaking about the successes of Europe since the Second World War, what comes to mind first? There is no war and we are prosperous. But both of these achievements are being severely challenged now. And the European Union, as it stands today, is struggling to address these 2 problems and to guarantee that it will remain a safe and prosperous place. So how do you do that? How do you take Europe to the next level? I agree with everyone who says that we need unconventional solutions. The problem is that who will be the people who will come up with unconventional solutions? And secondly, who will stand by them? How to build consensus around an unconventional solution that makes it conventional. This is what does not seem to be happening. So to put Europe in a better place, I think 3 things have to happen in the following order: rearmament, reform, and enlargement. If Europe fails, and all of these 3 elements are important, if Europe fails with either of them, I'm afraid neither security nor prosperity will be guaranteed. So you have to start with rearmament. We see how difficult it has taken off, but it's still lagging behind the actual needs. I agree, Europe cannot operate on the same rules after it enlarges to Ukraine and Western Balkans. So first Europe has to change itself. And with all my respect, I'm afraid Ukraine will reform itself faster than Europe will reform itself, preparing for Ukraine's accession. But this reform is needed, reform of the decision-making, policy principles, and there will be a lot of fighting. And then Europe will have to enlarge, because everything we have learned over the last decades is that wherever Europe does not come, someone else sets his foot in and creates pressure on domestic politics on the countries, transforming them, pushing them in different direction, which eventually create a problem for Europe. So these are the three purposes: rearmament, reform, and enlargement. And I'm looking forward to see leaders in Europe who will be able to build consensus around these three objectives.
Thank you very much. So now, looking from your perspective and experience in Ukraine, how do you see in the next, let's say, 10 years, when I say 10 years, it's a way of speaking, of course, how do you see the future connection between the United States and Europe, or the European Union, in the way it will evolve, in terms of security? Can you imagine a full deconnection between the US and the future Europe? And do you think that Ukraine can play a role, a special role to shape, to contribute to shape the future US-European relationship in terms of security?
Well, Thierry, as you know, I live in Kiev, and I think in terms of the next day. Thinking in terms of the next 10 years.
But you think?
Yes, but since I'm in France, and there are no air raid sirens yet, I think I will take the opportunity and make a longer forecast. I believe that the rupture between the United States and Europe is a very healthy development for Europe. I believe that everything we know about Europe suggests that it makes step forward usually as a result of a crisis, and the deeper the crisis, the stronger are the moves forward. It is difficult to live through Trump's presidency as we speak, but who will disagree that stronger Europe is a better Europe? So relying, there are many things I can complain about when it comes to President Trump and his policies, but we have to be honest, the United States have been paying for Europe's security for decades, which allowed Europe to save a lot of money and invest them in social welfare. Trump is not far from speaking the truth when he demands Europe to pay more. It's a fair deal, as he would say. So Europe has to, if Europe speaks about strategic autonomy, about independence, it wants to assert itself, it has to become a security adult. Not only an economic adult, but also a security one. And this is where Ukraine comes in. When the war in Ukraine broke out, what we soon realized was that it was true that Europe owned some of the best types of weapons in the world, but it was also true that those weapons existed in quantities sufficient for arms exhibitions held worldwide. So you can be proud of the technology that you possess, but when you are to defend yourself, if you want to be treated seriously, the calculation and deterrence is based not only on the quality, but also on numbers. So today, today Europe when it comes to defense, today Europe depends more on Ukraine than Ukraine depends on Europe, although Ukraine's dependence on Europe is very big. It's very solid. It's solid, it's big. So Ukraine greatly depends on Europe when it comes to security. It's our lifeline. But having said this, Europe's dependence on Ukraine when it comes to security is even greater, which drives this relationship. Because it doesn't matter how good your armies are, a battle-hardened army is always stronger than the one that is not. It doesn't matter how many missiles, it doesn't matter how many technological solutions you have. It's always the ability to apply that matters. And finally, I wish I was not speaking from this perspective. But you may have all the weapons in the world. What really matters is not that. What really matters to be able to defend yourself is the will of the people to resist. And I think this is where Ukrainians are buying a lot of time to our European fellows.
Well, thank you very much for these answers. But now, you know, in the next 10 years, again, when I say in the next 10 years, it means not the immediate future, not the very long term. The European Union will not become a real power. It's impossible in a matter of 10 years. If you think otherwise, tell me and explain me why. But I cannot imagine Europe becoming a strong power able to defend itself against any significant aggression. But on the other hand, I also hardly find Russia or any other power to be able to attack, aggress Europe as such in a significant way, unless, of course, you or anybody explain me the contrary. Of course, I can understand all kind of aggression, cyber attacks, and all that, obviously. But this, in turn, is related to diplomacy, because if we are attacked for cyber warfare, this sort of thing, it is also because they consider that we are attacking their own interests. You know. But a major war between Europe and Russia, I find it extremely difficult. Since, in particular, they are not even able to win the current war in Ukraine. So, my question to you is: you repeat, not only you, but the Ukrainians in general, they repeat that you are in fact defending not only Ukraine but Europe. This is what you say repeatedly. So can you tell us in what sense Ukraine is really defending Europe?
There are many people in Ukraine who believe so.
Of course, that I understand.
Yes, including in the political circles. I hold a more realist view on that. I believe that very few in Europe care that Ukraine defends them. And therefore, I do not view this relationship from the appeal to the rest of Europe that we are defending them. I think what we are doing, we are defending ourselves and buying time for Europe to prepare itself for what a good diplomat would call a more challenging environment. The nature of interest that stems from European Union to Ukraine is not based on gratitude for defending it. It's based on a very raw security instinct that Ukraine has something that the European Union doesn't. And Ukraine is the best place to take it, together with the rest of Ukraine, of course. I may be wrong, but I think I tend to view this relationship from a more pragmatic perspective. I want to dare to challenge you on one point, which is the attack. The thing is that you do not need to attack Europe. You need to attack one country. For Europe, to put Europe in a situation where it has to decide whether it was attacked as a whole or not. And what if the purpose of the war will not be to conquer an EU member, but to cause 24 hours of hesitation in Brussels, in both headquarters in Brussels, and to expose to every European and everyone in the world that the promise of unity was a lie. Is it worth several missiles, drones, and losing a couple of divisions? I think for President Putin it does. Because his goal is to prove that the European Union as a project, NATO as a project, are false. They're based on lies. Wars can be of very different kind. In Ukraine, it's a war of conquest. But there can also be a war of disintegration.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. But if I may say so, I think that to say today that the European Union can be thought of as a unity already today is a lie. You know, we have to face the reality. It can be a kind of alliance, but not a unity. That's the whole problem, you know, when we think about the future of European security. Are we talking about an alliance or a revised alliance among us with a smaller weight of the United States? Or are we talking of constructing a full unit as if the European Union were itself a nation? That's the big issue. But we don't have time to discuss that. But I think this is the whole issue that the politically correctness avoid to face. And I think that one of the role of this here at the WPC and among friends, European friends, but also those who look at Europe from outside, we have to face this question constructively, you know. What are we, if we think that we are going to build a united Europe as if it were a single nation, I think it is the wrong approach. But let us keep that for future discussion and now move to Kazakhstan. Roman, you are now a friend of long standing here at the WPC. I thank you very much. You are one of the most prominent diplomats in Kazakhstan. So I start with you with the same question, with of course a different with our friends, which is that Kazakhstan, to my knowledge, do not think to apply immediately for candidacy to the European Union, and I suppose that most Europeans would be surprised if you were becoming a candidate for the very near future. So the question about the way you look at the European Union in terms of security in a very large sense, including economic security, of course, is very important. So please.
Thank you so much, Thierry, and it's a great honor to be here again with you. Well, I guess the further away from the European Union you get, from Georgia to Armenia, Ukraine, and then to Kazakhstan, the more optimistic perhaps you get about the European Union, and or maybe it's because the Kazakhs are traditionally optimistic by nature, but we would like for Europe to succeed. We would like for Europe to become stronger. We see that Europe in the 4 years since February 22, but especially in 1 year since January 2025, has become a more strategically aware and has become an actor who wants to be more global, more united, more active, more resilient. And we only welcome that. For us, well, balance was the word that was used by your president. Balance is maybe a middle name for the Republic of Kazakhstan. We like balance. We work for balance. We can only survive in our very interesting geopolitical environment if we achieve balance with our neighbors. And for us, the distant neighbors, shall we say, the European Union and the United States are and extremely important pillars for our foreign policy. So we have really achieved a lot, I think, in the 30 years in our relations with the EU, but we see an even greater future. And there is a great mutual interest now in Brussels, in European capitals, in Paris, and in Astana, in having stronger relations, which goes way beyond the traditional areas of cooperation, such as oil exports, but ventures into critical raw materials, ventures into the creation of an efficient and working middle corridor, which was mentioned already several times today. So we're very much interested in a stronger Europe. For us, it's a paramount, well, a key part of our foreign policy. And I think that looking forward, we can look 10 years ahead of us, thankfully. We can see this relationship where Kazakhstan and Central Asia, on the one hand, and the European Union, a bigger European Union, become closer and are indeed connected through multiple routes, not just the middle corridor, but including the middle corridor first and foremost. We see a relationship that is much stronger, from growing from $50 billion trade now to, I don't know, 100, 150, and expanding. So we are not indeed going to join the European Union in the foreseeable future. There are not even a discussion about that. But there is a territory in Kazakhstan that is beyond the legal definition, I guess, of the borders of Europe, beyond the Ural River, and that's the territory the size of Greece. So we have eventually a claim to be part of Europe. We're a Eurasian country, but for now we are working on developing our cooperation with our neighbors as a balancing power, as a middle power. We take this responsibility very seriously. We're keen to work with the European Union, with France, with other like-minded partners to reform the international system as much as we can.
Thank you very much. Do you, when you think about in Kazakhstan, not only you or diplomats, but more generally, when you think about the European Union, do you think of it as an international organization among others, or regional organization among others, or do you think that it is something more, and in what sense?
Well, it is something more, I guess, but it is indeed a strange animal. I agree with you.
It is. Yeah.
I remember a big discussion in the United States how to treat the EU ambassador there, whether to call her or him an ambassador or head of mission, and accord him or her respective privileges. But we made the choice, as I think the majority of the countries in the world, to treat the EU ambassador as the ambassador representing the Union. I would add to this discussion a point that in Kazakhstan, the European Union has a very strong soft power pool. People look up to the European Union, still believe that the European Union stands for values, for standards, for high level of living, obviously, as our colleague from Ukraine just mentioned. But they also see that this union can be a stronger entity in the future. Yes, it is torn from inside by numerous contradictions and by this discussion about how to expand, whether to expand, which countries to accept, which countries not to accept. Of course, there are already various concentration circles within the EU, the Eurozone, the Schengen zone, etc. But I think the EU can succeed if it has this strategic purpose. I will agree with Mr. Kuleba that under duress, the EU has responded in the past, and we can only hope that it will rise up to the occasion. And we hope that it not only comes to Central Asia, but stays in Central Asia. And we hope that this an immense growth of interest that we now see from Brussels, from Paris, from Berlin, from Rome, will not subside after this, again, diplomatically speaking, a very tense geopolitical moment passes in Ukraine, I mean. Because, and I think that the fundamentals for stronger cooperation between our regions are there. So I hope that the commitment will also outlive this this period. And Central Asia basically is already closer, but it will be even closer than you think to the EU.
Thank you very much. I think that one simple lesson or lesson conclusion we probably all of us can draw from this discussion and other discussions as well is that yes, the European Union is a very strange animal that the Europeans themselves do not understand fully. Perhaps, perhaps it is better that they don't understand it all. But if it did not exist, the world would definitely not be better. So we have to work as well and as intelligently as we can to improve this strange animal. And you are part, all your countries are part of this effort to make this animal more sexy, if I can say so. So thank you very much. We have 3 minutes and something left, and I will take, let's say, 2 brief questions. Monsieur Colston, allez-y.
Question to Dmitry. Well, first observation, then a question. Observation, I think as Europeans, we may be thankful to Ukraine for fighting so hard, not only for your country, but also for us, number one. Question, given the fact that you have had to develop such strong military competencies, and especially the new war with the drones, etc., illustrated by the fact you have helped Gulf states to fight against those attacks, don't you think that Ukraine not only can contribute to rearmament of defense, but could play a leading role?
Maybe I will take a second question. That's another question. Pierre Lévy? Pierre Lévy, oui. Former ambassador to Russia until recently.
Well, you won't be surprised that my question will be about the Russian attitude. We know that for Russia, all this is about a zero-sum game. I mean, your relations with the EU, whether an association agreement or a membership, is viewed really as impossible. I think there was recently a meeting between Mr. Pashinyan and Vladimir Putin, and he said the membership of Armenia is inconceivable or impossible. And of course, this is rooted to a strong political vision dating back to USSR, near abroad on all this. This is well known. And this is also connected to some economic problems or difficulties. I mean, the compatibility between having relation with the EU and the economic Eurasian Union. This is a point which was raised when we talked about association agreement with Ukraine in 2014. I think there are technical solutions if the political will is there. So I would like to have your views about the attitude of Russia, which for me didn't change.
The question is addressed to whom?
To all participants, especially to those whose country is member of the economic Eurasian Union, like Kazakhstan.
So we have
and Armenia.
We have 30 seconds, left. So I will perhaps ask, well, maybe Dmitro and Roman to say just a few words, if it is possible, to answer the 2 questions. Well, if it takes 1 minute instead of 8 seconds, I accept.
No, Thierry, we do not want to be expelled from this beautiful place. Thank you. And secondly, Ukraine's defense industry will be the first area in which Ukraine will become a fully integrated part of Europe. The rest will follow.
Roman?
Well, I think that question was not so far related to Kazakhstan. As I said, we are not seeking EU membership, but we are indeed a member and a founding member of the Eurasian Economic Union. And for us, it was a very logical decision when we launched that process of economic cooperation with Kyrgyzstan, Belarus, Armenia, Russia back then. So we will continue to live where we are, and nobody has ever now taught us how to conquer geography, and we live in the heart of Eurasia. This is our part of the world where we have to live, and the way to strengthen our economic potential, to ensure our economic prosperity, is to work with our immediate neighbors, such as Russia and China.
Well, thank you very much. I think it was an extremely interesting panel, too short, but extremely interesting. Let me offer to all of you, for further thought, a remark that one of our friends here made to me earlier today, which is that since the beginning of our conference, the name of Putin was very, very little mentioned. It was mentioned twice, I think, this afternoon by you, Dmitro, and maybe not Roman, but no.
Russia was
so
mentioned. So
Russia,
pretty much the same.
and Russia was also very little mentioned all over the conference, including when we spoke about the Middle East. So I will not pretend to give an explanation now, but I think that friend was that's a very interesting remark. So we should all of us think, why did we mention Russia so little and Putin so little? So with that question, I thank you very much, and we move now to the before last session. That is on the United States, of course. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. We're going to start. If you don't mind taking your seats, that would be lovely. So we're going to start this session on the United States. I'm Virginie Robert. I work for Les Echos. I'm the foreign desk editor. Last year, I don't know if you remember, for the ones who were in Abu Dhabi, we tried to assess what a Trump presidency would be. It was quite an exercise. Now this year, we're 15 months in this presidency. And to talk about it, I have with me Hiro Akita, who's a journalist from Nikkei and a commentator. Thomas Gomard, that you all know, who's the head of Ifri. Jean-Claude Gruffat, who's a New York financier and the CEO of Weld & Co. Vuk Jeremic, sorry about that, who used to be a foreign minister for Serbia and now is teaching and having you're head of a think tank today. Jay Truesdell, who was with us last year and who's a head of TD International and a top geopolitical strategist. And Professor Wong, who's a prominent author for us in Beijing. Well, not for us, he's a prominent author and Chinese author. So all of us are going to be discussing the United States of Donald Trump. So last year when we started, I remember that Jean-Claude was saying that Trump would probably favor loyalty over competence, and definitely proved right. Jay was telling us that Trump would favor bilateral relationships rather than multilateral ones, and that tariffs hikes were coming up, and that proved on a very, very large scale. And I remember Hiro telling us that if we wanted to deal with Trump, we had to cozy up with him, and that the Prime Minister of Japan was on the golf course.
Good memory.
Yes. And we've seen a lot of leaders going to the Oval Office trying, to cozy up with Trump, and usually he mocked them, so it's a very difficult relationship to entertain. So we all understand that this presidency has created a lot of havoc. It's very difficult for a lot of countries, but we're going to try first of all to see if there's some continuity with past presidencies, tendency that the Americans are not shying away from, and then see what are the elements of discontinuity that are very disruptive, and then see how we can all address them and in what sense we can address them properly. So if we have to think about what remains very central to the United States regarding the rest of the world, and that is not moving despite who the president is, there are several topics. And maybe, Jay, you would be the first one I could talk to address this, because we've talked about it yesterday. And by the way, the format is supposed to be very free. We're going to make it as a conversation. It's not, one talk after the other. Everybody is allowed to bump him and say whatever he has to say on the topic we're addressing. So we hope to make it very lively for you. And we'll also open up to questions and give you some time also to ask our panelists. So talking about this continuity, discontinuity, Jay, properly, let's start with continuity. Do you see any major tendency that still remain despite the style and the ambitions of Donald Trump?
Yes, and thank you also to Thierry and Song Nim for your wonderful organization, hospitality, and Virginie, great to be back on this panel with you and our fellow panelists. I would say, as there's a common aphorism, of course, that interests are enduring. From my perspective, there are three main areas where there has been policy continuity, and these are effectively locked in structurally. The first is around U.S. policy towards China. U.S. policy towards China has bilateral consensus within the House and the Senate, and also within the many parts of the U.S. business community. It has a number of features, of course, strategic features related to military competition, related to economic competition, and also related to the role more broadly throughout East and Southeast Asia in terms of alliances and partnerships. And so I'm certain we've all followed the U.S.-China relationship very closely, and that will remain a feature of continuity, not just from the Biden administration, but onwards throughout the second half of the Trump administration, and I would say beyond. The second is around economic competitiveness. US policymakers, both in previous administrations and in the Trump administration, have heavily emphasized the importance of GDP growth, job growth, maintaining low inflation or lowering inflation after the COVID spike, and doing what is necessary to continue to drive investment and innovation. And that leads me to the third area, which is around tech dominance. We've seen this administration push very hard to support innovation, not just within AI, but across all types of technologies, biotech, medtech, and we will continue to see the stock market grow, not just as a result of the Magnificent Seven, but many other stocks from the 493 in the S&P that are not specifically driven by AI. So those, in my view, are the three areas of policy continuity: China, economic competitiveness, and tech dominance.
Anybody wants? Yeah, Hiro?
Okay, so I completely agree with your assessment, but I just wanted, as a journalist, I just wanted to provoke by presenting other way I look at the US. So I have to confess that I made a mistake in analyzing. Journalists do not often admit that it make mistake. I made mistake in analyzing Trump administration because I tried until the end of last year. I tried to analyze and predict Trump through the prism of policies and strategy, but based on that, I assume that the Trump administration will focus more on Western Hemisphere and don't militarily commit to the rest of the world. But what we are witnessing right now in Iran is completely different scenario. So I think it is not only me who, assume that way. So now I believe that we need new lens. That is a lens of literature. Literature or literary lens, which means best guide to analyze Trump administration is not the Clausewitz, but it's like Shakespeare.
Okay.
Yeah. So what I mean is this. Of course, I read national security strategy, or I try to understand the policy continuity. But the Trump administration is moving like literature, maybe tragic literature. So in the literature, scenario doesn't move based on a rational, but based on emotion, based on the human relation, likes or dislikes, or more importantly, coincidence, or by miscalculation. So what we are witnessing is not the accumulation of policy or strategic decision, but it's like an interaction of the literature story. So I'm not joking, I'm serious.
No, I understand, but to your point, if you go there, I'd rather think about a mega of, the MAGA literature, not the American one, but the Japanese literature.
That leads to my last point. Maybe what we are seeing, so in the literature, usually, great literature ends by the tragedy, like Shakespeare.
Yeah.
And what we are witnessing is very, very unpredictable. But if Trump administration pursue the current path, it is likely it's going to be either tragedy or sad novel. So my point is that what we should do to analyze the Trump administration is to widen the spectrum and then prepare for quite wide spectrum of scenario. And also, of course, I read strategy, I read policy, and also I listen to Trump's speech. But we shouldn't try to so much to comfort ourselves that we know what's going to happen by reading his strategic instinct.
We need an extra layer of sensitivity and turn towards literature. Some people say we should turn to psychiatry too. You know, it's there are different ways to approach.
I hope that I can make more sophisticated comment, but
no, that's fine.
Yeah.
So if we remain on what is permanent with the administrations, you mentioned AI a lot. And also, I think energy is also something that is very important for Americans. You wanted to get in there.
Thank you very much. I was actually inspired by what Mr. Akita said in mentioning Shakespeare. One of the most famous quotes by Shakespeare was, something is rotten in the state of Denmark. So I'm definitely an external observer to what is happening in the United States, but and this, of course, obsession with Donald Trump comes for a number of good reasons. But if you look at it from the outside and try and take a strategic perspective, after 3 decades of Bush 1 and Bush 2 and Clinton and Obama, pretty much every single aspect of the political spectrum in America was in power over those 3 decades. There was a victory of Donald Trump. So I dare to say that something was definitely very deeply rotten and broken about the American system. And then there was an attempt at recreating ancien regime, and those were the 4 years of Joe Biden's administration. And then Trump wins again, despite being deplatformed, despite investigations, despite media ban, and so on. So I think it is fair to say that something was and is still deeply broken in America. And I'm not sure that Trump and this administration is going to fix what was broken. I don't know what comes after Trump. I don't know what kind of excitement awaits us in the next month, let alone 2.5 years of Trump administration. But I'd be very, very doubtful about America returning to what we had before Trump's rise onto the stage, Trump not being the cause, but actually a very powerful symptom, a deeply consequential symptom, a symptom that accelerates this rupture and change. And one thing that I know for sure, I would not dare getting into predicting what happens in America domestically. But what happens with this change and this rupture internationally, I think is truly profound. Because right now, America is experiencing not its first military adventure that has gone not quite as well as they had expected it. There were Vietnams and Afghanistans and all that. But this is the very first time that America is denied militarily, directly denied its military goal, achievement of its military goal by a state actor. And together with that, one of the most important global goods delivered by America, which was the freedom of navigation, because there was only one navy, right, capable of doing it, seems incapable of actually fulfilling this in a pretty strategic point in the world. There are other points in the world, and one can think about what is the future of America's promise, alliance, what means to be focused and concentrated in having America only as an ally. Those are the things that are going to contribute significantly to uncertainty and instability in the decades to come.
Before we get to what is more disruptive, we are fortunate to have with us Jean-Claude, who lives in New York. You're an American citizen now. You've been living there for many, many years. You know the Republican Party well. So do you agree that there is something deeply rotten in America? It's because I saw you move at that time.
There's a lot of things that don't work in America. First of all, let me say again, like all of us, that we tremendously enjoyed this session and the session previous session, the program last night. So thanks to Thierry, thanks to Marie-Christine, thanks to Song Nim and so on to hosting us. It's always a pleasure to be here, and all the more in such a wonderful scenery. And you know, I left New York, it was still cold, so I'm delighted to be here. At least I have to go back tomorrow, unfortunately. Well, I don't know whether something broken in the Kingdom of Denmark or in the Republic of the United States. But let me sort of give you a perspective. Trump was elected this time square and fair, as we say in America. He won the Electoral College and he won the popular vote. That was the first time in many, many years that a Republican president won both Electoral College, because if you recall, in 2016, he lost the popular vote by 3 million votes, and he won the Electoral College. So he was elected. And I have to go back to some of the things that happened when you made reference to the previous presidents. I remember the election of 2004, which was the George W. Bush second election against John Kerry. At that time, many political observers say that given the evolution of the electorate in America, it's very likely that it's going to be very difficult going forward for a Republican president to be elected, and suddenly to be elected with a majority of the popular vote, simply because of the evolution of the population and the origins and the level of education and so on and so forth. The Republican Party, the old-style Republican Party, was losing it. And that was something that was obvious to many of us, and we had agreed to that. So the Republican Party had to change. Now, you may not like the way it has changed. To some extent, I don't agree with the way it has changed, but I have to recognize that in 2024, Trump won because he was able to attract to him people who were not traditionally voting for the Republican Party. He got a significant vote from the Latinos, he got an increased vote from the African American, and he got a lot of votes from the blue collars, the working class. People would never vote Republican. Now, why did he get this vote? Because the Democratic Party, to a large extent, focused on other type of electorate, like minority, and I would say what I would call not the ethnic minorities, but the social minorities. So that's one of the reasons why. Now, if you look at where we are now, Trump was elected with an agenda of immigration. He was no foreign war. I will stop the war, Russia-Ukraine, in 24 hours, if you recall. And then he said that I will essentially bring stability, security in the street, because the Democrats do anything, and DI, diversity, equity, inclusion, meaning what we call otherwise the wokeism. He will get rid of the wokeism in the private sector and the public sector. Fast forward, 15 months later, what do we have? Immigration has been reduced dramatically. Maybe not the way it should have been done, but it's been reduced. And
very brutally.
Let me say what I was about to say. Some of the things, what happened is that it was the view was that we have to get rid of the criminals. And then the extension was that anybody who came to the United States not following the process, which is more and more, by the way, if you want to become an American citizen now, it's practically impossible. I mean, the naturalization process is a very, very complex process. Cut on green card, cut on the lottery, cut a lot of things that some of you may be familiar with. This is gone. So it's very difficult to become a legal American now by naturalization. So a lot of people come on refugees and all kind of status, and they stay, and I don't know exactly. We don't know how many illegal immigrants are in the country. So Trump and some of the Republicans are saying we have to get rid of these people, even if they are not criminal. So they increase dramatically the law enforcement agencies that's dealing with this problem, which is ICE, Immigration and Custom Enforcement, and the CBP, which is the cross-border, and these people were, they didn't have any people, so they had a budget for that, and they hire a lot of people. And those incidents and these several people were killed, and there were protests and so on in Minnesota and other places. All of that came because essentially they were enforcing a policy using people who were not trained for that. So that was the execution. The intention may be justified, the execution was poor. So that's now look at the tariff. The tariff, anybody knows that the tariffs are wrong because they are paid by the American consumer, not by the importer, not by the exporter in a foreign country. I mean, Trump claims that this money is really money that is gaining and is going to cover part of the deficit, which is growing and growing with this money. It's not going to happen. And the other thing, as you know, the Supreme Court said no, and we knew that the Supreme Court would say no, and he knew that the Supreme Court would say no. Why is he doing that? Political reason. The idea is that that's going to be a way to bring, and you know, some of our friends who are on this panel spoke previous days about this coercion, I think the word was used, bring people and force them to invest in America.
Yeah.
And that the objective is that create job in America, and the unions love him because he says, oh, at least, maybe it's not effective, but at least he's trying. So I can go on and on like
well, I mean, we haven't seen the money coming in yet. You know, a lot of countries promised billions and billions of dollars, and we're not really sure.
Yeah, but I mean, and you know, even if some of this investment announcement materialize, by the time they become effective and create jobs, we have 3 different presidents, at least.
But as you say, he was elected, you know, on that America First program. And right now we see his basis really fracturing. And a big part of it is the war with Iran, because they don't want to see him at war. So what do you make of this?
Some of us mentioned Afghanistan, Iran, Iraq, and so on, and Vietnam, going back. Let me say one thing on Iran, and this is a personal opinion. Iran has been a threat not just to America and to Israel, but to the world, to the Middle East and to the world since 1979. In 1979, I was in Dhahran, Dammam, Al-Khobar, eastern province of Saudi Arabia, as a young banker at the time of the Iranian Revolution, when Khomeini came back from France and became the leader after the removal of the Shah. And we saw, and the eastern province of Saudi Arabia, which is one of the places where oil is produced in Saudi Arabia, is in a sunny country, a Shia part of the country. And there were a lot of people who were demonstrating in the street. I saw that against the government because they were in agreement with what's happening in Iran. So we saw what the Iranian philosophy, if you can call it philosophy, was. That was a fanaticism, I mean. And that was something that was hating the so-called West. They hate us. This is an ideology this is same as Nazis. So I personally feel that Iran has been a permanent and both a permanent and imminent threat to the world since that beginning. So the people are aware of that. Now, you don't solve this problem by bombing. I agree with you. But I mean, Iran as a partner, you know, people say, oh, we should have a diplomatic relationship, we have a dialogue. Iran has never honored their commitment. You might say, Trump, the JCPOA, throw it away. The reality is that the Iranians are cheating, and they have now, and this is not from me, this is from the international agency, atomic agency, says that they have, with this 900 and something pounds of enriched uranium, enough material to build within weeks 10 to 12 bombs, equivalent to those that were thrown on.
Well, within weeks, really, that's debatable, frankly.
That's from the
I
can give you the source. This is from the
not within weeks. But okay, so definitely what you're saying is that the intent is good, either for immigration or Iran, because it's an enemy.
Yeah.
Now the execution is quite poor.
Yeah.
And if we talk about the disruptive points in the Trump presidency, the one is alliances. I mean, allies feel extremely disrespected, threatened by America, and what good can come out of it? I mean, if anybody wants to get in this, perhaps Thomas?
Yes, I will try to go in this direction, and I will switch to French, if I may. And I would like, of course, to thank Thierry and Songnim for the invitation. Si on part de la question de la continuité, de la discontinuité, la continuité que je vois, c'est celle des interventions militaires. En dépit d'un discours, ça a été rappelé, consistant à dire que le président Trump arrêterait les interventions militaires. Or, avant les frappes sur l'Iran, l'administration Trump avait plus bombardé en un an que l'administration Biden avait pu le faire en 4 ans. Donc ça, c'est l'élément de continuité d'une certaine manière. Et l'élément de discontinuité, c'est votre question, Virginie, c'est la défiance désormais instillée dans le système d'alliance, en particulier vis-à-vis des pays de l'OTAN, mais également vis-à-vis des alliés en Asie. C'est ça qui est le plus frappant et qui, à mon avis, participe du sentiment général d'insécurité. Le deuxième point qui me frappe quand on essaie d'établir le lien entre ce qui relève de l'intérieur et de l'extérieur pour les États-Unis, c'est peut-être de repartir de la production doctrinale américaine, celle qui a été notamment formulée par le Annual Threat Assessment de mars 2025, ensuite la revue de stratégie nationale, et puis à nouveau l'Annual Threat Assessment de mars 2026. Parce que je crois qu'il y a une dialectique qui est très claire et qui est propre à l'administration Trump, c'est celle de qu'est-ce qui est le plus important entre l'ennemi intérieur et l'ennemi extérieur désormais. C'est ça, à mon avis, qui est en train de rejouer. L'ennemi intérieur a été très clairement identifié quand on voit l'insistance qui est la sienne sur la question en fait prioritaire du fentanyl, c'est-à-dire la société américaine est détruite de l'intérieur par le fentanyl, par la drogue, laquelle ça renvoie à la première administration Trump, dépend en partie du soutien chinois. Et dans le Annual Threat Assessment de 2025, non seulement de la Chine, c'est rappelé, mais également de l'Inde, ce qui est un élément d'explication aussi pour le durcissement de l'attitude des États-Unis vis-à-vis de l'Inde. Évidemment, la question migratoire, qui est au centre du projet politique de Donald Trump. Et je pense qu'aujourd'hui, la question, c'est de savoir comment l'ennemi extérieur, c'est-à-dire l'Iran, qui apparaît pas très haut dans les priorités de la production doctrinale, ça apparaît après la Chine et la Russie, va influencer la perception de l'ennemi intérieur et réciproquement. Je pense que c'est ça qui est en fait le plus difficile à anticiper. Mais on a quelque chose de très spécifique avec Donald Trump, c'est que c'est d'abord aux États-Unis qu'est la menace principale d'une certaine manière. Et à mon avis, l'organisation de son pouvoir va en ce sens. Le fait d'avoir la garde nationale dans la plupart des villes, dans un certain nombre de villes américaines, ou ICE, ça montre bien la priorité qui est la sienne.
It's true, but if you look at what happened since January, for instance, the first thing was Venezuela. I mean, that's outside. Then he talked about Greenland. Then there was something else about tariffs, and then it was Iran. So what we see is really an international behavior. And Jay, I don't know if you want to say something about this, but to us, it's super aggressive, and he doesn't seem to care so much about what's happening. I mean, I don't want to contradict you, but the image that comes out is really forward and not so much internal. Do you agree with that, or would you rather think like Thomas?
Well, what I would say about the decision to strike both Venezuela and Iran was that these should be seen within a very much opportunistic framework. Venezuela had, of course, long been a thorn in the side of the United States, but more importantly, it was a weakness in the strategic underbelly of the country, being so close in proximity to the United States and also being so close in its diplomatic and strategic orientation towards China and Russia. And in that context, of course, there was a lot of consideration that went into the actual military operation, but even a priori, there had been considerable thinking as to what should be done, as well as how far to go. And you could obviously conclude that the decision was made to conduct a limited military strike, but you should also see that this was done within the broader framework of not wanting to ultimately change the regime and to work with those within the Maduro system to kind of create a different kind of stability in the relationship.
But
as
it's
well
with
as
the same
opportunity.
corrupt team. I mean, it's just Maduro is out, but the rest they're still there.
But actually, there has been some fundamental change. And there is openness within the economic and finance leadership of the country to create opportunities for some sort of reform, limited at this point, but some sort of reform. I would say on the Iran topic, the jury is still out from the perspective of those who are in the Trump administration as to whether this was a successful operation. The military campaign plan had been on the shelf for 20 plus years, obviously revised on an annual basis, but it was designed to be a 3 to 4 week surgical operation to address the nuclear threat, the air defense threat, which had obviously been eroded in June the previous year, as well as Iran's ballistic missile capability, plus the command and control nodes. Those limited military objectives were by and large accomplished. And yet it's seen as a potential failure. And we heard repeatedly over the course of the weekend that the consequences are dire and potentially even more significant. That's in large part because of the communication around what the objectives were related to this.
Change all the time. I mean, he started with the regime change.
The first strike was a decapitation strike, and to justify that, the words regime change were uttered by the president, as well as by others that were involved in this operation from the U.S. side as well as the Israeli side, which of course immediately created a situation whereby the IRGC asserted itself even more within the governance of the country, and where Iranian leaders felt rightly that there was an existential threat on their hands. The other major blunder, and I will say that deliberately, was that the United States did not initiate the blockade from the beginning.
Did not.
And that allowed for the Iranian government to continue to generate revenue from the sale of oil. And even on top of that, the sanctions were temporarily lifted to allow for that to happen. So from a limited military perspective, the campaign plan was executed. And now what we see is the dust settling and people realizing that we've gone from a situation where prior to February, Iran was facing triple-digit inflation. On top of that, now it's facing tens of billions of dollars of reconstruction costs, with an economy that's potentially shutting down due to the blockade and the fact that oil storages are reaching their capacity and potentially Iran will have to shut down production. So from a strategic point of view, both the Venezuela and the Iran operation, in my estimation, should be seen as opportunistic. The Iran case, once in a generation. I've heard Venezuela also being talked about as once in a generation. And from a security perspective, Marco Rubio, President Trump, they've begun to say that there is going to be a third domino that they are considering, which is Cuba. These are major operations. These go against what President Trump said he was going to undertake. And they go against what the Republican base, the MAGA base, voted him into office for. But President Trump is still holding out for the fact that with economic pressure on Iran, he ultimately may be successful. And therefore, we could talk about how the midterm election might go, but had already effectively priced in that he was probably going to lose the midterm election and still believes in his heart of heart that this actually could benefit him in the near to medium term. I'm very happy to talk about this in greater detail. But this, I just wanted to reframe this because the discussion on Iran has been, in my estimation, not sufficiently considering exactly why the White House may have made this decision. And that's not to support it necessarily, but just to provide some context as to how that was done.
At the same time, he really did not make his friends happy. And in the Gulf states, not knowing that they were going to strike, they didn't like it. And they were hit by the Iranians, too, in return. So, I mean, it's not good. The whole thing is not very good. And I think allies are really suffering from their relationship with Trump. But I know that Iho wanted to add something, and Thomas also. So,
okay. So, if I summarize our discussion, I think this way. There is a two-part. One is a strategic and policy part. That is a military intervention to Venezuela, and also their kind of aspiration to control Greenland. It is all related to a so-called backyard. This is a strategy. They want to secure the U.S. backyard, which I understand they want. But there is also literature part.
The literature.
Literature part is a individual aspiration, opportunistic intervention to Iran. So this is one point.
Yeah.
And second quick point is that if I need to predict, and I talk about literature, but if I predict medium and long term of the US foreign policy trend, I think there is one very important and clear kind of a factor. That is DNA. As every person.
DNA?
DNA. You have DNA, I have DNA, and I believe that every state have something like DNA.
Okay.
And to me, American DNA, and DNA will prevail in long run. Whoever become president after 2029 or beyond. And as I understand, as people living in Asia, there are two DNAs of US. One is to, of course, they want to stay as a number one. But secondly, basically, the US always wants to expand its sphere to the westward. So I think in long run, I predict that there will be more intensified US-China's so-called Cold War, because US never, whoever can become president, US cannot tolerate hegemon by China. I'm sorry to Professor Wang, but
we'll come soon to Professor Wang.
Hegemon in the Pacific. But last point is that since US have so serious internal problem, so they cannot fully act as in accordance with DNA in coming years, 5 years or 10 years. So what Trump administration is unintentionally trying is that deterrent of, it is in the Cold War of US and China already, but the Trump administration is trying to achieve deterrent like Nixon did at the end of the Vietnam War by making a deal. And so I think G2 concept or making deal with US, with China by US is possible, but I don't think it is a long-term trend. It is just part of a deterrent effort to save time.
Okay.
And then US, eventually, I think US will commit to Indo-Pacific military.
I appreciate hearing the word détente, because really I don't really feel at all being in a détente time. But go ahead, Thomas, and then I'll turn to Professor Wang.
Oui, rapidement pour essayer de compléter le
agreement with.
Please go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
I think I'm in complete agreement with Mr. Alcantara about DNA of the United States. But let me focus on something minor than that. That is personality changes in the United States, in your government. I think what I'm worrying about U.S. strategic planning or strategic vision is the lack of professionalism in the current Trump administration. Many of the people I know in the diplomatic circle, in Congress and elsewhere, they are missing. They are sidelined. they are not in the government. For instance, in my dealing with American colleagues on East Asia, none of them I am familiar with. Those people are gone. And those people who are in charge of foreign policy and grand strategy are not professionals. No, for instance, who is now dealing with Iran? Iran specialists, where are they? Middle East specialists, they are not there. They are, you know, Trump is relying on his own family members and the people he acquainted many decades ago in the business community. So they are coming to the region, not bringing a lot of professional knowledge or strategic vision, but bringing what is told by Trump himself. That worries me a great deal. That worries me in the U.S.-China relations as well. Because these people are not there, I'm not talking about whether they are China hawks or friendly to China, but they are not there. Let me share with you some of my personal experience in the United States. I went to Washington, D.C. 2 weeks ago. One thing that struck me was the popular notion of affordability. People could not afford food and other things.
In America,
on my first day in Washington, D.C., I stayed in Jefferson Hotel, and one cup of coffee cost $10 plus service. And the next day, they changed the menu. It cost $12 plus service. So it would be $14 a cup of coffee. So you can imagine how people can afford those things. And then the have and have-nots, their gap is widening. And that worries Americans. And in the political atmosphere in Washington, D.C., I found that people were not happy with Trump, but they are very cautious, not say very critical things about Trump himself. They avoid names. They say they are not happy with the policy, they are not happy with policy toward Iran, but they are not very outspoken. The kind of freedom of speech, freedom of express is lacking in the United States. I'm very much without that. But today I'm happy because I don't have to talk about China. I could be more critical.
Maybe a little bit. Maybe we'll come to it. Just before that, Thomas wanted to say something, and then Jean-Claude, but short, okay, because we want to move on. So Thomas?
Pour compléter ce que vient de dire le professeur Wang, dans les éléments de discontinuité sur lesquels vous nous invitiez à réfléchir, il y a cette perte d'expertise, en fait, qui est complètement assumée. C'est-à-dire que les questions internationales sont vues, au fond, comme réservées, oui, à Witkoff ou à Kouchner. Je me souviens d'un exercice à l'ambassade des États-Unis à Paris où le père Kouchner avait fait une visio avec le fils expliquant que ça ne servait à rien, au fond, l'expertise. La deuxième chose, c'est ce qui est un problème quand on fait le métier que nous faisons, n'est-ce pas ? Non, la deuxième chose sur le lien intérieur-extérieur, pour revenir là-dessus, sur le Venezuela, ce qui est quand même intéressant, c'est de voir la justification de l'opération. Précisément, un des éléments avancés, c'est la lutte contre le narcotrafic.
Mais c'était fou.
Et oui, mais c'est aussi le fait de transformer une opération, on va dire, de type opération de police, sorte d'opération purement militaire, et de prendre quelqu'un pour le traduire en justice à New York. Mais le lien, je l'établirai là. Pour l'Iran, à mon avis, le lien entre intérieur et extérieur, tel que je comprends le débat actuellement à Washington, c'est sur la responsabilité en fait d'Israël dans le fait d'avoir entraîné les États-Unis. Et ça, je pense que ça va avoir des conséquences profondes sur la base MAGA.
But at the same time, when we talked about it with Jay, and he just mentioned it, is that it's been on the shelves for many, many years. And it's true. I mean, we all read that story in the New York Times when they talk about this reunion in the Oval Office and how the Israelis tried to convince Trump that it was time to go. But as you say, it's always been a long-standing plan, and they thought it was a question of opportunity, right? That's what he said, a one-time opportunity. Now, is it going to fire back, as Thomas is implying, on the public and the electorate? The fact that they think that Netanyahu has had so much influence in provoking this war, can it has an impact on the electorate later on?
Would you like to?
Yes, if you. Alors Jean-Claude maybe, and perhaps Jay afterwards.
No, I just wanted to react to what Professor Wang said, when he says that he was struck by the lack of professionalism of the specialists, so-called, the lack of specialists that they used to deal with. I mean, I think, in all honesty and to be a little bit of cynicism, I think one of the strengths of Trump, and again, I mean, from his own perspective, back to what you refer to what I was saying at Abu Dhabi in December 2024, loyalty primes over anything else. So when he has Charles Kushner as ambassador to France and Jared Kushner as one of these two envoys to Islamabad, because he wants to be able to deal with people that he trusts. His first administration, he felt that he was prevented from doing what he was doing because he was dealing with professional people. And in the case of the relationship with China, I know very well that Chinese, with due respect, hate people that are unpredictable, because we have very good specialists in China on the United States, 10 times better than the American specialists on China. And the reality is that therefore the Chinese know, because they've been dealing with the same people, whether it's a Republican administration or Democratic administration, they're always dealing with the same people. They know exactly how these people think. They make a movement. It's like the game of Go. He made a movement here, he made a movement here. It's all predictable. Now I understand our Chinese friends are a little bit disturbed.
Well, we're going to ask Mr. Oh, you wanted to jump in? Okay, Jeremy, go ahead, Luke.
Just picking on a point about the lack of expertise.
Yeah.
Well, previous administration of Joe Biden was arguably the most competent, at least on paper, the most competent administration.
Paper, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, who would have been a better Secretary of State, and who would have been a better national security advisor? And then Jake Sullivan writes this piece in the Foreign Affairs about the best times in the Middle East, just like 10 days prior to October 7, right? So expertise we can discuss, but I would like to reflect on what Jay said about success, like framing this operation as a success. My opinion is that just about the only framework in which you can talk about success is that Israel is better off and safer today than it used to be before this operation. And there was actually also a regime change, in my opinion. If you look at it strategically, I think that there was a regime change in Iran. You now have essentially a military junta running the country. There's no more Khamenei, there's no more Grand Ayatollah. There is one, but we don't know where he is. We don't know how capable he is right now. And there is a military junta running it. I've had like numerous conversations with my friends from Israel before this. And they've always claimed that the best possible realistic option would have been, in order of, instead of theocracy, to have a junta, because juntas are easier to deal with. If you look at other matrices of success, I'd be hesitant to call it a success. I think that America's image in the world has been seriously shaken. Beginning with how you're going to negotiate with America in the future, with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner or somebody else. I mean, the last time they negotiated, they kind of gave a fake position to their Iranian counterparts. They flew to Tehran and then they were bombed instead of flying back to Geneva for meetings next week. There's going to be a serious issue of trust in terms of how can you negotiate with America, and if America is going to keep its word after, say, a change of government in America. That's the thing number one. Thing number two, this inability to unblock Hormuz. And perhaps it was a mistake. It was a blunder not to block Hormuz in the first place. But now that Iranians did it first, and America
they had a powerful tool.
I mean, the thing is that obviously it is not so easy to unblock a blockade. And thinking in terms of the future in East Asia, and if there is, God forbid, going to be a blockade of Taiwan one day, I mean, is it going to be able to unblock? I mean, if you can't unblock Hormuz because of Iran, you can imagine China's capacity to make sure that the blockade, again, I say, God forbid, a blockade of Taiwan becomes a reality. And then the third thing is this attack, in my opinion, was like a final proof after Venezuela. Okay, Venezuela, we can discuss how it came about and so on. But Venezuela followed by Iran and quite likely followed by something to happen in Cuba in the foreseeable future. I think it is obviously the end of the global order as we knew it.
Or know it.
As we knew it. And America's big role was to protect this global order. And from the perspective of Europeans, America's protection was about protecting the continent militarily, but also protecting the global order in which Europe succeeded and prospered and so on and so forth. So I think that in the near future, a lot of people around the world, in East Asia and in Europe, are going to start thinking, oh, well, do we need this protection anymore?
Can't we have it ourselves?
Yeah, of course. Short term, it's a problem because Thierry said very rightfully. I mean, Europe cannot overnight build up its capacity and its defenses. But the neuralgic short term is, of course, the war with Russia. And for as long as there is essentially America's finger on the switch, America can end this war in a not so favorable way to Ukraine if they choose. It's about intelligence sharing and about Starlink. You stop that for any reason, and then the war looks very different. So short term, Europe in this war with Russia needs America. So I think it will be sooner rather than later, I think, that some people in Europe at least are going to say, well, we're fighting this war with Russia that we cannot win. Russia cannot win this war either. So why continue fighting the war that neither of the sides can win?
It's a matter of principle somewhere, you know.
Great, I understand the matter of principles to do with the global order that is gone. I mean, is Europe alone going to be the champion and the last man standing in the defending of the global order that's gone? I mean, come on, let's face it. If America is no longer part of the global order, there is no global order. Period.
It's going to be a very uplifting session, let me tell you. Just Mr. Professor Wong first, if you don't mind. Earlier, Thomas was saying that China is a threat to America on an internal standpoint and external. Internal because of the fentanyl and the reproach, you know, that was made to China for giving whatever is needed to produce it, and external because you have that competition for trade and for technology between your two countries. And in May, I think in around the 14th or 15th of May, President Trump is coming to China. Somebody mentioned on the panel that what Chinese hate is unpredictability. You got plenty of that with Donald Trump. So how do you foresee this relationship? How is it going to be nourished and fostered in 2 weeks in the middle of a war? And how do you see it happening? What do you expect from that meeting?
In short term, I think China and the United States will remain stable toward each other because of Trump, because China is preoccupied with its own economy and the social safety net and other things. And I don't think Taiwan is a big problem between the United States and China. But in the long run, as our Japanese friend just mentioned, the DNA of the United States and China will come back. And they are long-term competitors, rivals, and they don't like each other. They don't trust each other. At this time, they have to deal with each other in the sense of they have to maintain trade, and they want to maintain peace. I don't think peace is a big problem. I think that the two countries will not fight a war over Taiwan, over South China Sea. Their competition will continue, especially in the AI and technological sphere. And China's catching up very rapidly. And so they are talking about de-risking or decoupling. I'm very much worried. I'm worried about that. Maybe beyond this year, sometime next year, or at least in 2028, when you have a new U.S. president, rivalries will even be more intensified at that time. So I'm optimistic for the short term, but not optimistic for the long run. We have to prepare for the worst, not the physical war, but kind of what we said yesterday. I heard from that cognitive warfare, and propaganda, and cheating with each other, and distrust. That will continue.
Does anybody want to react to? Yes, sorry, Jay, maybe we haven't heard from.
I would like to say that kind of continuing this theme of an erosion of trust, we've spoken about this mostly on the international context, and I certainly would not disagree with the points that have been made regarding how the stresses on the alliances of the United States, the stresses on the trade partnerships that the United States historically has fostered, these are enduring, and as we heard in our first panel on Friday, most likely are not easily reversed, given that trust has been so significantly eroded. But domestically, trust has also been eroded, and it's going to lead to a major shift politically, in my view, not just in November, but following. It's been eroded most profoundly within the base of the Republican Party, those that felt that President Trump campaigned on and would fulfill certain promises, that he has not lived up to those promises. And I think this will become much more apparent as we get closer to November, when we see whether there are going to be, in fact, real inflationary pressures that will seep deeper into the economy, whether there'll be pressure to raise interest rates by a new Fed chair, whether there will be rising costs for food, whether there will continue to be pressure on the labor market as we see now. Historically, over the past 100 years, the incumbent president in midterm elections has lost on average 25 to 27 seats in the House, 5 seats in the Senate. Right now we have, on top of the 1/3 of the Senate and the entire House coming up for election, 70 vacant seats, 70 individuals that have chosen to retire. And on top of that, we've seen redistricting happening in states that's now ultimately going to favor the Democratic Party, as it turns out. We just saw in Virginia this week. So we see the potential for certainly the House shifting over to the Democratic side, with maybe a double-digit majority. And the Senate, which the Democrats need to flip 2 states that Trump won, and an additional 4 states that on top of the 2, so they need to have 6.
That's a challenge.
That are up for real contention. 2 of which are going to be very difficult. But in those states, all 6 of those states, the Democratic Party has seen major surges in fundraising. So, the lack of trust on the part within the Republican Party, but also more broadly within the American electorate, will have political consequences. And therefore, the question of can that trust be rebuilt, it will be difficult to answer within the context of the next 2+ years, but there will be political change in the US, and that political change will lead to something, I would say, dramatically different in 2.5 years' time.
So,
wait, speaking about, sorry for interrupting, but speaking about trust, domestic and internal change, we're talking about the United States. We haven't mentioned yet that last night there seemed to be like an assassination attempt to the president in the middle of Washington by a guy graduated from Caltech. I mean, not your ordinary person trying to run in and to kill, right? It's quite
yeah, well, that's
fascinating.
That
we haven't talked about it. Imagine if it happened in France yesterday. Would we be talking about anything else on a panel on France and Europe? I think it's very, very deep what Jay said.
It definitely shows the violence of politics in America. Jean-Claude, you wanted to interfere?
Yeah, I think we have about 15 minutes left.
Yeah,
I
we're
think
going to
we should
open to
spend,
questions
I
right
think
after
we should
that.
spend a bit of time. I think the audience wants us to sort of try to go beyond what we're discussing now, which is what's going on at the moment, including what happened last night. But more interestingly for the audience, I think we should try, Jay has started to give his, you know, I agree with, Jay said that Trump is going to lose the House. 98% of the polls says that they're going to lose the House. And on average, that's what happened in midterm. So that's not, the question is the Senate. The Senate, it's, according to The Economist, which has very good polling on the United States, 48% of the people believe that the Democrat could take over. And it will be down to 2 or 3 Senate seats. One of them, very important, is the state of Maine. State of Maine, the senator who's a Republican, who's been there for almost 30 years, very well respected, with very good bipartisan record, is running again, and people said she's been there for too long. So there's a primary on the Democratic side. There's no primary on the Republican side, but on the Democratic side, the governor of Maine, the former governor of Maine, is running, and she's what we call a traditional Democrat, middle of the road, the way the Democratic Party used to be and is no longer is. And against her, she's somebody, Graham Plattner or something, I forgot the exact name, who's an osteicultor, who was close to the Communist Party, wearing Nazi tattoo, and in the primary is the one who's leading against the former governor of Maine. So the point I'm trying to make is that the Republicans are going to lose the House. The Republican may lose the Senate if effectively the electorate decide to move from a traditional Democrat to a new type of Democrat. Some of you may be familiar with the name James Carville. James Carville was the advisor, pollster for
the Democrats.
Clinton. Very well respected from Louisiana, a bit of a character. He published something recently, and he says Democrats have to stop, talking, because what's likely to happen? Let's say they lose the House, Trump is impeached, he goes to the Senate, you need 2/3 of the Senate, Trump is not going to be impeached. But they're going to spend 2 years trying to impeach him for the end of his mandate. But James Carville, much brighter, says what the Democratic Party should do is say, if they come to power, if they get the House, what they should be doing is to, first of all, try to abolish the filibuster, which is the 60 rule in the Senate, which the Republicans have never done, which allows the party in control to pass measures that would normally require a qualified majority. They should also create statehood for Washington, D.C. and Puerto Rico, 4 senators, so you don't need to change the majority. All of a sudden, you have 104 senators, and you have a Democratic majority. And then gerrymandering, which you call, Jay call redistricting, and also and you continue to change the electorate and the electoral college simply by bringing, there's a system in the United States, I don't know if some of you are aware of that, but and I discovered it not recently, but it took me a while to really understand what the system works. As you know, the Congress has a House of Representatives and the Senate. The House of Representatives is based on the number of people living in the state. And if every 5 years there is a census, and then you count the people, and depending on the result of the census, you increase or you reduce the number of congressmen in the state.
Okay, I don't think we're going to follow on this track, if you don't mind, because
No,
we
no,
have,
no,
as you said, we have 10 minutes
just
left.
to finish
so.
that. So the reality is that illegal count in the census.
Illegal cuts in the census?
Yes.
Okay, well, we'll have to go this something another time because I don't really understand it. We have 10 minutes left, so yeah, I see some arms raised somewhere in the dark. So if you could bring mics to those people, that would be wonderful. Alors, the gentleman over there, and there's a lady. Well, yeah, you have somebody right. Ah, bah, Isabelle aussi, okay. Alors, Isabelle.
Okay.
You have the mic.
So, Isabelle Lasserre from Le Figaro. I was thinking to bring an elephant in the room. And having said what you have said, maybe it's a question for Thomas. What happens to the special relationship between Trump and Putin? Is it still alive or has it vanished?
It's a question for you.
And also, yes.
That's a question for him.
No, that was a question for Thomas, I think.
Okay, okay.
Merci Isabelle pour cette question simple. Je vais répondre de la manière suivante. Je pense que je vais répondre avec le changement de perception que j'observe à Washington concernant Zelensky. C'est-à-dire que Zelensky n'est pas du tout dans la même situation avril 2026 qu'il ne l'était dans le bureau ovale en février 2025. Et donc l'appréciation qui a été faite par l'administration Trump à son retour, outre effectivement l'annonce de la résolution du conflit en 24 heures, c'était une victoire de la Russie. Et c'est plus l'appréciation qui est faite, compte tenu du degré de résistance de l'Ukraine. Et également, même si ça a été beaucoup moqué, je pense de ce que les Européens ont construit comme objet avec la coalition des volontaires. Donc de ce point de vue-là, je pense que le jugement sur Zelensky est en train de changer. À l'inverse, il y a une chose qui me semble tout à fait claire, c'est que s'il y a bien un pays où cette notion très décriée d'État profond existe, c'est la Russie. Et que pour la Russie, l'ennemi dans l'État profond, ça restera les États-Unis.
Alors, il y avait d'autres questions. Il y avait monsieur là-bas. Si vous pouvez lui donner un... Ah, vous l'avez. Bah, très bien.
Thank you very much. So, Nicolas Pio, co-founder and CEO of Till Capital. We're nearing the end of the conference, and I think one of the takeaways I would get from the panels is, U.S. great, Europe lame. And I do have a question following on Professor Wang around the haves and have-not. Isn't the real continuity, and here, Jay, I'm looking at you, but isn't the real continuity in the U.S. the fact that you have just this striking increase of inequality and captation of wealth from an oligarchy, and how do we address that, and do we really want to make that a model for the rest of the world?
Well, I think China is playing a larger role in world affairs, especially by making China itself more prosperous. So economy is our strength. Military, we are catching up with the United States. But diplomatically, you see many Chinese diplomats traveling around the world. But how many personal connections do they have with their foreign counterparts? That is a big problem because after all, China's a latecomer in international affairs. It was not a colonial power. So its connections with other countries are more like government-to-government dealings, but not personal dealings. We send envoys to other countries, but these envoys are diplomats. They are not
speaking for themselves. They are speaking for the government. They have a party line, they have a government line. This is what I see as the weakness of China. That is, yesterday we thought, you know, actually this morning I heard from the Egyptian friend that, you know, power can be influential, but China is an exception. China's power is very great, but it's not influential in that sense. It is influential in domestic development of many countries, in global south countries and others. But diplomatically, it's simply say good things about principles. We lay out principles, peace, stability, prosperity. But how do we translate those things into specific cases? What are our policy tools to influence the Middle East conflict? What is our policy instrument to influence Latin American politics? I think that is not very large. That is what I see as China's difficulty. Another thing, for instance, you have more than 20 top leaders in China in the Politburo, but only a small minority of them have international exposure. They don't speak foreign language. When our top leaders are with other leaders, they have to bring interpreters. That is a big problem we have. I think China is rising up and will play a larger role, but we will have to be patient.
And I think there's a question about the corruption of, but you were talking about the United States, or were you talking about China? Inequality in the US. Okay, and you got back China. That's interesting. Jay, maybe you'd like to address that quickly?
I remember last year you also asked a really hard question. It's great to see you again. I would say, you know, from a structural point of view and a societal point of view, the three main drivers of what you call inequality, what's being framed in the U.S. is as affordability, are of course housing, education, and healthcare, and the costs of all three relative to GDP and relative to wages and family wealth, median family wealth, are all increasing dramatically. And so this is actually a bipartisan issue. It's not captured by the Democratic Party or the Republican Party. In fact, President Trump in his big, beautiful bill included what has turned out to be about $160 billion in tax credits that are designed in large part to go back to the American middle class. Of course, there's a lot of criticism as to whether that's fiscally responsible and whether ultimately that limits policy flexibility from a budget point of view down the road. There also are tax refunds just this year that have increased overall by 44%. So these are measures that President Trump has put in place with the Republican Party support to address the question of near-term affordability. But structurally, long-term, on housing, on education, on healthcare, the costs are not able to be contained in the manner in which we're currently designing our policy approaches. And this is another reason why I think the kind of small measures, smallish measures, I mean, we're talking about big money here in terms of the tax implications, but relatively small policy measures are most likely not going to be enough for in a growing percentage of the US electorate, which is another driver, in my view, of why there will most likely be a significant political change in the country.
We have time for one last question. I think Fahid has one. And
there's been a radical shift over the last few months. For the first time in decades, people are more sympathetic to the Palestinians than they are to the Israelis in the United States. Will this have long-term consequences? I'd like you to extrapolate on that. That's one thing. The other question I wanted to ask, France is a secular country. The United States, much less so. The religious element is strong. there's been a huge debate on the role of religion in the United States with, the born again, and in particular, the latest war of words between the Pope and the administration.
Yeah, right.
Would you please comment on that, please?
Okay, Thomas.
Merci, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur. Je vais essayer de répondre sur votre deuxième question plus que sur la première, parce que ce sont des sujets qu'on a essayé d'explorer à l'Ifri. Moi, je pense qu'on est dans un moment très particulier de schisme idéologique, en fait, entre l'Europe et les États-Unis, sur aussi la direction qu'est en train de prendre le catholicisme, et que les attaques de l'administration Trump contre le pape sont, à mon avis, à suivre avec une très grande attention. Et le paradoxe, c'est qu'on a ce schisme, et parallèlement, on a une forme d'emprise cognitive qui se resserre par le système médiatique. C'est-à-dire que nous sommes presque lessivés intellectuellement par les médias américains et la nécessité de commenter au jour le jour tout ce qui est dit, fait par l'administration Trump. Et notre compréhension du théologico-politique, vous l'avez rappelé pour la France, c'est pas facile en fait, compte tenu de ce qu'est la laïcité. Mais je pense que ça redevient une clé de lecture très importante pour anticiper la trajectoire des États-Unis.
I understand the translation is not working anymore, is that right? No? Anyway, I think we're getting at the end of this panel. I know it's been a little bit all over the place. Thank you for bearing with us, but there were a lot of good things in it, nevertheless. Thank you very much for listening to our panelists, and thanks to them.
Aïm,
Ouais.
donc oui, on se met à droite du truc.
Donc, je vais poser voilà. Faut me donner. Sanglim. Sanglim. Sanglim, je suis pas sûr d'avoir la liste.
Ouais, vas-y.
Okay.
Sure. Of course.
All right, yes. Bon, on peut se débrouiller. Bien, mesdames et messieurs, I will combine French and English. If I can speak of English when I speak the non-French language. Well, as you know, this is the traditional session with which we end our conference after 3 full days, about 10 hours, almost non-stop every day, I think, which is good. Well, some people say that it's not enough, but I think that it's nevertheless, quite hard work, especially with such nice days, spring days. And the rule of the game for this last session is to try to identify some important subjects that have not been covered during this conference or not sufficiently covered. And we select a number of very distinguished people, speakers, who each of them have chosen a topic. So this is what we are going to do. I have a list of people. I even have their topics, but this is the topics that they have chosen themselves. So I will move from my immediate left to my extreme left. You see, by the way, Im Sung-jun, it is probably the first time in your life that you are qualified as belonging to the extreme left. And I think that Haim Corsia, who is sitting next to you, might be surprised also to be qualified next to close to extreme left. But I start with my immediate left, that is Kamel Abdallah, who is going to talk to us about food systems, the blind spot of global governance, and the hard limit to global stability. You have the floor.
Thank you. The beauty of this conference for the last few years that I've been attending, then every time I come wearing my lenses and I change them for 3 days. So Suddenly, instead of looking at an O, it becomes a P because I'm seeing it from the perspective of somebody else, or a Q. And this session, at least, and thank you for the brave souls who are still here to attend it. This session tries to bring or highlight some of the issues that were not explicitly mentioned. And one of the issues that wasn't explicitly mentioned is, of course, food systems. It's always there, but it's always on the side, on the margin. And I'd like to at least spend my few minutes that I have. I'd like to spend the few minutes that I have highlighting it. In brief, when we talk about food security, safety, we're not talking about agriculture, as important as that is, or water, which is, of course, critically important, or commodities, which my colleague will be talking about commodities. We're talking about an integrated food system. And for the Middle East, at least for the last 50 years, this has been a central problem in our part of the world. Why? Less than 5% of our land can be used for agriculture. In addition, the rivers we have are under disputes among the countries in the region, whether the Nile River dispute between Ethiopia, Sudan, and Egypt, whether the Euphrates, Furat, between Turkey, Syria, and Iraq. The newest river to be thrown into the dispute is the Litani River between Lebanon and Israel. So it's an area where not only we don't have agriculture, but also we do not have the water. And add to that, we import around between 50 to 90% of our calorie intake. So we are really very heavily dependent on the outside world. Now, for the last 50 years, we developed a system called the AAA, availability, affordability, accessibility. We used our oil surplus to have budget extra funds. We imported food from as far as Australia and to balance it from Argentina, as well as from Ukraine, Russia, and to balance it from South Africa to feed our people. We even hand out food cards. In Egypt, you have 70 million food cards handed out. And conflicts in that part of the world started always because of food, be it the Arab Spring, or be it before that during Sadat's era, or any country in the region, we had these problems. What we discovered now, sadly, is AAA doesn't work because our supply chain has been affected, meaning starting with Corona, then Ukraine-Russia war, and we import 70 to 80% of our wheat from that part of the world. Coming now to, of course, the big one, the Strait of Hormuz and the problem. And that's very interesting. Even rich countries nowadays in the Gulf, are having food problems. Yes, they do have the silos, and they're looking at a couple of months of at least ensuring people have access to food. But long term, even to them, they cannot continue to rely on imported food, on what we call food dependency. This is no longer an option. It's worse for Egypt, it's worse for Lebanon, it's worse for the other countries that are not oil rich, because now they have not only to pay for expensive food, but there is not even the fertilizers and other things that they look to, because oil now is also expensive for them. So where do we stand at this point? We argue that we shift from classifying countries in geopolitics from less developed to developed or developing, or all the usual terms we used to, and start looking at food independent to food dependent countries. And food dependent countries are ones that are depending on imports, that don't have, that have fragmented supply within the countries, and that could have employment problems as well, population issues down the road, mainly the Middle East. For these countries, we argue, we already have found some solutions. I come from the private sector. I'm not a policymaker or an academic. What we've been doing is we've been doing self-sufficiency projects. In Qatar, I led Baladna, where we airlifted cows, 20,000 cows, between airlift and shiplift to ensure for Qatar self-sufficiency in milk in 2 years. In Egypt now, over $1 billion farm larger than Singapore, again doing sugar self-sufficiency, by reclaiming the desert and then doing that. And then the newest one now in Syria, we're looking at self-sufficiency in certain food, but also to address the other issue, which is employment in risk areas. whether the Alawites region in the eastern coast or the Sunni ex-ISIS region on the Iraqi-Syrian border. So I would argue in conclusion that when we are looking at the future, if we don't put food security and safety as a central part of world governance, and if we don't rethink global governance, then food will not be just what you talk about to feed populations. Food will be what makes nations stable or unstable in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Extremely interesting, important. We should add another day to the conference to cover this subject and other as important subjects. Now I'm going to switch to Jorge Castañeda Gutman, qui est ancien ministre des Affaires étrangères du Mexique et qui va nous parler de l'Amérique latine à la recherche de son autonomie entre les États-Unis et la Chine, avec peut-être un petit codicile sur le Mexique. Jorge, la parole est à toi.
Merci Thierry, je te remercie pour m'avoir invité. Je crois qu'effectivement, l'Amérique latine était un sujet qui n'a pas été abordé pendant ces jours. Je crois que je suis le seul latino-américain ici présent.
Oh, mais tu peux faire ça très bien.
Je ferai de mon mieux, en tout cas. Je crois que ce qui est important de comprendre pour l'Amérique latine aujourd'hui, c'est que nous sommes vraiment un lieu de combat ou de rivalité entre les États-Unis et la Chine. Et ça, c'est nouveau. C'est depuis une dizaine d'années à peu près que c'est une réalité. Et avec le nouveau gouvernement Trump, bien que c'était déjà un peu le cas avec Biden, mais là beaucoup plus, l'Amérique latine est un lieu de rivalité ou de combat même entre les États-Unis et la Chine. D'ailleurs, l'intervention américaine au Venezuela peut être vue sous cet angle-là. Et je crois que c'est un angle peut-être plus pertinent à long terme que du point de vue strictement de la drogue ou de Maduro qu'ils n'aimaient pas, ou comme pour préparer un coup contre Cuba. En fait, ça fait partie de cette rivalité. Pourquoi? Parce que, effectivement, Trump, dans le document de sécurité nationale, dans sa fameuse doctrine Donroe, dans tout ce qu'il dit et ce qu'il fait, veut vraiment expulser, dans la mesure du possible, la Chine de l'Amérique latine. Or, en fait, cela est beaucoup plus compliqué que ça ne paraît. Premièrement, parce que l'Amérique latine en tant que telle, du point de vue géopolitique, n'existe pas. Il y a le bassin des Caraïbes et il y a l'Amérique du Sud. Et ce sont deux choses complètement différentes. Les pays du bassin des Caraïbes, le Mexique, l'Amérique centrale et les îles des Caraïbes, font partie en fait depuis très longtemps de la zone économique d'influence des États-Unis. Le commerce, le tourisme, les finances, tout se concentre sur les États-Unis. Tandis que l'Amérique du Sud, de plus en plus, a son commerce et son financement avec la Chine. La Chine est le principal partenaire commercial du Brésil, de l'Argentine, du Chili, du Pérou, de la Bolivie et de l'Équateur. Et c'est le premier investisseur au Brésil, en Argentine, au Chili et au Pérou. Donc ce sont deux choses complètement différentes. Dans le bassin des Caraïbes, Trump n'a pas besoin de faire un trop grand effort. C'est déjà le cas que la Chine n'est pas vraiment présente et ne va pas l'être. Trump a exigé au Mexique, par exemple, je voulais que je donne quelques mots sur le Mexique, il a exigé, premièrement, que nous arrêtions les importations venant de Chine qui étaient triangulées vers les États-Unis. On a immédiatement imposé des droits de douane de 50% sur toutes les importations provenant de la Chine. Il ne voulait pas qu'il y ait la fabrication, la production de voitures, d'automobiles chinoises au Mexique. On a annulé le permis qui avait été donné à BYD de monter une usine au Mexique. C'est très clair, c'est très facile pour Trump parce que tous ces pays n'ont pas le choix. Par contre, expulser la Chine du Brésil, c'est très compliqué. Parce que le Brésil, c'est le soja et le fer. Ils vendent ça à qui? Ils vendent ça aux Chinois. L'Argentine vend son soya à qui? Ils ne vont pas le vendre aux États-Unis, qui sont un grand producteur. Ils vont vendre ça à la Chine. C'est très compliqué, en fait, d'expulser la Chine de ces pays d'Amérique du Sud, où les liens commerciaux, financiers, même technologiques et de plus en plus militaires, sont très difficiles de briser. Les deux pays où les États-Unis peuvent révertir les choses, c'est justement le Venezuela et la Colombie, qui d'ailleurs sont les deux seuls pays qui appartiennent à la fois au bassin des Caraïbes et à l'Amérique du Sud. Et avec le Venezuela, c'était assez facile, parce qu'en fait, le Venezuela, ce qu'il fait dans la vie, depuis toujours, c'est du pétrole, c'est tout. Ils vendent du pétrole. Ils exploitent du pétrole, puis ils le vendent. Ils vendaient 90% de leur pétrole à la Chine. Aujourd'hui, c'est 100% aux Américains ou à travers les Américains, là où les Américains veulent que ce pétrole aille. Il va surtout ailleurs, mais en tout cas pas en Chine. Donc avec un seul cours relativement bon marché et simple, ils ont complètement inversé la situation du Venezuela et ils risquent de pouvoir faire la même chose avec la Colombie. Quand on écoute Trump et ses collaborateurs parler du danger du fentanyl provenant de l'Amérique latine et du Mexique, etc., ou y compris même de l'immigration, il ne faut peut-être pas trop se centrer là-dessus. L'essentiel, c'est la Chine. Et l'essentiel en Amérique latine, ce n'est pas l'immigration, ce n'est pas le fentanyl. Dans les deux cas, ce sont des problèmes relativement résolus déjà. C'est la Chine. Et ils ne vont pas arrêter là-dessus. Pour certains pays, je prends 2 minutes sur le Mexique, puisque tu me l'as demandé, c'est spécialement compliqué parce que pour nous, on n'a pas le choix. On n'a vraiment pas une alternative vis-à-vis du rapport avec les Américains. Les Brésiliens, de par leur dimension, de par la solidité de leurs institutions, de tous les rapports qu'ils ont avec d'autres pays du monde, peuvent tenir probablement. Les autres, c'est très difficile de savoir. Mais le Mexique, en tout cas, est coincé. Et ça veut dire qu'on est obligé d'accepter à peu près tout ce que Trump exige ou demande. Des fois, la présidente, qui est très habile, peut apparenter qu'elle ne cède pas. Mais en fait, elle cède. Elle dit qu'il n'y a pas de troupes américaines au Mexique, il n'y a pas de militaires américains au Mexique. Non, il y a des agents de la CIA qui sont armés et qui sont des militaires. Alors, vous appelez ça comment?
Comme tu viens de le dire, des agents de la CIA armés qui sont des militaires.
Voilà, et le problème, c'est que quand ils meurent, on se rend compte. Et il y en a 2 qui viennent de mourir dans le Chihuahua. Je ne sais pas ce qu'ils faisaient là, mais alors quand 2 agents de la CIA meurent dans la montagne au Mexique, tout le monde le sait. Et ça devient un problème qui, soi-disant, n'existait pas. Ouais. Enfin voilà, je m'arrête là, mais je voulais quand même insister là-dessus.
Oui. Mais un petit mot sur Cuba, tu n'as pas parlé de Cuba.
Je n'ai pas... Cuba, c'est un problème surtout de politique intérieure américaine. Si Trump pense que ça lui rapportera du point de vue électoral en novembre et en 2028 pour son successeur, il va agir à Cuba. Je ne sais pas très bien ce qu'il va faire, mais il va faire quelque chose. Il ne va pas laisser traîner cela indéfiniment. Mais s'il sent que ce n'est pas tellement important, ce n'est pas un truc qui l'intéresse passionnément. Rubio, oui, ça l'intéresse énormément. C'est sa campagne. Si lui, il réussit à faire chuter le régime cubain, pour Marco Rubio, je ne dis pas que c'est la garantie d'arriver à la Maison-Blanche, mais enfin, ça l'achemine très bien.
Merci beaucoup parce que c'est on va dire, une leçon de géopolitique de l'Amérique latine, de l'Amérique latine pour les nuls, et c'est très bien. Donc merci infiniment. Mais une remarque avant de passer la parole à Philippe, c'est que on a pris l'habitude de penser à l'Amérique, en Europe, enfin, et en tout cas dans une vaste partie du monde, de penser à l'Amérique latine comme la périphérie. C'est-à-dire que finalement, ça n'a pas grande importance si on cherche à déterminer les grands équilibres, etc. Mais pour des raisons qui sont en grande partie d'ailleurs l'évolution de la technologie et de tout ce qui tourne autour, l'Amérique latine est probablement rentrée dans une certaine mesure dans le cœur. Et ça, c'est un sujet effectivement qui devrait attirer davantage l'attention des chercheurs. Hein. Donc merci beaucoup. Et d'ailleurs, c'est un peu aussi le même problème pour le sujet dont va nous parler Philippe, parce que quand on parle de matières premières, de commodités, etc., on parle toujours du pétrole et de quelques autres produits, mais du coup, on saute et on omet un certain nombre de produits qui sont en réalité extrêmement importants, même d'un point de vue stratégique. C'est ton sujet.
Oui, alors donc je vais vous parler de mes chères matières premières. Et s'il n'y avait pas eu les événements déclenchés par le président Trump le 28 février, faisant la chronique des marchés, je vous aurais parlé de la flambée puis de l'effondrement des prix du cacao, un petit peu du café d'ailleurs. Je vous aurais probablement parlé aussi de la flambée des prix de l'or au mois de janvier dernier, de l'argent même, et j'aurais rappelé, comme la dernière fois d'ailleurs, que le produit important, c'était le cuivre, la matière première stratégique du XXIe siècle. Et puis, il y a eu la guerre, il y a eu le blocage d'Ormuz. Alors, bien entendu, on a beaucoup parlé d'énergie. On a parlé de pétrole, on a parlé de gaz. On est allé même jusqu'à découvrir qu'avec du pétrole, on faisait des produits raffinés, que parmi ces produits raffinés, il y en a qui étaient quand même importants, et que quand on prenait l'avion, ben on utilisait quelque chose qui s'appelait le kérosène, et qu'une bonne partie de ce kérosène venait des pétroles du Golfe, souvent raffinés dans le Golfe ou en Asie, et que l'on commençait à en manquer. Donc, il y avait énormément de choses qu'on pouvait, mais il y a aussi bien d'autres produits dont on a découvert l'importance liée directement ou indirectement au Golfe, liée à l'ensemble finalement de tout ce que l'on fait à partir des énergies fossiles. Alors, je vais vous en donner quand même quelques exemples. On a évidemment, et je rejoindrai ce qu'a dit Kamel sur le problème des engrais, on découvre que 13% de l'ensemble des engrais de la chimie mondiale passaient par le Golfe. Et on a soudain découvert que, moi, quand j'étais enfant, dans le port de Bayonne, c'était pas loin de lacs, donc on exploitait du gaz, puis il y avait une montagne toute jaune, et c'était du soufre. C'était très, très joli d'avoir cette montagne jaune. J'avoue que je ne m'étais jamais trop préoccupé de savoir à quoi servait le soufre. Maintenant, enfin, je vais y revenir, nous y revenons, car 50% du commerce mondial du soufre passait par le détroit d'Ormuz, tout comme 40% du méthanol, 37% du naphta, 34% de l'urée. Alors l'urée, c'est un engrais azoté très important. On a découvert qu'il y avait quelque chose qui s'appelait l'hélium, et que l'hélium, ça jouait un rôle très important dans l'imagerie médicale, ainsi que dans les semi-conducteurs. On a parlé d'ammoniac et même de polyéthylène pour vos sacs poubelles. J'en passe et des meilleurs. Alors rentrons un peu juste dans le détail d'une chose importante, qui a été la question des engrais. Vous vous souvenez, vos cours de chimie, NPK, azote, phosphate, potasse, bah, il se trouve qu'on a besoin des trois, que l'azote, elle est produite a priori à partir du gaz naturel, donc grosse production dans le Golfe, et le résultat, c'est que un très grand nombre de pays se sont retrouvés à court d'azote. C'est le cas par exemple de l'Inde. Un pays comme l'Inde importe en année normale une quinzaine de millions de tonnes d'engrais en provenance du Golfe. Et juste pour vous donner un ordre de grandeur, la tonne d'urée, donc qui est l'engrais azoté un petit peu de référence avant lequel on fait des mélanges, la tonne d'urée avant la guerre, ça valait $500 la tonne. Eh bien, un appel d'offres a été fait la semaine dernière par l'Inde pour se procurer 2 millions de tonnes d'urée. Les propositions étaient de l'ordre de $1000 la tonne, c'est-à-dire x2. Autre engrais important, le soufre. Parce qu'avec le soufre, qu'est-ce que vous faites? De l'acide sulfurique. Jusque-là, vous me suivez. Mais avec cet acide sulfurique, je peux faire de l'acide phosphorique. Et donc, je transforme les phosphates. Un pays comme le Maroc, premier producteur mondial de roche de phosphate, a besoin de soufre pour le transformer en ce qu'on appelle le DAP, le diammonium phosphaté. Le Maroc importe 4 millions de tonnes de soufre par an. Là aussi, il se trouve véritablement là, confronté à une question de pénurie. Alors, les conséquences, vous l'avez lu dans la presse, tout le monde a parlé du risque d'une crise alimentaire mondiale. Très franchement, pour l'instant, ça n'est pas vraiment le cas, tout simplement parce que nous raisonnons en agriculture en année de campagne, qui commence en général soit le 1er juillet, soit le 1er septembre. La campagne 2025-2026 a été marquée au coin de l'abondance. Les prix sont plutôt tombés. On a d'excellentes récoltes, historiques même, dans l'hémisphère sud. L'Argentine n'a jamais autant produit, par exemple, de maïs, etc. Donc on n'avait pas trop d'inquiétude. Et en général, les agriculteurs, ils anticipent de 6 mois à peu près leurs besoins d'engrais. Donc on n'a pas trop de problèmes pour les campagnes agricoles de l'hémisphère nord en 2026. Les campagnes agricoles de l'hémisphère sud 2026-2027 risquent quand même d'être touchées. Et puis il faut raisonner ce qui se passera en 2027, c'est-à-dire quel sera le prix des engrais lorsque, par exemple, en Europe, on commandera nos engrais, c'est-à-dire au début de l'automne. Ça peut avoir quand même, j'en ai perdu mes notes, je m'en excuse, ça peut avoir quand même des importances quand même assez importantes, et au point d'ailleurs, et ça c'est un point important, que, et ça rejoint ce qui a été dit sur les problèmes de sécurité alimentaire, que quelque part on en vient à remettre en cause le modèle né de la Révolution verte, qui est un modèle à forte consommation de produits énergétiques, d'engrais, de phytosanitaires, etc. Alors, je ne vais pas vous dire qu'il faut aller partout dans le bio, mais le modèle d'une agriculture plus raisonnée peut justement jouer là-dessus. Le soufre, acide sulfurique, a aussi une très grande importance dans l'industrie minière, puisque c'est avec l'acide sulfurique que l'on passe, disons, du minerai, que l'on concentre les minerais de manière à pouvoir ensuite passer au stade de la métallurgie. Le manque de soufre commence à se faire sentir déjà sur la production de cuivre, en particulier en Afrique, sur la production de nickel en Indonésie. Tant que je suis dans les métaux, je vous signale aussi qu'il y a un métal particulièrement important qui était produit, lui, dans le Golfe, qui est l'aluminium. L'aluminium, c'est quoi? C'est de l'alumine plus de l'énergie. Dans le Golfe, il y en avait, et donc il y a de très grosses usines d'aluminium à Bahreïn et aux Émirats qui sont arrêtées parce qu'ils ne peuvent plus d'abord sortir cet aluminium, ni même importer l'alumine qui leur serait nécessaire. Remarquons que pour les autres marchés des métaux, l'impact n'a pas été trop important. Quoique, si je regarde, et nous sommes encore en avril, donc je n'ai pas les moyennes de prix du mois d'avril, mais si je regarde les moyennes des prix mondiaux au mois de mars par rapport au mois de février, le prix du pétrole a augmenté de 40%, le prix du gaz naturel liquéfié en Asie de 80%, mais il est intéressant de voir le prix du charbon augmente de 17%, puisqu'on passe au charbon. L'Inde et la Chine se remettent à importer du charbon. C'est très très mal, mais ils n'ont pas de gaz. Le prix de l'aluminium a augmenté de 10% en moyenne, celui des grains de 6%. Pourquoi? Effet éthanol, éventuellement, puisqu'on peut produire de l'éthanol à partir de maïs, que ce soit aux États-Unis, que ce soit au Brésil. Le prix du sucre, qui lui était très très bas, a augmenté de 8% là aussi, justement sous cet effet sur la hausse des prix de l'énergie. Autre impact non négligeable, dont on n'a peut-être pas suffisamment parlé, le blocage. Ça a bloqué des bateaux, ça a augmenté les taux de fret maritime. Aujourd'hui, un tanker, ce qu'on appelle un VLCC, qui peut balader 2 millions de barils, ça se loue 400 000 $ par jour, là où ça se louait 50 000 $ il y a seulement quelques semaines. Et même d'ailleurs, les tarifs sur les conteneurs ont largement augmenté. Tout ceci, je vous le rappelle aussi, et nous n'en avons peut-être pas assez parlé, dans un contexte dans lequel le dollar lui-même augmente. Et par ailleurs, toujours dans ce champ des commodités, je voudrais vous rappeler simplement que Dubaï, c'était pas simplement... je prends Dubaï, mais le Golfe n'était pas simplement un importateur, un exportateur de matières premières, il était aussi de la matière première essentielle, qui est la finance. Dubaï était devenu un hub majeur du négoce international des commodités. La plupart des négociants russes trouvaient Dubaï plus agréable aujourd'hui que Genève ou la Suisse. Dubaï était aussi l'un des hubs majeurs du négoce de l'or. Alors l'or, il ne passait pas par Hormuz, mais malgré tout, 20% de l'or mondial était traité à Dubaï. Tout ceci risque quand même d'être remis en cause. Alors, qu'est-ce qui peut arriver maintenant? Comme vous tous, je n'en sais rien. Si la guerre s'arrête, bien entendu, il faudra du temps pour que tout reprenne. Et donc, nous vivons, Patrick Pouyanné nous l'a largement dit, un choc énergétique. Je ne crois pas personnellement que nous vivions un choc alimentaire, même si il y a quand même un pays dont on n'a pas parlé pendant ces 3 jours, ou alors j'étais endormi à un moment ou à un autre, on n'a pas parlé du Soudan. N'oubliez pas que la faim dans le monde, c'est une réalité, mais ce n'est pas une réalité liée à l'absence d'alimentation, c'est une réalité liée à la folie des hommes. Et le lieu où la folie est peut-être la pire aujourd'hui, bien au-delà, c'est incontestablement le Soudan. C'est aussi de rappeler ce que Jorge vient de nous rappeler, que nous sommes dans une situation paradoxale où les produits alimentaires, eh bien, les produits agricoles jouent un rôle important dans un sujet qui a un peu été, que nous avons traité, mais très rapidement, qui est celui des guerres tarifaires. C'est quand même sur les produits agricoles que l'on réagit le mieux. Et c'est sur les produits agricoles, sur le soja, que la Chine a joué en privilégiant les importations du Brésil et en important plus que quelques millions de tonnes de soja pour faire plaisir à Trump. Je vous rappelle, on n'en a pas parlé non plus, de l'accord avec le Mercosur, et vous n'êtes pas concerné parce que le Mexique n'y est pas, mais dans lequel on va voir arriver du sucre, de la viande bovine, etc. etc. Donc voilà un petit peu ce dont je voulais vous parler. Je termine simplement pour vous mentionner, et pour ceux d'entre vous qui regarderont dans le rapport Cyclope, il y a une demi-page consacrée à un produit qui a une particularité très grande, c'est que les 2 principaux producteurs mondiaux de ce produit sont les États-Unis et l'Iran. Alors si j'avais le temps, je laisserais le silence se faire pour faire une interrogation, mais vous en consommez souvent à l'apéritif. Je veux parler des pistaches. Et il y a effectivement un lien. Le premier producteur mondial aujourd'hui, ce sont les États-Unis qui ont dépassé l'Iran. Et je vous rappelle que, et pour faire un lien avec le cacao, que le produit, le sweet à la mode aujourd'hui, c'est cet infect chocolat de Dubaï qui est fait avec notamment des pistaches. Voilà un petit peu. Je ne peux pas résister quand même à revenir au pétrole, qui est quand même, qu'on le veuille ou non, à la base et qui reste la matière première essentielle. Je voudrais juste en conclusion vous citer un très grand économiste français qui s'appelle Jean Giraudoux. C'est un homme de théâtre, pour ceux qui ne le savaient pas, et dans une pièce qu'il a écrite en 1945, La folle de Chaillot, il fait dire à un de ses personnages ce qu'on fait avec du pétrole, de la misère, de la guerre, de la laideur, un monde misérable. Je ne dirai pas devant Pouyanné, mais c'est quand même, malheureusement encore, très largement la réalité.
Alors la pistache d'Iran, ça rappelle un personnage qui d'ailleurs était une personnalité modérée qui, je crois, a survécu jusqu'à relativement récemment, qui s'appelait M. Rafsanjani, qui était le roi de la pistache et un des hommes politiques les plus influents dans la catégorie modérée. Mais quand on est un homme modéré et que l'on est moustachu, je veux dire pistachu, bon, je n'ai pas eu beaucoup de succès là, bon, tant pis, eh bien, ça ne réussit pas nécessairement, en tout cas en Iran. Alors, les trois premières interventions ont quelque chose en commun, évidemment, c'est qu'elles sont du ressort de la géographie, de ce qu'on appelait autrefois la géographie économique. C'est-à-dire ce qui représente une partie extrêmement importante des transports mondiaux et d'un système par conséquent qui avait été très largement façonné par la mondialisation. Alors on a parlé de choc, hein, oui, mais la question qui se pose aujourd'hui, on peut peut-être passer quelques minutes là-dessus, c'est que bien sûr on va de choc en choc, mais même si on retourne à une situation plus calme, de façon plus durable, ne faudra-t-il pas beaucoup de temps pour retourner éventuellement à quelque chose qui ressemblait au temps de la mondialisation libérale? Autrement dit, je pose des questions à tous les trois, mais on peut commencer par toi, oui.
Il se trouve que nous sortons cette année notre 40e rapport Cyclope, et je le commence par 40 ans d'histoire de la mondialisation et, qu'on le veuille ou non, de la fin de cette mondialisation. Voilà. Au fond, on a commencé Cyclope presque quand même après Ramsès, et je dois...
Alors, Ramsès, il faut expliquer. J'attendais que tu le dises quand même, mais dis-le.
Voilà, non, il se trouve que, jeune universitaire, j'avais eu le privilège d'être repéré déjà par Thierry et de collaborer à son annuaire mondial qu'il avait lancé 1 ou 2 ans plus tôt. Et de manière très intelligente, il avait choisi de mettre une marque sur le baril de lessive. C'était Ramsès, ce qui veut dire rapport annuel mondial sur les systèmes et les stratégies. Donc, quand on lance notre rapport, nous, sur les marchés de matières premières, on se dit on va faire pareil que Thierry. Donc, on a cherché et on l'a appelé Cyclope, rapport sur les cycles et les orientations des produits et des échanges. Ça ne veut rien dire, mais la marque est restée. Et j'ai donc appris une grande leçon de marketing de ce point de vue-là. Mais quand on s'est lancé, nous étions justement dans cette période finalement de transition entre la grande crise des années 70 et ce qu'allaient être les 30 glorieuses de la mondialisation heureuse, grossièrement 1990-2020. Aujourd'hui, 3 chocs, le Covid, la guerre en Ukraine, Trump et l'Iran, cette mondialisation heureuse qui nous faisait penser, souvenez-vous de Fukuyama, le dernier homme et la fin de l'histoire, nous rêvions de la fin de l'histoire. Vous savez, dans les contes de fées, le beau héros épouse la belle princesse, et ceci, mes enfants, est la fin de l'histoire, puisque les peuples heureux n'ont pas d'histoire. C'était merveilleux. Eh bien, malheureusement, nous ne sommes pas à la fin de l'histoire, nous la recréons totalement, et au fond, moi j'utilise simplement mes marchés de matières premières, et celui du pétrole en particulier aujourd'hui, comme une sorte de thermomètre permanent du bonheur et malheureusement assez souvent du malheur des hommes.
Merci beaucoup. Ça va offrir dans un instant la transition naturelle vers le grand rabbin. Mais d'abord, sur les questions alimentaires, est-ce qu'on peut dire quelque chose de comparable à ce que vient de dire Philippe?
Let me just comment if I understood the question, will we go back to liberal international openness and trade? I would say it's very unlikely because we as mostly Africa and the Middle East and maybe other part that used to be food dependent and we're dependent on these food powered nations. after these shocks, we will no longer put ourselves in that position. And the reason is twofold. The first one is we have, take example Egypt, 120 million, pretty much plus or minus. Every year we have 3% population growth. I have to generate 3 million jobs on yearly basis. And I can no longer afford to take the risk of these being unemployed and sitting there. Now, the best way to employ them is getting them back to agriculture, food systems. The second part here, when we talk about food security, we don't mean just availability of food, but we mean healthy food. Because as the sessions this morning and yesterday, they were saying we are going to live anyway till the age of 80. But will we live to the age of 80 with diabetes, blood pressure, and all these heart problems? And will we need, because of that, a lot of government support on health? Or will we use starting to look at food security as a preventive, as a form of medicine, so that we make sure that people are healthy? And the best way is to shorten the distance between food production and food consumption, meaning I would say we will have at least a minimum 30 to 40% of local food productions, no matter what the cost and no matter what the situation. Because the minute you add the health bill to the agriculture bill, then it's cheaper to do it internally versus importing it from outside. But that raises another question. I mean, we've already seen it in the case of milk in Africa and the Middle East. Europe, Australia, and New Zealand had excess milk. They put it in powder. They send it to us. It's interesting that in Europe you are not allowed to make milk from powder, while around the world that's what you have to do. Once we start having self-sufficiency of milk like in Qatar, we said no more, we're not going to import powder milk. This will put pressure on these food powerful countries to figure out what will they do now with their excess yield, which is a different kind of problem. But in brief, food has to become part of the governance of the world system. It will affect the food-dependent countries as much as the food-rich countries, and no amount of free trade and all of this will give comfort to governments that in case there's another shock, okay, they will need to go back to rely on these stronger, powerful countries. And that's why the private sector is being tasked in this part of the world to lead these initiatives, because the governments realized that governments on themselves cannot find the solution. And they just need to put an ecosystem, private sector of big farms, small farms around these big farms, factories, and that's the way for these regions to survive.
Thank you very much. One word, Jorge.
Juste, je ne crois pas que les États-Unis reviennent à leur position d'avant de libre-échangiste. Le protectionnisme américain, je crois qu'il va être avec nous, il est durable pendant un bon moment.
Bien, merci beaucoup. Alors, pour un mot sur le Soudan. En fait, nous avions invité l'ancien Premier ministre Hamdok, qui est un homme assez remarquable, avec une personnalité dans ce monde, hélas, en guerre civile, qui est une personnalité raisonnable, reconnue comme telle, qui d'ailleurs vit aux Émirats. Et donc il avait accepté et devait venir. On avait prévu une discussion avec lui, mais quelques jours avant le début de notre conférence, il a dû annuler pour raison d'une réunion politique sur le Soudan. Mais tu as raison, ça mérite effectivement qu'on prononce au moins le nom, car c'est l'une des plus grandes catastrophes humanitaires de cette période. Ce qui montre d'ailleurs aussi l'injustice inhérente à la politique, parce qu'on en parle très peu. On en parle extrêmement peu. Et c'est un sujet en soi que de savoir de quel sujet parle-t-on, notamment dans les médias, etc., etc. Voilà. Donc maintenant, je vais passer la parole à Raïm Corsia et vous rappeler avant-hier, si je ne me trompe, non, c'était hier, ma discussion avec le président Vučić, le président serbe, et il a pris la parole, il a parlé assez longuement de la situation européenne telle qu'il la voyait, et plus il avançait, plus il s'assombrissait. Et je crois que beaucoup des personnes qui l'écoutaient se demandaient jusqu'où comment ça allait terminer. Et alors à ce moment-là, moi, je crus de mon devoir d'intervenir pour que ça se termine pas trop mal quand même, cette discussion. Et je lui ai dit que quand même, quand on intervenait, qu'on parlait sur ce sujet un peu délicat, etc., même si on était pertinent dans l'analyse qu'on faisait, il fallait tout de même terminer en ouvrant une porte d'espoir. Alors, le grand rabbin de France a choisi de parler de l'espérance, ce qui est un thème magnifique. Et ceux qui ici, celles et ceux qui ici sont le plus familiers de la World Policy Conference savent que nous essayons année après année d'introduire un minimum de souffle de spiritualité dans nos débats, et nous avons deux personnes éminentes qui contribuent à ce souffle. C'est le patriarche de Constantinople qui a participé à l'ouverture de la séance cette année, le patriarche Bartholomé, et quelqu'un qui pourrait être son fils d'ailleurs, s'il en avait un, et qui est le grand rabbin. Alors, j'ajoute que nous avons essayé une fois, c'était à Abu Dhabi, d'ajouter un troisième, on a fait avec, qui était un musulman. Et c'était juste, d'ailleurs, après quelques jours, enfin, ou à peine un mois, après le 7 octobre 2023. Et certains se souviendront ici que ça avait suscité une réelle émotion, cette réunion. Et si je m'étends un instant là-dessus, c'est que je crois, et aussi dans les éditions suivantes de la WPC, j'espère que nous arriverons aussi à associer les musulmans à ce genre de démarche. Tout ça était une introduction un peu trop longue, et pardon, à ce que va nous dire Raïm Corsia, à qui je passe la parole.
Merci beaucoup Thierry. Je crois qu'il faut qu'on remercie Thierry de Montbrial de nous permettre de débattre et d'échanger, de construire des possibles. Et c'est cette force, peu importe le lieu, qui met ensemble des personnes capables de rêver, mais de rêver du possible. Alors je sais que nous sommes dimanche, certains n'ont pas pu aller à la messe, donc je vais vous parler d'espérance. Voilà. Pourquoi parler d'espérance? Parce que j'ai donné il y a quelques années une conférence après une messe. En fait, c'était à Paray-le-Monial et il y avait une immense messe avec 3500 personnes et je faisais la conférence avec le cardinal Barbarin. Donc j'ai entendu la fin de la messe. Et à la fin de la messe, ils ont fini, le cardinal, 2 ou 3 évêques et une trentaine de prêtres, en disant « Allez dans la paix du Christ ». Donc j'ai commencé ma conférence en leur disant « C'est impossible. Aller dans la paix du Christ, c'est pas possible. » Vous l'avez mal traduit, itémitaest. Itémitaest, ça ne peut pas être aller dans la paix du Christ, parce que mytho, ça vient de mytho, missa, mytho qui veut dire mission, ça veut dire aller. Aller en mission. Et par ailleurs, puisque tout le principe chrétien se construit dans un continuum avec le judaïsme, le Talmud dit que tous ceux à qui on a souhaité va dans la paix, comme par exemple Absalom, on a souhaité au fils de David, Absalom va dans la paix, ils sont morts. D'ailleurs en français c'est très bien dit, quand on réside en paix, en général c'est cuit, enfin sauf ceux qui ressuscitent au bout de 3 jours, mais en général quand on repose en paix c'est définitif. En revanche, ceux comme David à qui on a souhaité va vers la paix, là il y a une construction, parce que la paix n'est pas un stade, c'est un horizon. C'est un objectif à atteindre. Et je crois que dans la gouvernance mondiale, il y a de cela, cette sorte de... Et ici, moi j'entends depuis 3 jours des prophètes de l'espérance qui ne s'enferment pas dans ce que le monde nous montre, sauf pour les pistaches. C'est grave, c'est très grave. Pistaches et chocolat en plus, c'est une association formidable. Tu as oublié, mon cher Philippe, le Liban. Parce que les pistaches du Liban sont très grosses et moins salées. Elles sont remarquables. Il ne faut jamais oublier les pistaches du Liban. C'est comme Montauban, on ne devrait jamais quitter Montauban, on ne devrait jamais quitter le Liban. Et donc, pour moi, il y a cette idée dans l'espérance qu'on ne s'enferme pas dans ce qui est, en disant c'est comme ça, il n'y a rien à faire. On construit un nouveau possible, mais un nouveau possible possible. Et j'étais touché que dans le scénario de cette édition, le patriarche Bartholomé fasse l'ouverture. Au départ, il ouvre aussi sur de l'espérance. Et je fasse la conclusion, ce qui démontre, mon cher Thierry, qu'effectivement, les premiers seront les derniers. Et il faut de la foi, oui, de la foi, pour oser espérer encore. Et le débat tout à l'heure sur la question de la non-religiosité ou de la non-intégration des questions religieuses dans notre Europe, disons, alors qu'en Amérique, c'est tellement présent, c'est une question qu'il faudra aborder clairement un jour ou l'autre. Je reste toujours moins impressionné, tu as parlé des orthodoxes, des musulmans, des juifs. Moi, j'étais impressionné par ce que l'espérance a permis de construire dans l'Église catholique, avec Vatican II. Comment un homme, Jean XXIII, décide qu'on ne peut pas entériner ce qui a été fait depuis 2000 ans, ce que Jules Isaac appelait l'enseignement du mépris, et qu'il a fallu que des gens comme le cardinal Saliège, le cardinal Monseigneur Théas à Montauban justement, ou Raymond à Nice, le cardinal Gerlier à Lyon et d'autres, le pasteur Trocmé, le pasteur Bognert pour les protestants, se dressent en disant il faut que nous sauvions les Juifs, parce qu'en sauvant les Juifs, c'est une part d'humanité, la nôtre, que nous sauvons. Et ça a amené Vatican II, qui est pour moi le fruit vraiment de l'espérance. Quelqu'un un jour dit on va pouvoir le faire, tout le monde lui dit c'est impossible, y compris son successeur qui n'est pas vraiment sur sa ligne, mais il comprend son successeur, Montigny, comprend qu'en devenant Paul VI, qu'il y a quelque chose là qui touche ce que dira le 4e paragraphe de notre traité. En s'approchant du mystère de l'Église, on arrive au patriarche et au matriarche. C'est-à-dire que l'espérance, à un moment, a fixé un cap. Et l'enjeu aujourd'hui, 60 ans après Nostra Aetate, 60 ans, c'est de faire en sorte qu'on ne se dise pas nous sommes en paix, c'est parfait. On se dise toujours, cette espérance, elle doit nous amener à aller vers la paix. C'est un objectif. Et on continue aujourd'hui avec le monde catholique, avec le monde protestant, avec le monde orthodoxe, à construire une autre façon de penser ce lien entre judaïsme et christianisme. Et moi, j'ai été impressionné par ce chemin, parce que l'Église, d'une certaine manière, a tout risqué pour se retrouver elle-même. Et pour ça, il faut du courage. Donc en fait, quand on parle d'espérance, c'est pas un truc cuicui, les petits oiseaux, c'est mignon. Non, non. C'est un risque à prendre. Bernanos parle même du risque des risques. Bernanos finit cette conclusion, il conclut une conférence à Rio en 1945, où il dit, c'est même le risque des risques, l'espérance. Et il lui donne une définition tellement magnifique. Il dit, c'est la seule façon de lutter contre à quoi bon. Quand tu parles du Soudan, en écho à ce que disait Philippe, on pourrait dire le Soudan, il n'y a rien à faire, c'est loin, à quoi bon. Mais non, à quoi bon, c'est la négation de l'espérance. Et chaque fois que dans la vie, quelqu'un dit, quel que soit le sujet, à quoi bon, c'est qu'il est dans une forme d'anomie terrible. Il n'y a plus de logique chez lui à espérer. Il est dans la désespérance absolue. Au fond, moi je vous pose une question simple, très simple. Est-ce qu'on peut envisager une gouvernance mondiale s'il n'y a pas d'espérance?
Non.
Parce que c'est l'espérance qui pousse à transformer le réel, ce que j'appelais tout à l'heure la capacité à s'affranchir de l'état des choses tel qu'il est. Si deux pays sont en guerre et vous dites ils sont en guerre, bon, qu'est-ce que vous voulez faire d'autre? On ne fait rien d'autre, on les laisse et puis voilà. Mais c'est pas comme ça. La réalité, c'est que l'espérance pousse à transformer le réel et pas juste à l'attendre. Sans espérance, je crois même que la gouvernance mondiale devient technocratique, ou pire peut-être, ce qui c'est possible, cynique. En fait, cette gouvernance donne des outils concrets et l'espérance, elle donne un sens, une direction. Le Talmud raconte une histoire incroyable. Moïse est sur le mont Sinaï, reçoit la Torah de Dieu. Et il demande à Dieu, mon Dieu, que va devenir ce texte? Que vont devenir ces lois que tu me donnes? Dieu dit à Moïse, tourne-toi. Et Moïse se tourne, il se trouve à la yeshiva, la maison d'études de Rabbi Akiba. C'est-à-dire 1500 ans plus tard. Il est au fond et il entend ce rabbin commenter. Il ne comprend rien. Rien. Il ne comprend rien et il dit à Dieu, mon Dieu, je ne comprends rien. Dieu lui dit, attends. À un moment, un élève pose une question et Rabbi Akiba répond, ça je le sais de mon maître, qui le sait de son maître, qu'il a appris de Moïse, qui lui-même l'a reçu sur le mont Sinaï. Au fond, mon cher Thierry, je veux juste te rendre grâce parce que des solutions arriveront et apparaîtront dans le monde et peut-être que certaines de ces solutions auront été rêvées ici. Des échanges, une proposition, une idée, encadrer le marché de la pistache et du chocolat, très important, il ne faut pas oublier le Ghana dans le chocolat. Une idée ici sera entretenue, portée comme une petite flamme et un jour donnera un résultat auquel on ne pensera même pas. Quand Moïse entend, même s'il n'a rien compris à ce qu'il se disait, c'est normal, on est 1500 ans plus tard, quand Moïse comprend que ce qu'il a instillé dans le cœur du peuple d'Israël donnera encore des fruits 1500 ans après, il est rassuré. Et moi je pense que l'espérance est une façon de dire, peut-être qu'on pourrait se désoler de ce qu'est le monde, mais on doit malgré tout essayer de le transformer, parce qu'en le transformant, on va l'améliorer. Avec cette double exigence de sens et de direction, je crois que la gouvernance mondiale est à la fois indispensable et inachevée. C'est pour ça que je préfère parler de vers la paix que dans la paix. La gouvernance mondiale a des instances, mais elle est inachevée. Parce que nous n'arrivons pas à dépasser les rivalités et les inégalités. C'est la réalité. Il y a des rivalités, on l'a vu avec la Chine et les États-Unis, mais c'est partout dans le monde. En fait, cette gouvernance mondiale, elle est indispensable et elle est fragile parce que ces résultats, sans résultats, ben, l'espérance devient une illusion. Donc il faut que ce soit, et c'est aussi Bernanos qui le disait, que l'espérance ne soit pas juste une illusion, berce d'illusions, il faut qu'il y ait un chemin. J'ose pas dire un chemin, la vie et la foi, mais ça, c'est d'autres qui peuvent le dire. En fait, il ne s'agit pas aujourd'hui de choisir entre réalisme politique et idéal, mais de réussir à faire dialoguer ce réalisme politique et cet idéal, ce sens, afin de rêver à nouveau à un avenir à la fois possible et désirable pour chacun et chacune dans le monde.
Merci, merci cher Raïm. Et ce que tu viens de dire fait la transition en fait naturelle avec Im Suk-jun. Alors d'abord, Im Suk-jun, je veux préciser, c'est un très grand diplomate coréen qui a pris sa retraite et continue d'être très actif en Corée. Et nous avons travaillé ensemble pour la fondation même de la World Policy Conference. Donc, il a cru au projet de la WPC et il est toujours là et en grande partie grâce à lui, je dirais c'est grâce à lui d'ailleurs, que la Corée fait partie intégrante de cette conférence depuis ses débuts. Alors, il a choisi comme sujet les réseaux de puissance moyenne. Alors, il faut dire que la notion de puissance moyenne, et là aussi ça fait le lien avec ce que vient de dire le grand rabbin, c'est au cœur même, c'est au départ, hein, c'est l'ADN, c'est l'idée de départ de la WPC en 2008. Aujourd'hui, c'est en train de devenir un sujet un peu banalisé, mais justement, l'un de nos rôles, de nos missions, c'est d'arriver à donner chair d'une manière plus concrète possible au rôle que peuvent jouer les puissances moyennes pour que le monde ne soit pas entièrement et exclusivement entre les mains des géants. Mais pour ça, il faut évidemment, ce n'est pas une puissance moyenne individuellement qui va jouer son rôle. Il faut que ce soit structuré. Alors je crois que c'est ça dont va nous parler Im Suk-jun, auquel je suis très heureux de donner la parole pour terminer cette table ronde.
Thank you, Thierry. for having me as the last speaker of the last session, and again for sitting me in the far left seat, because you know we have a leftist government in place about 7-8 months ago. But my favorite word is the middle. Middle is the safer place, so next time please sit me in the middle, not far right, not far left. As we conclude this 18th World Policy Conference, we must face the world as it is, not as we wish it to be. The theme of our conference this time, between fragmentation and interdependence, has found its answer in a harsh reality. As Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney pointed out at Davos, we are not in a transition, we are in a rupture. The global security landscape is being aggressively disrupted. The post-World War II norms-based order has shattered, replaced by geopolitical fragmentation and economic insecurity. This crisis has been supercharged by the strategic shocks following Operation Epic Fury in Iran, which has fundamentally changed the calculus for every nation represented in this room. In my view, the epicenter of this rupture, of course, is the crisis of US leadership. We are witnessing a fundamental shift toward a transactional approach to foreign policy, what some call Trumpian neo-imperialism. For allies, the consequences are clear: an erosion of trust and heightened uncertainty regarding security commitments. When the world's primary power shifts from being a guarantor of rules to a transactional actor, the international order doesn't just bend, it breaks. This unpredictability forces every middle power to rethink its survival strategy. South Korea sits at the sharpest edge of this disruption. We remain on the front line of an unresolved Cold War division, facing a nuclear-armed North Korea that has now declared a strategy of two hostile states, which means northern state and the southern hostile state. For decades, we lived by the paradigm, security with the US, economy with China. Today, that paradigm has run its course. China is no longer a land of simple economic opportunity. And the US extended deterrence is clouded by transactional doubt. As the old pillars collapse, we are forced to find a new path in the world that has lost its patience for nuclear brinkmanship. The precision of Operation Epic Fury on February 28th sent a shockwave through every authoritarian capital. Kim Jong-un, North Korean leader, may believe his personal rapport with President Trump, they exchanged a lot of love letters, or his nuclear arsenal provides an absolute insurance policy. I think he's mistaken. Personal relationships do not supersede strategic red lines. If Pyongyang continues to threaten the US mainland with ICBMs, it must realize that Epic Fury was a demonstration of a new global intent. Unless North Korea pivots toward the reforms middle powers are advocating, it risks becoming the next target of a system that has run out of patience. How then do we build a day after that is stable? The answer lies in a fundamental shift in how we perceive order. Regional order is not imposed. It is constructed through networks, institutions, and coalitions. We must move from being order takers to order shapers. By utilizing networks like APEC, the CPTPP, and the IP4 framework with NATO, middle powers like Korea, Japan, Australia, and Canada are actively constructing the institutional and normative foundations of a new order. We are not just waiting for the outcome of US-China competition. We are reconfiguring the rules of the game. This leads us to the big question: how do we cope with the existing US alliances, whether it is NATO in Europe or our bilateral alliances in Korea and Japan? We must be realistic. Complete decoupling from US security is deemed unrealistic. Our economies and defense architectures are too deeply integrated. However, not decoupling does not mean passive reliance. Our strategy must be to transaction-proof our security. We do this by strengthening our own strategic autonomy and building horizontal networks among middle powers. We stay at the table with the US, but we ensure we are no longer on the menu, but being indispensable architects of regional stability. The rupture of 2026 is a call to action. We cannot return to the old order, but we can prevent a descent into chaos. Let us lead through viable geometry, building flexible coalitions for trade, technology, and security. Let us prove that the Indo-Pacific is not a theater for hegemonic war, but a space for a constructed, resilient peace led by those of us who have the most to lose. The order of tomorrow will be built by the networks we create today. Lastly, I can finish my presentation without saying that, Thierry, I have always deep respect for your leadership and wisdom, but this time for your prophetic foresight by bringing back the forum to Chantilly, Paris, from the Gulf country, even before the outbreak of the Iranian war. WPC might have been put under attack by Iranian drones and missiles. Thank you, Thierry, for saving our lives at this time of a war.
Thank you very much, Sun Jun, for this marvelous but very thoughtful presentation, which is a perfect end, which is also very close. It fits extremely well with what Jaime Garcia just said before you. So now it is the time of the final ceremony, which is to thank all those who have contributed to prepare this this conference. So I will ask all of you to stay here. No, stay with us. Stay with us. You can stand up when you like, and I am going to call some persons. So I just move from there to the middle. And well, I hope that the people. Is it possible to have some? On peut avoir la lumière maintenant, un peu la lumière normale, pas seulement les phares dans la figure. C'est possible. Ah voilà. Alors, je voudrais appeler d'abord les personnes qui à Capgemini ont contribué d'une manière tout à fait remarquable à faire que nous ayons passé 3 magnifiques journées sur ce site des fontaines qui, je dois le dire, pour ceux qui le connaissent depuis longtemps, c'était pas tout à fait évident, c'était l'un de nos soucis, c'était pas tout à fait évident qu'on pourrait faire une conférence aussi belle que celle que nous avons pu faire dans d'autres lieux. En plus, ça, ni Haïm ni Sunjud ne m'ont remercié pour le temps. Hein?
Je fais les prières. J'ai fait les prières avec le patriarche.
Avec le patriarche,
Bien sûr.
et tu me diras qui était le musulman.
Il
Il était là, hein,
était là.
en esprit. Voilà. Alors, je voudrais appeler, en espérant qu'il est là, le patron des lieux, Bertrand Chéroux. Est-ce que Bertrand Chéroux est là? Voilà. Alors, il est là ou pas? Là, il faut monter, il faut monter. Voilà. Donc, merci de tout cœur. C'était tout à fait magnifique. Et je voudrais appeler aussi vos collaborateurs. Alors, Alix, dans un premier temps, Alix, Guillaume et Maxime. Alors, là, il en manque un.
Maxime est parti.
Maxime est parti. Alors, Guillaume et Maxime le remercieront de notre part. Voilà. Merci encore. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Et Caroline Savoie. Voilà. Est-ce qu'elle est là?
Elle est là, elle arrive avec ses chefs.
Ah oui, parce que... Ah, bah voilà. Ah là, comment on dit escouade? Comment on appelle ça? La brigade. La brigade. Allez, je vous embrasse encore et devant témoins.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci. Et voilà. Merci beaucoup. Merci. Voilà, nous nous sommes régalés et en particulier hier soir, c'était hier soir, hein, je ne me trompe pas. Non, parce que vous savez, pour moi, ça fait 13 heures de suite tous les jours. Je ne sais plus très bien quand était le soir et le matin, mais c'était hier soir et c'était absolument magnifique. Et je pense que j'aurai prochainement l'occasion aussi de remercier votre père. Voilà. Donc, pardon ? C'est votre père qui est exaucé.
Je voulais remercier aussi pour la délicatesse d'avoir fait les repas cachers pour moi.
Oui. Donc, remercie pour les repas cachers. Voilà. Écoutez, donc c'était absolument magnifique. Ah ben oui, mais ça... ah oui, parce que j'ai fait le bon pari. Hein. J'ai fait le bon pari de la confiance aussi. C'est très important, la confiance. Alors, il y a les équipes techniques de l'Ifri qui organisent, qui travaillent avec l'Ifri pour toute la préparation de longue durée de cet événement. Nicolas de Germay a dû partir un peu plus tôt cet après-midi, mais je crois que Florent de Chantrac, Florent est là, enfin du moins j'espère. Voilà. Et je voudrais appeler en même temps que lui Abdé, hein, qui a fait un travail aussi absolument formidable. Hein. Voilà, Florent et Abdé, vous montez, mon cher Florent. Voilà, encore merci. Et Abdé, alors parce que en fait, Florent n'aurait pas... aurait été absent si les Émirats n'avaient pas été bombardés, pour dire les choses simplement. Et donc, Abdé a fait beaucoup de boulot, tout le travail, oui, on peut dire, c'est bien, mais enfin, vous avez quand même eu un œil. Merci Abdé, bravo. Et après Florent et Abdé, je voudrais appeler Sandrine, Cassandre, Laureline, Marc et Sébastien. Voilà. Voilà.
Très bien.
Cassandre, je crois que vous avez tous eu un moment ou un autre été en relation avec ces dames. Voilà. Merci. Vous, je vous embrasse pas, mais le cœur y est. Je vous embrasse. Voilà. Voilà. Merci beaucoup. Voilà, venez là. Et puis, l'équipe de la presse. Donc, Guillaume Foucault. Voilà. Avec Bernard Xavier. Bernard Xavier que tout le monde appelle BX. On dirait une marque de voiture. Vous avez dit BX. Enfin, bon. Merci beaucoup. Merci, Guillaume. Voilà. Bernard Xavier. Merci. Et leur équipe, bien sûr, et Anne Lotte, qui... Ben, faut venir. Voilà, hein, il y en a d'autres à faire venir.
Nos équipes, mais elles ne veulent pas venir.
Ben, venez.
C'est des bisous en plus. Hein.
Ben oui, bien sûr. Voilà. Ça fait la... Venez. Ça fait la...
C'est un bisou.
Ouais, ben oui. Ça fait voilà, ça fait les bisous. Voilà. Alors, là, je vous fais les bisous aussi. Allez. Voilà. Et voilà. Encore, hein. Voilà. Voilà. Et puis, il y a aussi toute une équipe de personnes, je ne sais pas, probablement pas tous là, qui se sont occupés des divers aspects de la technique, la régie et le transport. Alors que celles et ceux qui sont là viennent aussi nous rejoindre. Voilà. Bon, ils se sont transportés eux-mêmes, manifestement. Ça fait... Ah, voilà. Voilà. Merci beaucoup. Merci. Alors, c'est pas tout, hein. Il y a évidemment tous nos sponsors que je ne vais pas nommer, mais en particulier, bien sûr, Capgemini, qui a contribué grandement. Et je ne sais pas qui est encore là de Capgemini. Thibaut Frossard n'est plus là. Thibaut Frossard. Bon, ben, on lui dira. Là, Thibaut Frossard, qui est maintenant vice-président, au sens anglais, hein, vice-président de Capgemini, l'un des vice-présidents de Capgemini, qui a été au début d'ailleurs le directeur de cabinet de Manezat, le directeur général. Mais là, il a une caractéristique que je signale, c'est qu'il est un de mes, comme on dit, dans le métier, ce n'est pas traductible en anglais, un de mes jeunes camarades du corps des mines, exactement 50 ans de moins que moi. Voilà. Et il est très bien. Donc on lui transmettra le message. Et puis alors, vous allez me dire, j'ai oublié quelqu'un. Allez, Sanglim. Voilà. Alors pour venir, mais si, il faut faire le bisou quand même. Allez. C'est vous qui allez m'embrasser. Oui, ça marche aussi. Voilà. Et évidemment, tous ceux qui ont contribué, tous les intervenants.
Ce n'est pas encore fini.
Pardon ?
Excusez-moi.
Ah oui, vous allez faire votre speech. Et donc, tous ceux. Et vous, pour le dernier panel, qui représentait la dernière session. Mais elle commence à parler pendant que je suis encore en train de parler. Vous vous rendez compte ? Bon, je me tais.
Alors, ce n'est pas encore fini. Venez vite. Et puis, pour une fois, attendez, je n'ai pas fini. Pour une fois, un grand merci à celui qui est alpha et oméga de la WPC, Thierry de Montbrial.
Ah.
Et puis son épouse, Marie-Christine de Montbrial. Voilà.
Voilà. Bon, mais alors... attendez, il y a une surprise. Non, mais tout le monde va monter après. Et le général Béanzin. Alors pourquoi? Je vous dirai une fois qu'il sera là, je vais vous dire pourquoi. Parce qu'il n'a pratiquement pas assisté à la conférence. Alors, allez, viens, parce que maintenant c'est toi. Voilà. Alors, Général Béhanzin.
Je salue l'alpha et l'oméga.
Oui, mais alors, il faut expliquer pourquoi il est là, parce que pour des raisons dans lesquelles on va clarifier, il y a un couac qui s'est produit et il n'a pas reçu les éléments de son invitation en temps et en heure. Bon. Et, alors qu'il participe à nos travaux chaque année depuis plusieurs années. Il est béninois. Bon. Et en plus, il a un neveu qui vient de devenir président de la République, qui grâce à la WPC, d'ailleurs, a été élu président de la République.
Oui.
Hein, on peut le dire. Hein.
Oui, je vais bien transmettre vos
voilà.
félicitations.
Et alors, en fin de journée, je reçois un message qu'il n'a pas été invité, d'accord, mais il a pris un avion, il est venu spécialement pour participer à quoi? À cette finale. Voilà, donc il est arrivé en fin de journée et il est là pour nous ce soir. Voilà. Hein, voilà. Et puis, l'an dernier, enfin il y a un an et demi, il était monté sur l'estrade et il avait fait un très joli petit laïus, une très jolie petite présentation. Donc, je te remercie et à travers toi, ton pays et tout le continent africain.
Merci. Merci.
Voilà.
Merci.
Ben voilà, il vous reste, venez, hein, tous, comme ça, là. Et merci à vous tous. Et bonne continuation. Merci. Voilà.
Merci.
Vidéo qui résume nos 3 journées de travail.
Salena, il était là il y a un instant, oui.
Nous vous invitons, mesdames et messieurs, à un cocktail sur la terrasse. Nous avons le cocktail de clôture. We have a cocktail to conclude the WPC on the first floor. Thank you very much.